we were promised. We need our
Okay, let's
analyst,
go.
producer, interviewer, just memester, everything.
Thank you for having me here. I
Yo,
will do my best
Jason.
to provide all of the LCK knowledge and LCK inputs to you guys to know the best, have the best understanding of the series.
Are you you're just putting a new thing in your resume as an English analyst. When does it stop,
When does it
Jason?
stop?
I just want my bullet points to go forever.
All right. So, Jason, let me ask you this then. Are you happy with how the bracket has played out in terms of the LCK?
This is a very good sign of LCK for sure. I'm happy that we at least have an LCK team secured at the finals. But I don't know. I think this matchup is so hype. I'm just so nervous.
Your two children fighting each other?
Yeah.
Also, it is a bit script that we get kind of LPL versus LPL and LCK versus LCK.
Absolutely, but I think this is the one that people are even more excited for because we got to see BLG versus AL twice in the LPL finals. We did not get to see T1 versus GenG just when T1 was getting so hot in the MSI qualifier.
I mean, we said it again and again and again. This is the finals that should have happened. They faced off against each other for years upon years. And right when T1 was trying to just around to skyrocket, we don't get it.
Yeah.
So now we have that opportunity.
And Jason, we saw it there, but it's kind of like yin and yang, I should say. For Gen Z, they are very successful domestically, incredibly so.
what's up?
Even. We
How you
also
doing?
saw that in the road to MSI. But for T1 internationally, they've always had everyone's number. What's going on there?
I honestly don't know. Even Chovy, when I talked to him in an interview, I asked him about the T1 matchup. He was like, T1, I just don't know. You know, that's the vibe that we have around T1. We just don't know what kind of clutch play they can make on such a high stake kind of situation. Even Kuma Yushi also mentioned that he also wondered himself because we didn't get to do the best of 5 in the LCK Road to MSI format. He thought to himself, what if this actually happened, you know?
Yeah, it's the T1 magic. Right when you think that they're down and out and it won't happen, suddenly some of the team fights go crazy. They might steal a little Baron here and there.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to watch them sometimes.
Let's talk about that. The Barons, the enemies hate this little trick, Jason.
So officially, we call this T1 Circus or T1 Baron Circus, and it's actually a term that's been used on T1 official content, LCK official thumbnails. You know, it's a thing that is settled for sure. The first play, I kind of understand that they're forcing a play around Baron, and they managed to make a miraculous comeback around this play. So I do get it, but this is still a very risky 5v5 situation. I don't understand how they always have the courage to always go for that play.
I understand it because especially if you're behind in a game, you're like, all right, guys, we're pressing the button, the big purple button on the map to just force a situation.
This one.
And this is another situation.
But,
This is hilarious.
CFO did pretty well overall.
Resulted right in front of BLG players' eyes. I mean,
Just unlucky,
how
you
can
know.
they always pull this
No,
off?
this
And
is
I think
CFO.
this is actually very effective because every team knows how T1 made some crazy historic plays around Baron at World, something like that. So I think this is actually T1 winning the mental game.
I think it's actually a great example of one of T1's strengths, which is how
I
decisive
actually don't know
as a
who got
team,
MVP.
because they force you to go to Baron, and now instantaneously
I don't know
you
if
have
they
to
give
decide,
out
okay, are we gonna
MVPs
go
like that.
50-50? Are we going to try to play cross map? Can we actually take a fight? How do we approach this? T1 has it all planned out, and they are ready for the fight, and that's how they make these miracles happen, because they have already thought a couple steps forward.
Yes, and it must be very frustrating to play against. Now, of course, we saw Doran in that last fight also just going all in, and this is something we do need to talk about a little bit here, Keen versus Doran, but this was the big news coming into this season across League of Legends that instead of Zeus, they will be having Doran there. So how has he been doing?
He's been doing, I think, the domestic split a little bit tougher. So the question about how he's going to be performing and during playing the carries, because usually Doran is great domestically, and the question is going to be coming into international play. I feel like it got flipped a little bit because the last 2 series during the playoffs, he became clutch. During KT, look, a little bit easy. Just to piss off the KT fans there. But during HLE, going up against Zeus, that was the one that everyone had their eyes on. The replacement that people saw.
Peter Van, how you doing?
Really performed well in that series.
Doran for sure is a clutch player.
Dude, this series is gonna be so hype.
Is solid plus
That's
clutch
crazy.
player. So I'm really curious to find out how this matchup gonna turn out in the series today.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting, but I got
Do I sound better?
my boy Doran.
Yeah.
This guy has been so good in the
Overall,
LCK for so
my voice is getting
long,
better.
But he has this reputation of not being able to live up to the moment internationally.
He should be
But
fine
now
the next
being
day
on
or
T1,
two.
I feel like he's already shown his worth a number of times. You talked about it in the MSI qualifier. He crushed Zeus, and then against CFO here, when T1 really were struggling dominating that series. Doran played incredible. So I do feel like this is the
Yeah,
the
basically the
tournament where Doran will
doctor
finally
said
wipe that reputation
I had
away.
like
Yeah, I love that
I got
stage setting
sick,
for sure, but I like the way
and
you said
then
it as
I
well.
was using my
Solid
voice
plus
too
clutch.
much.
Maybe he has it all. We'll see in this matchup. But we cannot be
And
talking
yeah,
about
that was
GenG versus T1
not
without
good.
talking about
Told me that
the
I
mid
should
lane.
have taken a
Faker
day or
versus
two off.
Chovy in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Because in the end I just made it worse.
Two of the greatest mid laners to ever touch
But yeah,
the game
I got a
face
lot.
off
I got
in today's
medicine,
matchup
and
presented by Mercedes-Benz.
it's been
Of course,
helping.
it's Faker versus Chovy. 117 games between them, and the score is nearly dead even. 59 to 58 in favor of the GOAT himself. On one side, Faker, with more World Championship titles than any player alive. A trophy in this tournament would leave him tied for the most MSI titles as well. But first, he'll have to make it through reigning MSI champion and the current best mid laner in the world, Chovy, who seems to have pieced together a winning formula for taking on his mid lane rival. Today, another chapter will be written in one of the most storied rivalries in the history of League of Legends.
I will get better. I will get better.
An unbelievable rivalry, and at times it must be frustrating for Chovy because we're all calling him one of the greatest, maybe the greatest, but Faker is always there internationally. Just at Worlds, they lost 3-1 to Faker and T1, so it makes it hard to have that full faith.
It really does, but Chovy to me is the best player in the world today. The problem is he's going up against the most clutch player in the world. This guy always seems to find the moment. Faker is always there at the right time to turn a game on its head, even when you are doubting him. When you're looking at it just on paper, Chovy
Faker's got some
absolutely has to be
magic.
favored. He's better in lane. He makes less mistakes. They didn't lose a single series in the LCK. It should be a runaway favorite, but it never feels that way with T1.
Especially if you just look at the accolades and you look at Faker's accolades. 10 LCK champions, 5 world champions. Like, he has it all, and I'm not even going to the individual accomplishments. But Chovy
Got the G-Sun resume.
That's true. Keeps on going. Meanwhile, like, Chovy has just been dominant for a very long time within the LCK, and the question was about international play. Last MSI got that championship, and he's been killing it.
He did. They only have the one. That's the big question, I think, for GenG that we're following, because in your head, they should have won 2 world championships already, maybe a couple of MSIs, G-Sun. What does it come down to, you think, in this T1 versus GenG? Is it really a question of mental fortitude, of resilience, of maybe being mind played a little bit?
I want to say this is for sure the T1 factor, or maybe even the Faker factor, because he's so clutch. Chovy, he's an excellent player. He's so good. I recently caught up with Kenyon, and he also mentioned this way, like, Chovy is so good, and he used to believe that once a player hits a ceiling, you know, you can't actually get better than that. But Chovy proved him wrong. After he's hit his peak performance, he becomes even better and better. But Faker also, he has done that before, and now he's super clutch. So that's so crazy.
And this quote to me is so incredible because of what happened after it. So Chovy has played against Faker so many times. He says, because I've faced Faker so many times, I know how to play against him. It sounds, you know, pretty kind of cut and dry. But then you look at the record since he said this, nearly 90% win rate in series against Faker, nearly 77% win rate in games domestically. But of course, even with that being said, it is still Faker, you know, winning out internationally.
How much of that percentage do you think he'd be willing to give up just to win that semifinal, though?
All of it.
Everything.
You want the world's title. That is the only thing missing from Chovy's career. Everyone knows he is the current best player in the world. Everyone knows he is capable of winning worlds, but until you do it, that is going to be what he is chasing.
Oh, hell no.
What
What do you mean, Uncle Pester?
Like,
The
GenG,
fuck?
he himself won back-to-back LCK championships, and it was only like
No, I still don't
HLE
really
that
have
came
a
up recently
voice.
that like stopped them from getting 5. So they were so dominant
It's
domestically.
kind of
The
getting better,
conversation
but
ended
like,
there.
I mean,
it's hard for me to
six
talk.
consecutive international tournament as well.
Like, it's hard for me to talk for a long period of
Catch up
time.
with Faker in our Verizon Game Day interview.
I don't know, when is CFO playing?
And it's gonna be an epic matchup between you and GenG, and you.
I think
versus Chovy,
CFO is
something
like
that everyone has
the
been waiting
finals,
for
right?
In a best-of-5 series, we didn't really get to have it in the LCK Road to MSI because of the format. So, what can people expect from the matchup, especially on the mid lane?
네, 항상 이제 또 초비 선수가 LCK에서도 잘하고 또 젠지도 굉장히 좀 뛰어난 팀이라고
Same time as Black Quest.
생각을 하고 있기 때문에 이번에 MSI에서 맞붙는 게 굉장히 재밌을 거라고 예상하고 있고 스스로도 그때를 위해서 최대한 좋은
I mean,
경기로
it does sound a little bit better, no?
있어서 너무 재밌을 것 같기 때문에
Qualify for Worlds? No, not yet.
흥미로운 것 같습니다.
That's way
Also,
later.
thank you very much, Faker, and wish you the best of luck in the upcoming match. And also, congratulations on your 200th internationals
Thank
victory.
you.
What's this? Our goat speaks English.
Yeah, he actually speaks every language. He just doesn't want to make us feel bad because he's already so good at
The
League.
Rosetta Stone is actually, it is Faker.
I heard he has his own language as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're
that's
saying that you just
crazy.
teleported to do an interview while you're on the desk. What's happening here?
I love it. I do think he's been like a little more cheeky, Faker,
Oh, yeah.
in terms of the
Yes.
interviews. I mean, this was very
That guy
measured,
understands
of
more
course,
English
but
than you.
his
True,
interview,
true,
I think
true.
you see it on the Rift as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
That's why he's the
got
GOAT.
Some swaggy style
does.
on him a little bit.
He's moving. Anyways, let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X and who they're calling the match for. It's really hard to beat T1 in a fan vote, and it hasn't happened today.
Yeah.
67.8%. So yeah, and the fans, I think they brought up their level a little bit. Their track record is 70% correct currently. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X to lock in predictions. What do you think about that?
Well, yesterday they were one game off of being wrong, so okay, they are.
That's true.
At least they were. We just got to check them a little bit. But for me,
Is this fair?
it is
No.
not fair at all.
Percentage-wise is not fair.
It is just not fair.
I'm just asking.
Not at all.
Mm,
I mean,
they
I'm
doing
just gonna go with
shit.
my own. I mean, like, if you want to do a close-up, you can. I have it as a 3-2 for GenG. I think it's going to get really close. And yesterday, I did say that I would not flip-flop again. And I
3-2?
will keep to it. I have GenG.
Dude,
as
I think it's gonna be a
the favorite.
3-1.
Okay, Gisa?
So this is what happened to me in the road to MSI in the LCK. I was so close to going 3-2 T1 with the Hana Life matchup, and I was like, but still Hana Life, they stomped the regular season, so I went for Hana Life 3-2, and then T1 just T1'd me. So I was like really close to going for GenG,
Yeah.
of course,
Yeah.
but now
Oh,
I want T1.
okay. What? There's a lot of people that support it.
It's not that
Do you have
bad.
the score line along with it?
3-2.
Okay, there it is.
Azale has been
At
something
least
cooking at the end of these.
it doesn't
I'm gonna do
really
mine first.
hurt
I'm
to
just gonna go with
talk.
T1.
It's just, like,
internationally, I
strenuous to
can't
talk.
not go for T1. It's just, there's
Yeah.
something in me that says, even though my brain says this should be a GenG all the way, so.
I mean, GenG hasn't lost a single series, you know, this whole split in the LCK. They have the best player in the world. They are looking incredibly dominant. You know, they just took down AL. It feels like they're completely unstoppable, and that is how you know it is a guaranteed T1 victory.
He's like, this team, dude.
Magic, man. It feels like every time you count them out, it feels just like Worlds last year. They had the rocky regular season. They
Dude,
have
I don't
these struggles.
understand.
They have roster swaps.
I don't sound
They
that
come out on
bad,
top.
It's
okay?
crazy. I never really counted myself in kind of the fandom, but seeing 2023.
I mean, doesn't my
Worlds
voice
live,
sound a little bit
2024
deeper, if
Worlds live
anything?
Against all odds, every
I
single
hit
time. I'm
third
sorry. Can you at
puberty.
least understand why we make that choice?
A little bit.
A little
Just
bit.
a tiny bit.
Okay.
Just a tiny bit.
Okay.
But I'm still holding firm. I will
It's
not
called
flop.
Faker.
You're not gonna
That
flop
is a
all
lie.
day?
I will not
That
do
is
it.
a
I
lie.
will not do it.
Oh,
I
what a
promise
treat.
you.
What an absolute treat we have here today. We get to see Faker versus Chovy, but honestly, if you go down the match on every single lane, it is so incredibly stacked. It is time.
Okay, let's go, dude.
Versus T1 in a
Point
best of 5 here
Patrick.
at MSI.
You guys just jealous. This is just jealous because my balls dropped again.
Let me throw it to the ground, make 'em turn around. I'ma look at you from the top.
Dude, I think CFO is the like third or fourth best team in MSI. We just had a really hard matchup.
House of Legends. 전설이 시작되는 곳. LCK. GenG. LCK 일광 GenG. MSI defending champion. T1. World champion. 수많은 전설이 태어난 곳. 여러분의 환호, 함성과 함께 LCK Road to MSI Grand Finals 시작하겠습니다!
Let's go! Everyone give it up for Emily Rand doing her best caster.
That was
Good
Emily?
impression
What the
ahead of this
fuck?
Iconic match, the most storied rivalry in the history of League
Dude,
of
that's so
Legends
dope,
esports.
dude.
And
Dude,
what a
Emily is the
privilege
GOAT.
to cast
What the
alongside
fuck?
The two of you, Emily, Mao.
That was crazy.
Powered by
Couldn't hear
Open
the
Hyperx.
difference. So could have fooled me.
Dude, I thought it was Ji-sun, but I was like, why does her Korean sound so shit?
For helping me workshop the script, right?
Oh, dude, that's so cool,
as we see
though.
the first bands coming in, I feel
like...
no surprise coming out of T1 side, and then the Varus Pantheon on the right side.
What I'm looking towards here in this first matchup is T1 going to continue
Oh,
to get
man.
a very early, solid matchup for Faker? They've really been prioritizing just any champion that works well for him, while not really taking into account the matchups as much, whereas I expect GenG to heavily lean towards getting Chovy something he can perform on.
Because I think while Faker overall has been looking a lot better on the international stage, the
Respect, dude. Dude, I love Emily Rand, dude. She's so like, she's so good at like telling like player stories, and she has like so much knowledge of like the history. Is like so key, dude.
Fans have gone so hard at this event. It's actually
Yo, good morning, man. Good morning.
First pick, Faker.
There we go.
Laying down the gauntlet, secures Azir for himself. It was just a few weeks ago, the Chovy brought this out and was able to find that clutch win against T1 in round 2.
Yeah, it's a high prio pick for both mid
That was a
laners.
vacation. I didn't have
Prior
one.
to the cast, K-Drol was asking me and Chronicler if the Azir would get through. It gets through on first pick blue side.
And it is something that I think GenG most certainly saw coming. No brainer, and again, it does fall within that trend of T1. Just picking a champion for Faker, he's comfortable, and I think the Annie pick away also works the same way.
I don't know about like the Annie.
allows GenG to deny that pick from T1 down the line. I wonder if the Wukong follow-up is going to be there as well.
BLG was a vacation.
Wukong always feels
I guess I didn't really. I didn't
really strong.
stream that day.
Another pick that
I was giving my voice a rest.
is the Poppy. We've seen it often compared with the Azir, either in jungle or in a bot lane because of the power of that wall slam. And Keen, they having an absolutely stellar tournament so far, is going to get the Gwen here.
In a unique situation where we see neither the Gwen or the Rumble banned in the first phase. An opportunity to play arguably the two strongest top laners on the patch. Now, T1 can take their time here. They don't necessarily need to immediately snap Rundle. It might not even be advisable, but Keen, this is kind of the champion on this patch. If you want to solo carry a game, Gwen is the champ to do it.
Yeah, she just ends up taking
I don't
over
know,
in
jungler.
fights and also in side lanes.
GenG are gonna go for. Like, I feel like that's like the main difference maker. Because you win any Gwen, so it has to be like an Fury or some shit.
Looking at me like I'm bringing up your trauma. It was a sick game yesterday. Owner now alongside the Jax as well for Doran, so clearly willing to lay down the gauntlet on the top side.
So a lot of levels to this. We have Owner picking away one of Canyon's best champions. We also have them deny the Gwen and Sejuani combo, and then they also get the Sejuani with the Jax themselves. So Sejuani Jax, extremely strong topside 2v2. There is the Wukong that we were expecting, so GenG very clearly opting in for a lot of proactive dive. Wouldn't be shocked if we see the Poppy banner to deny it away from Carrion, while simultaneously still on
that's a weird
strong
one.
lanes, particularly early on.
Yeah, I would like to see them take away the Poppy. The first pick they are going to take away is the Bard. We've had a lot of fun Bard performances. The signs went super hard, by the way.
Blue Panda, why did you sub?
Career on the Annie.
Do things in the prime, maybe.
Taking away some of the counter picks for the bottom side of the map.
Dude, you're my favorite LCP caster. That other guy, I don't think he's ever subbed to me, dude. What a fraud.
Combo. Lucian also taken away. Interesting situation where both sides have matched in phase 1, so phase 2, red side can have a lot of value for Doro. Of course, Carrier, the guy we know for the crazy counter picks, and see if Doro has anything up his sleeve to show us here in game 1.
With this draft, GenG, to me, probably looking for an, I want to say R4 Jin. Pick it away from Guma. It's one of his best champions. It works really well with these type of dive compositions because it's so easy to follow up on any of the setup. Instead, looks like we're going to save Ruler's pick and pick one of the strongest supports on the patch, the Nico, to come through here for Duro.
Yeah, Nico, an incredible playmaker, no doubt, right? The champion that if you have to pick something blind makes sense, but now the question is, what does a counter pick AD carry look like in this meta?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really curious to see what Guma and Carrier are going to lock in now. They do value Cryo in that lane so heavily, right? Which I think one of the reasons why the Karma might also have been taken away.
I don't know what they would pick.
Ezreal with it, right? Have a super strong pushing lane. Xayah hover now, and that will be locked in for Gumayushi. And the Rakan.
Okay.
Crowd goes crazy.
Yeah, coming out swinging, and right, it's no surprise. Carrier, Guma, back-to-back. How many times have we seen this duo take over games, especially on this combo?
and I'm sorry I gotta mention it, to me, the play I will always remember is going back to 2023 playoffs when T1 started their run towards Worlds.
Look.
KT was there, unfortunately. It was this 2v2 that started, I think, the ascent to greatness.
We saw the Jin coming in, Mal.
That is true.
The Jin coming in for this comp, and like you already discussed, there's so much setup for the Jin, has amazing range on top of the dive they do have. I mean, this is such a standard T1 comp coming out of T1, it's crazy.
There's a lot of ability for Owner to go and engage. Carry has really good follow-up.
I hate this.
Comfort picks.
I hate this. Please, GenG, don't ruin things for me.
I think we need to discuss that.
Let me be happy.
Though, they do have a lot of pressure in the lanes, and as mentioned, I think GenG is a team that, even though they have the reputation of being generally pretty low-key, when they get big laning advantage, they're a slower-paced team. They're facing off against a team that will literally fist fight for any objective that you can think of.
Dude, this is gonna be rough.
It doesn't sound very low-key. Here in Vancouver, as we get ready for our first game, two very explosive compositions. Comfort for the side of T1, maybe a bit more of those practical lanes to talk about for the side of GenG. See if that pays off in the early stages of the game.
Dude, how long does it take for them to up?
Game one has been a bit of a red herring in a lot of the matchups so far, but I imagine something this story that's just not going to be the case. A lot to be taken away from momentum as well if T1 are able to find it.
Yeah, no, these are two teams that are super, super familiar with each other. The last time they faced off, yes, it was a 2-0 for GenG, but those games, in particular, game one, came down to an insane
GenG fighting!
Into a three-man Skarner ult. So
Hello, dude!
I expect
GenG fighting!
GenG has a reputation to be boring, team fights are going to be explosive.
Make some noise, get hype.
Vancouver, as we load into game one. You all know how it goes. T1, Hana, duel, set.
I think they weren't ready, but maybe for this one, GenG, Hana, duel, set. We're gonna train. We're gonna train. I know it's new. It's an LCK special.
Hana, duel,
set. Everyone has been there. We'll find out as we go. For now, though, early game.
A lot of noise. That's all I can ask for.
And ultimately, that's the fandom we love to see. However, as we get into this first game, you can hear that. And this is what I think makes T1 so terrifying. The desk predicting for them as well. It's the T1 magic. Maybe oversimplified as being clutch. But again, every stage they play
magic is overrated.
Like a home stage. And it's something that the GenG players cannot
Do you
let get to them
believe
in such a
magic
It was really
in a young girl's heart?
In his stage interview, where they were like, what's been the difference being on this T1 team? And he talked a lot just about their preparation,
no more singing, no more singing.
And out of game.
And singing was really bad.
Now I see it, right?
Well,
like now I see
horrible
why
day for
and
years.
how this team has been so successful.
Looking at the early laning phases. Gonna see if T1 can keep it together. I think we do, when we get to the level 6 spikes, obviously have a lot for T1 to play for. There is the Sejuani in particular. Do note that Owner has also gone for the Unsealed Spellbook, which for Sejuani's we've really generally only seen into Trundles, but the rune has just been on a tear here. Will allow Owner to join very easily with TP if he so chooses to as well later down the line.
Yeah.
I love that the spell is back in particular for
Dude,
just because I feel like he's such a demon and he can be
Fuck
so
you, Jari.
creative,
Dude, how could he hate Chovy, dude?
That makes him an even
Chovy's is the best mid laner in the world. How could you hate him?
Yeah, the surprise
so cringe, dude, so cringe.
Suddenly getting contested
How can you hate correctness?
You expect, but
look, Rakan going in with Smite goes hard.
And that it does, as apparently does Doran Jax, and of course the history between these two teams. I think important to call out, you heard it from the desk, but just a reminder of how many times these teams have played against each other. It has been such a close-fought rivalry. It is historic, essentially since the dawn of all esports, just about, right? Across name changes and org changes, player changes, roster changes, Faker really the only consistent. And with the return of Ruler, that much more history across, 10, 12, 13-year rivalry.
And it really wasn't until Chovy joined GenG that this matchup became even remotely close, right? We saw GenG struggle as recently as 2021. Good run, sure, close to making the World Finals, but losing to the eventual World Champion. As here we see closer, ever inching forward, but as I think the desk highlighted, if you're Chovy, and you see all those wins you're able to find, would you not rather have won that World Finals last year? It's something that I think always warrants discussion. Early laning phase
No,
here.
no, no,
thus
no,
far,
no.
not going
It's
too
funnier
crazy
when
one way
T1
or another,
loses
as we
because
do have both junglers
their fans are
potentially
so
looking for a gank.
toxic.
Canyon paying some attention topside, but was spotted out on a bit of vision. His owner is just trying to keep the ball rolling on the bottom side. Quick stun, cleanse out. So nice summoner spell picked up there. Gets the heal too from Doro. So overall, pretty effective gank from essentially just owner by himself.
Yeah, this will be able to, T1 should be able to set the wave in a spot where they'll be a little bit more comfortable. They were getting kind of pushed in by the Jhin Nico, so now they will be able to back, and we're going to see Canyon backing after taking that topside Scuttle Crab.
For me, this mid lane matchup, something that we're going to keep a very close eye on, because I don't think we've seen domestic Chovy yet. Last year, we saw him a lot during MSI, had a couple of extremely high stakes, high pressure games, even in the finals was heavily targeted, didn't end up mattering. Had an incredible tournament. I don't really think we've seen that thus far. Doran and Keen finding here towards top, but Keen obviously looking for a base as the lane swap does come through here.
Yeah, what's your point?
Going to be
true.
there earlier, but Duro now looking for a cancel on Doran, not letting him back for free.
Continuing to get aggressive on the top lane in the 1v1 is Guma. Now there to back up. Lane reset coming through Duro. Guma out for blood. He knows he has to use the flash. There was no heal from earlier. The level 3 Xayah Rush Camp solo?
I thought Dora was dead there.
Yeah, CFO should have won.
I don't think that
Dude, if CFO won, we would have been BLG. We would be here.
Overconfident, definitely did not
This should have been GenG versus CFO.
Pretty heavily.
Yeah, Duro was just looking to try and again deny Doran, try and get Keen ahead. Didn't end up working out, and now his flash down on Nico, that is a big summoner gone, could end up being a big difference maker when it comes to those early fights. Nico not having the ultimate available, or the flash rather available to combine with the Pop Blossom is a big deal as Faker sees Canyon walk up, and let's be real, Canyon is Wukong pre-6. A little bit of damage would have been nice, but not even going to get that, as Faker just shrugs it off.
The goal to walk up and look menacing, it would seem. Get a bit more space for Chovy to take over to 6 before he starts dropping bears in the mid lane just to get a little bit of prio. Although, I think when we were coming into this, we're like, oh gosh, Chovy versus Faker, all-time greats. I think this early lane matchup, probably not where we're going to see that spice. I think we might have to wait another 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, probably. Okay, T1 are going to get for early dragon.
But as Doran pushes up on
but they're swapping Jhin down bot. I'm not really sure why they would do that.
Drake for T1, and I actually want to talk about T1's Drake priority a bit, because last year at Worlds when these two teams faced, I thought T1 was the best at using grubs, right? And that evolved throughout that tournament. At this tournament, they've been super high prio on Drakes, and first Drake in particular. They actually broke BLG's kind of first Drake take percentage in their 3-0 stomp of BLG. So this is something that T1 have been prioritizing really heavily, and it's worked out super well.
And a lot of this goes back to Duro getting caught, because he had to give up his sums, which means that Ruler just had to stay underneath his turret, catch the wave. Because he was catching the wave, T1 actually had the ability to swap, which they didn't end up doing. Guma ended up going back to lane, but they could still only respond, which meant that there was nothing really to pressure T1
I mean,
near that bot side.
Duro's okay.
Watch Doran push in.
Ooh.
Get the Drake be taken as Chovy.
Let that bear go.
And then some harass down.
Trying to get prio in the lane, no surprise. Of course, recurve bow back for Faker alongside the Amto means he's not going to be able to do much to trade against that burst damage quite yet.
And we see these lane assignments coming through with not Chovy, oh my gosh, I'm getting trolled by Nico again. The bot lane going up into Doran, and then T1's bot lane going up against Keen, so trying to kind of keep both of these top laners at bay. We haven't seen this as much in a lot of our swaps. Usually
I mean, Jin's not very good at pushing.
With what happened earlier.
Doran putting down a lot of pressure, knowing the
Nico's only level 4.
With the Jhin level 6, Doran. Third shot. Fourth. Waiting. Okay. Doran Stone Cold had to use the ward hop, but manages to make it out.
Yeah, entirety of the play, vintage Doran goes in when he probably shouldn't, goes low, doesn't even need to flash, ends up just able to dodge.
What do you mean? He missed most of his shots.
And that means that the attempted play from GenG gonna fizzle out for now. GenG has been able to build a big lead in the mid lane here, though, with Faker having to respect the pressure that has come through. That's the real Canyon.
Canyon Forced to flash away. Stun landing. Immediate fall coming in from Carry.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Canyon!
Faker now trying to follow. They don't quite have enough burst.
That stun that Chovy landed onto Faker to keep him out of that was huge, and kind of the only reason that GenG weren't, the Canyon kind of didn't die, right?
Oh, GenG though used a lot of cooldowns. They still want to look for the contest here. T1, are they ready?
GenG, Guma ready to pull the feathers back. Maybe happy to just take one grub, trying to deny all three. Only managed to find the clone.
He's alive!
Coming through Keen there in the nick of time.
Get out of there, boys! Oh, Keen! Keen. Keen is so strong.
Oh! Guma trying to hold on, but the Void Grubs are down. And it's 2 for GenG.
2 for GenG, baby.
T1 try and contest those grubs, but T1 really underestimating how happy GenG was to contest that. And I think because Canyon was so low, they're like, okay, the Wukong is gone. That's one of the biggest spikes. But guess what? GenG ready to fight for that to the death anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that T1 had it kind of set up as well with Keria TPing in. Like, that was very planned from them. As we see the setup on this again, T1 and Guma. And here comes the Keria TP. Faker is coming out. And Guma does miss the ult, which also ends up being pretty important.
And I think Guma felt pressure to ult because there is a Annie right next to him. So if he gets hit by a Q, he just ends up dying. But instead, because
Duros is on the outside, big chilling. Oh my god.
And Keen goes unchecked in this fight.
Keen is really the demon in that fight, because I think part of the reason T1 felt good about taking that is they saw Annie ult was down. They saw Jin ult use bot lane for the kill that didn't quite
Miss most of his shit.
They thought they were in a super comfortable spot, but really underestimating what Keen can do, even without any items under his belt, with just an ulti and a choke point. But now, stun on Faker, a bit of a moment of discoordination as Faker flashes away.
Oh! Carry out, fuck you!
Saves his mid laner, will not give Ruler the 4th bullet.
Their carry is so good, man.
Still big window for GenG. They get Faker's flash. They get tempo on the map. Might be looking towards setting up for this Drake in 30 seconds.
And I think the scary thing here is we've seen T1 prioritize Drakes, as you mentioned, Emily, and so often it's worked out. But often GenG with the gold lead is a more terrifying threat, though. Keen now locked up, down on the way out, and the TP's too late. Chovy found a little bit of CC. Maybe he can burn down Owner, but they want to turn this one back.
Oh!
For the 4 stack, but
damn the damage.
Chovy finds a kill in return.
Chovy's able to get the return kill, but there you see,
Stun, flash.
Oh!
Okay!
Doran!
Probably about time to mention.
Holy shit, dude! What the fuck? So good.
I'm going to talk about the 1-for-1 because there you saw the power of the Jax and the Sedge working together to dive. Chovy got one back, but then steps
dude, Chovy got the lead, dude.
And Chovy, of all people, should know, having played with Doran for a good amount of time on DRX, on GenG, don't fall for the Doran trap. Did he almost die for no reason earlier in battle? Yes. Does that matter? No! At any point, Doran can strike. Beautifully played there, and that means that the trade goes a lot better. GenG did still get the Drake.
Man, you guys are just haters.
Now gone.
That was almost 1,000 gold for the Drake, and again, starts off so positively here for the side of T1. Chovy is able to get something back, but a little overconfident. We're not going to get to see the rest of the replay because Chovy's been locked up once again. All of T1 descend upon mid lane.
Chovy.
This is what happens if you don't have your flash. If you are an immobile carry into Azir, there's a reason why this champion has been at the forefront of the meta for what feels like the beginning of League.
And this T1 team in particular is so aggressive with punishing mistakes like that, or not even mistakes, but just punishing sums, forcing you to make some sort of decision on the map that leaves them in an advantage. We saw these kind of minor moves when GenG and T1 faced each other last, again, specifically in that game 1 when T1 were in such a winning position. So yeah, they're punching back really well.
Oh, Doran, he goes in.
Needle work used. Duro on the way. Doran counter trying to get a bit of damage back, but he should just fall here. Should be an easy kill pickup. Starting to retreat now. Will finally get cut down through the ultimate. A nice side lane pick for GenG, and there's not really a counterpunch for T1.
Really big deal. Doran striking with overconfidence. He uses Triforce. Keen doesn't even have a first item finished, so wants to try and push as hard as possible. Duro finds a nice punish.
Yeah, and this should set up Keen to be able to back and buy, so he should be in a much better position in those side lanes as well.
Faker walking up.
Yep.
Not afraid to contest here, but again, it's just, yeah. The item completion, Nashor's Tooth, able to just win on these trades so effortlessly. Yeah, there's some Merc treads there for Chovy, but it's not for Faker. That's for the rest of the team.
Chovy also going for a much more utility-based build, so Phase Rush obviously makes sense into the amount of short-range threats that are there on T1. And then going for the Rod of Ages, those builds have felt pretty lackluster. I do think this is one of the few compositions where it actually makes sense, right? Because if you look at what GenG have, both in jungle and in top, and even in support, they have so much damage available.
The Rod of Ages build
for a
is
more
kind of
utility-based
ass.
build, I think makes some
I feel like
sense.
it's kind of
But
ass.
it does mean that the rest of the team will need to do some more heavy lifting, as Chovy is going to be, with the Malignants now finished, going towards a more utility-based role.
That's where the setup in these team fights is going to be huge, right? And that's also where I'm looking at
Yeah,
Chovy,
I think the
because that
Jax is
survivability
good
does
here.
allow him to just continuously rotate and land stuns to set up for this Gwen, the Wukong,
Classic.
the Nico, the Jhin.
Western top laner.
Forced to flash. Exhaust use as well. Again, power the Summoner Spellbook. Owner packing an extra combat summon instead of the smite for that fight on the top side. But I think it's important that we highlight top lane because it feels like, as much as Faker right now on the Azir will eventually be that scaling threat, both these guys feel like facilitators for the main actors of this game that have been Keen and Doran. These are two players with storied history of their own. Of course, sometimes pushed out of the spotlight because you're looking at Faker and Chovy, but obviously a ton of history, a ton of games played against each other in and out of these respective lineups, and somewhere where we have to look in game one because this is where the carry threats really were placed in the draft.
Not only the carry threats, but again, it's going to be who is able to set up in a side lane for their team to be able to cross map and be able to set the map in a way where it forces the other team to respond to them.
And as we saw that graphic, a lot of that will be for Keen, obviously, in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Ever since he joined KT and then GenG afterwards,
dude.
actually having a lot more domestic success than he did before. Winning his first title on this organization as well, and we might have a Herald fight on our hands. Looking at the summoners available, it's only Keen that doesn't have his. Everyone else has theirs, and T1 looking for a quick pick-off onto Chovy here.
T1 seemingly willing to concede this Herald to get this pick on side lane. Chovy maybe feels like he's secure because he knows that objective would normally be the priority, but he's going to find out very quickly that he's not alone. How is he going to try to outplay this one? Baron to lock up Faker, try to mitigate some of that damage, but there's just nowhere you can go. The Annie does not have the tools to escape. Does the three-man dive, works out for T1.
And that's first turret to T1, as GenG will be able to take down this Herald as
Dude, they're camping the fuck out of Chovy.
Yeah.
Dude, his KD is
T1
fucked.
getting that bot tier 1. Doran might be in some trouble.
Doran locked up here, Counter-Strike, mitigating some of that damage. They don't really have enough to push further, but now it's the TP top side from Faker. He has Flash, he has ulti. Probably just needs to glide out, Canyon. Ooh.
And we've seen the exact play happen with Faker about 1,000,000 times. It's never actually a pick. Always turns into reinforcements arriving. This time it's Faker TPing in. I think GenG's still going to be happy with getting that summoner, but that bot side play, Chovy not expecting that many resources being paid towards him as Keen.
Faker, push back onto Keen. Carrier on the way in. Exhaust coming into Rakan. The charm, the layered CC, nearly flawless. Keen trying to heal back. Keen trying to make the damage. Doesn't grab it. Faker and Carrier find the kill.
Kyria.
We also had Ruler on the
This
way.
is so
He was
unfair.
trying to look for an old angle, didn't quite find it though.
Yeah, and on the bot side, we see that Doran is going to kind of harass Canyon.
Contest this is Ruler. Quick ulti in the mid lane, gets the cleanse. Now can wander down to the Drake, but T1 taking their time. Likely to concede this. Don't want to give up a Drake for free, but really don't have the resources on the map. And in the meantime, it is still Carrier and Faker pushing down on the top side.
Damn, they're
And
gonna
what
get top
we see here is
tower.
textbook T1, right? Just overloading on these sides. First is the pick onto Chovy, then it's a top side play, baiting and TP. It looks like Doran is overextending. He's fine anyway. Might have to be careful here as we do have Duro on the deep flank.
Of course, Doran trying to clear the bear out before anything else happens, but there's still a Herald in the back pocket of Canyon if they do want to pressure somewhere else on the map. Finally, Keen is going to be able to catch that wave on the
It will
top side.
carry
Working towards that second item, but
your band.
pretty relentless playing for these side lane picks. A similar story for GenG, and it's been pretty even trades across the map. Yes, there's an extra Drake now, as well as an extra Grub for the side of GenG, but T1 holding on to that 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah, and so much of it is actually in Faker in this mid lane, right? He has about 800 gold, which isn't a massive gold lead, but it's a really solid one, especially for something like the Azir, which is just going to scale so into
Wow, okay.
But yeah, all of these side lanes are now opened up. So we'll see how GenG and T1 end up setting up the map, especially with a
We'll
Jack and a Gwen.
see.
Both these teams obviously having a lot of team fight power available as well. for T1.
I still think
as long as
GenG
they
should
can
win,
avoid
dude.
Getting flanked. I think their front to back is so hard to cut through. You have Jax that can create space. You have an Azir. The engage obviously is amazing. If either Chovy or Kindo, even Canyon, ever finds their angle, and really it's often T1 that we see go for like these, what, 3-4 pronged engages. I think that's what GenG is going to have to look towards, which is why it's very important they don't use mid lane
I mean,
turret.
I meant the
They hold on
series,
control
dude.
of the vision. If the vision gets fully choked out, I don't think GenG can just play a straight up front to back.
Multiple members of the team now descending on the bottom side of the map, looking for that vision, trying to wrest this control away from T1, hoping to find a pick as Keria. Now realizes he spot Duro. Quick bit of lockup, trying to protect Faker. Faker needs to get it out of there. Keria going to use the ulti to try and hold on. Duro trying to find it. Chovy looking for a bit of fall, but Faker still standing for now. Owner ready to body block the shot. Faker still living.
Oh!
GenG.
Oh, Keria!
And they're looking to find quick kills.
Huge Jin ult.
Herald used it, might just have to be the escape path.
Oh!
Shut down the force.
GenG!
Out goes Canyon.
And there's a reason why GenG says
Zio?
we know how to deal with T1.
Oh.
I've seen that play run by T1. Faker is quote-unquote overextended as Canyon does miss the turret.
We need to revoke Canyon's driver's license after that one. But yeah, that was so well set up, and that's where...
Okay, that must have been on purpose.
Yeah, ruler on purpose. Yeah, that was on purpose.
That's where you really see the power of this team composition when they are able to set it up. Keen coming in on the backside of this. It all starts with Duro and getting
Look at Duro, the master baiter, dude.
And the crucial thing is that they actually get the hard CC down on Faker before he gets to shuffle out, because T1 again is very ready for this play. The only downside is Doran can't actually join the fight until their main damage dealers are either taken out of the fight or already dead.
And you can see how if GenG get the jump, as you mentioned before, with the Annie and Wukong, or in this case with the Nico, how easy it is for them to play out the rest of the fight, because T1 used so many of the resources defensively that when Keen shows up, he's just kind of allowed to run free.
Oh, we're looking at Atacon.
Gamble.
Dude, why are we throwing it Atacon? Why are we throwing it Atacon? It's gonna happen. And that flip is coming.
On the flank, multi-pronged fights. You mentioned it before. Looks like we might just flip it. 3.9k instead. GenG collapsing on the flanker, but now it's T1 going all in on the Keen.
Oh, Faker! So good! Atacon throw!
GenG hungry for blood. They need to get kills back. They can't afford to get this away for free. Keen will get Faker, but at the cost of the Atacon.
Should be able to get Doran in this turret as well. GenG trying to snowball as much as they can.
Taking another kill. But there's not much to transition it to. A top lane tower maybe, but that's infuriating.
Why was Keating Canada was CFO? I don't know.
They just couldn't get the objective.
She was our translator.
Says, thanks for the leash, guys. I'm just gonna come in and take this one. And really, as with so many things, Doran here on the flank, Keria going in onto Keen, kind of forcing him out. And then, yeah.
God, life is so easy to co-streamer.
He can't get on top. The fact that Kima does this on Xayah is
no comment. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to get in trouble for talking shit.
His feather pullback, but we'll see what this means for Dragon. Because if this leads to soul point for GenG, because I do think, as we can see, they have tempo towards the river here. Still not be the end of the world for them, but the Atacon, the value of those flowers means this game still dead even.
T1 though still behind on the setup, as you highlighted. That's what it might mean, conceding the Drake unless they want to risk the fight walking into Fog of War. Faker would much prefer to have that setup first. You can see Owner not afraid to eat a bit of damage as Canyon goes forward, but Owner quick interrupt on the archer. Just give his life the burst from GenG is too much.
As soon as you land one part of CC in this composition, the rest can
but that's just like jokes though, Blue Panda. Like, I don't mind saying stupid things as a joke, but I don't really want to publicly shit on people. You know, make others feel bad. I try not to, but sometimes I'm too toxic. And I do it because, you know, I'm a dumbass.
As well as a Gwen. Even Owner, the tankiest member, I think, on the Rift is just going to go down in seconds.
Keen playing on the edge there a little bit, testing Doran, see if he can find a bit more of an advantage as Doro waits behind him.
He's scared for his hair maple? No.
That's not okay. Those are his.
You got to earn the title, Krug Lord. You got to keep. He has to keep fighting for him. Can't fight for him.
No, they're not here.
Keen wants it for himself.
A little disappointed.
Yeah.
But older, we're making jokes and we're laughing.
I think one of the downsides, as you can see there, is normally he would have procced Aftershock. He'd be a bit tankier. You are very squishy. The upside is, in the fights to come, as we keep our eye on Carrier, Ruler push back! Caught out, T1 ready to go through, in the Ruler spot, essentially!
It's the Ruler moment.
Yeah, a lot of poignant history there as Faker swoops in.
I don't know if he's actually back though. It's just like some random rumor.
As fans, as spectators,
I haven't looked into how legit that is.
But for us, it's the pattern, the history. How
it could be true, but I have no idea.
T1 trying to wrest control of the mid lane. GenG
I have zero information on it.
A secret minion will just be a clone this time around.
I gotta say, if Ruler didn't flash, I actually don't think that plays a big of a deal because there's no objective on the map. There isn't really a lot of opportunity for T1 to try and get anything out of this kill.
I mean, then that would be like the most expensive roster of all time.
Any subsequent play from both Doran and Faker
because they are dropping the bag for their current league team.
The type of composition we have a lot of threats, so just gunning for Ruler might not be the be-all end-all for T1, but it is, I think, a very costly investment into, let's be real, even if you flash there, you end up dying. You have to flash out of the initial shuffle or just accept your fate, which he did not do. Is now looking for a pick onto Doran, but reinforcements are always on the way.
GenG walking forward with confidence, knowing how much burst damage they can lay down if needed. T1 forced to respond. It's only Faker providing him a pressure point on the top
I'll find out later today if that rumor is true or not.
We heard it from the analyst desk, the T1.
I just didn't look into it. I just saw it and I was like, okay,
GenG,
weird.
Not a team who you would expect to fall for it, although we said that in
maybe Carson Maple can do something.
Still managed to get away with a surprise Baron, so still need to be on their toes.
I just think overall it's easier to replace Fofo than Karsa in terms of jungle skill.
You need to be very careful, very deliberate with this.
Yeah, and you see both teams setting up their side lanes before that Baron, that top wave was pushed out. Chovy just responded to it. And then we have both
Fofo, boo.
bot side for now.
But no TPs for the side of GenG. No flash on their AD carry, although no flash for Guma either. So difficult for GenG to play the entire map. Keen may end up being late to the play if T1 do want to force this. Not a bad situation for T1 at all, despite, you know, the 3K gold deficit and GenG being at sole point.
Carrier's just gonna get stunned up, go out. And yeah, if they keep Doran on this bot side, it's actually a great pressure setup for T1 because they can kind of dance around this Baron.
Spotted on bot side jungle though, gives Canyon a lot of leeway to just walk in, contest some of this vision.
I don't know, but like, the thing with Talon right now is that it's hard to like replace Karsa.
2 items basically done across the board here. Ruler getting close to his IE as well. It's going to be a big spike for him, but obviously as long as that flash isn't available, he needs to be very careful about how far he walks up. As we have now a stalemate, and GenG, because they have soul point, they could also just trade Soul for Nash. I think that's
yeah. That's what I mean. Like, if you change Fofo for Maple, maybe Karsa Maple works out.
Especially against this
because I don't think Karsa's bad. Like, I think Husha might be better, but even then, I'm like, I don't think Karsa's a bad player. So I'm thinking maybe if you get Maple, they fix their synergy issue. Oh wait! Oh, he's got out. Chovy run! Oh, owner! Catch his ass! Okay, Faker has to flash out. Wukong still gets his ass. Oh my god. It's just Cannonball. Oh, Cannon gets killed. Oh.
The lead strike. Duro can't find the root. It's a mess across the fight, but it looks like Keen should just be able to chase this one down. Doran take his time, ward over the wall, quick hop to safety. Multiple members lost on both sides.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Guma needs to make the difference. 3 items on this carry, but it's Duro and Canyon on the chase. Feathers go up.
Oh, Canyon are so strong.
Goes Guma.
And Chovy survives for just a second longer, meaning that Duro can find a beautiful counter engage, which sets up for Keen. Allows GenG to still.
But I don't even think Fofo's a bad player either. Dude, Talon doesn't have bad players. They just have bad synergy. The players don't work well together, and the coaching staff can't fix it. Fofo on another team would probably be good. Karsa on another team would probably be good. Together, they are not good.
GenG though appear to be ready for this one as Baker's just waiting over the wall. This is the power of Azir.
Let's go.
This mid laner can shred to the objective. T1, I think they believe that they're unspotted, but Doro's on the way in, so they'll know they're in trouble now.
Oh, Canyon's here.
Willing to flip it, willing to bet it. Canyon stepping up, T1 now retreating. Is this just going to be a massive leash? GenG,
Faker.
No reason to take the risk, and now it's Faker who has been caught out, wants to slide back, but there's Ruler waiting, looking for the finish, the kill. Faker gonna go down. T1 over eager, too comfortable in the idea that GenG would be fully committed to that Drake.
And this is why GenG have been T1's nightmare domestically.
Dude, GenG are so good. They make his Gen look OP. That's how good GenG are.
T1 is going to look for a heavy play towards.
This is making you think, oh wait, maybe
might just try again, but this time
Gen is good.
Do anything.
Yeah, without the Azir damage, this Baron looks a lot different.
Keria has Smite and is waiting around the pit.
Oh.
He's 3K, he's wandering in, he's looking for the Miracle Steal. Junglers are hating some of their spellbook right now, but GenG have the discipline. They don't knock it low, they don't risk the 50-50, they zone off
They're
Keria,
winning,
and they get the
they're
soul for
winning.
themselves.
Yeah, that's Mountain Soul to GenG. That's absolutely huge. I will reiterate, I love seeing Keria with unsold spellbook. It's so unhinged. You know he's looking for that Smite steal.
And when do you need to be
Kalista looks like after dog shit.
Because normally you'd put one person there and be happy. Luckily, as Mal mentioned before, GenG are ready for this kind of play. Didn't feel like they were here, but in the extended fight, it does look good in this priceless moment of the game.
As Chovy ends up getting caught here, very nice pick, but then this Freeman ultimate plus the damage from Keen means that even though Faker can delay for a little bit longer,
Dude, Canyon does so much damage.
If it is on the front to back, it's a messy fight. GenG can run amok.
Yeah, and Guma was not able
That's
to get into
crazy.
that, as well as when Doran tried to jump onto Ruler, right? You saw them kind of all pivot onto him. And yeah, this is looking like a really nice setup for GenG now. They should be able to clear out vision.
Ooh, that's an aura exhaust right there.
Once normal
Walk it off,
back.
Canyon. Wait, it worked!
Out briefly. No, Mao, it did not work.
He fell for it.
A little bit of bait.
Oh.
Now the retreat will be fine. Body block there. Makes it look easy as the ulti is going to use by Owner. Major tool now missing.
Are you saying you didn't feel the aura from that?
I do. Obviously, I feel the aura, but I'm assuming, I assume that they have a different relationship.
Well, clearly,
you know?
Owner thought it did as well because he went for the ult on the clone. Which, as far as Sejuani angles go, trying to play into both Wukong and Nico clone, not a great time.
Definitely not. And the thing I want to call back to is that previous fight. You brought it up. Guma wasn't in position. This is the big thing. We favored T1 in an extended fight, but that hinges on one of these two carries able to freely auto-attack. Neither were able to do that in the previous fight. And with Mountain Soul, the Wukong sustained in these scrappy exchanges, it can be really tricky for T1 if they don't get that front to back.
It's also, if you kill Chovy, that alone is not enough. If you kill Ruler, that alone is not enough. This isn't the type of comp where you can take out one member and then play off that. You need to actually be able to get good fight angles and make sure that both Faker and Guma can do damage in these extended fights.
Another thing to point out, Keen is going to have his Zonias as well, so that just makes it.
I mean, the way they play around Baron is really good. I think,
GenG
I don't know, man.
these team fights how they want.
They're trying to control these choke points.
It can be tricky. Bit of poke coming out from the side of GenG. There's a Seekers for Doran trying to match what he can, as well as the QSS for Gumayushi to stop some of that upfront CC coming from Doro or from Chovy. But GenG, 4K gold lead, 5K gold lead, Soul. This is their comfort position. This is a team that knows how to choke teams out, regardless of if it's T1 or anyone else. And T1 need to find a way to break this.
Or you know T1 are going to go for a Hail Mary in one way or another. There is the arm guard for Doran. There's
Dude,
QSS
holy shit. They are Baron dancing like crazy.
Chovy finds it
What the fuck?
with the Annie. But GenG, I don't think they feel too pressured. They're probably just going to keep setting up these vision traps and keep fishing for picks like this.
And the CC. Doran backs away. Just continue to scout out with the vision as well, and this is where the Nico is especially frustrating, when the enemy team already has position on the objective and they can just use that Nico clone as a bit of extra deep vision to fish for these angles. And now there's a bear also wandering into the jungle just to make sure that T1 really have nowhere that is comfortable as Keria will be forced to back off.
How much gold are these?
Right? We have the
Pay
side lanes
vision.
getting pushed in, where T1 have to respond to that with sending Faker and Doran to go catch them.
Clinical League of Legends. Looking for those incremental advantages. Next time they get a setup, it might be a TP. It might be a flash forced out of a single member, and that might be all it takes for GenG to have the confidence to pull the trigger on the objective. But T1,
yeah, they're just
not a team that's
wasting.
afraid to sack a wave here or
They're
there.
spending so much time on it.
Take a risk.
Also, Duro, Frozen Heart now finished into the amount of auto attackers on the enemy team. Actually going to get a crazy amount of value from that item. Doran, Faker, Guma, all going to be a little annoyed by that item existing. And I think GenG is going to keep playing it slow and steady. Catch the side waves, push it out, and then look for someone on T1 to walk in. Now, I don't think T1 are actually going to think that GenG is really doing it, because GenG aren't necessarily as crazy when it comes to these Barons, which is why we've seen the game kind of stall out. I think GenG keep waiting for someone on T1 to walk in or make a positioning error, but I think they're going to have to do more. They're going to have to actually start up this Nash. As I say that, though, Doran taking a lot of poke. That might be the starting sign.
Taking another chunk. Doesn't have any natural sustain in the kit outside of when he's in combat from the Sundering Sky. Thundered Sky, excuse me, as he's closer now.
Should I be just waiting for Elder?
And GenG going to start the objective. Feel like they have good position. TP coming in from Doran and GenG. Looks like they're going to immediately back off. Instead, happy to play for the pick. And again, it's just death by 1,000
You can't
cuts.
get anyone, dude.
T1 thought it was Baron, but they were just happy with the TP.
Started again. TP used. All sums basically available here. GenG.
Chovy, CC onto Doran, instant combo.
Oh, the Nico.
He goes golden. He buys an extra moment, and it's Guma and Faker on the back.
Oh my God, Baron's hitting them.
Trying to fire back, but the objective in the sights of GenG, keeping the pressure there.
Terry has smite.
That he does. As does Owner.
Oh my God.
To lock him out of the pit.
Dude, he have no abilities left.
The chunks onto both clones, massive, but not the real champions. GenG.
Dude, thinking so much there from his Baron.
Yeah.
Just waiting for it to regen.
Chovy on the flank. Ruler trying to find the
Oh!
end. CC down on the Faker. The flash forward. He goes golden. Can they try
The
to
Nico Gi. Oh, you bait them.
Lightning arms of Guma. Guma free firing, but Chovy flashes forward. Finds the CC. Quick QSS.
Oh, grenade bouncing.
Close. Ruler, one more
There we go.
Damn. Oh. That's a quadra kill for Jin, dude.
Ruler quadra kill cleans up a fight that was so
Damn.
close. At Baron, they'll be able to take down this mid
Dude.
tier 2, and I think they might try to push to end here.
Lore accurate Jin right there. Ruler with the quadra. Look at the damage. This man was one of the weak spots on this team coming into MSI.
Dude, cheers to
He was
that
the
blue
one together with
panda.
Duro that was most criticized, but his Jin performance this tournament has been insane.
Incredible stuff from GenG. They got the advantage. They gave T1
Jin is
no
OP.
angle, no way of attack back into that one as they take game 1 with confidence.
Damn,
A
dude.
fantastic setup
Nee,
from
nee.
GenG, from a team that knows this T1 team so well, right? They set up their side waves, they have the Mountain Soul, they're like, we know you need to come into us to get this Baron and then end up getting the pick they need.
And somewhat of a reversal in mid lane, where it was actually, I think, Faker did a really good job in the early game, both solid in lane, but when it comes to the impact, even though it felt like a lot of fights were Chovy getting caught, he still was able to deliver that CC that the rest of his team followed up on.
And in the end, the wins, all that matters, and GenG are the ones to take it. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to break down game 1.
Thank you very
Kevin,
much.
you remind me
We
of
always
Pirate
have to
stuff.
question if it will
Dude,
be
what the
more
fuck? That's
reminiscent of
fucked up, man.
domestic or the
Yeah, you're on the
international
list.
matchup between T1 and GenG. And
Yep.
This time, in game
Yep,
firmly in
yep,
GenG's
yep.
favor,
Question,
that
you
feeling
are
have
banned.
that they know that they're
Hope
not
it was
gonna be
worth it.
caught off guard, that they
It was
can
worth
see
it.
a little bit what T1's game plan is all along.
Yeah, they're playing it pretty safe as they had their lead, as they should, but they just had control for the vast majority of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But the early
What do you
stages
want me to
were
do for
pretty
you?
darn good
See ya.
for T1, but it was more about objectives for GenG. I want to jump right into it, though, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, GenG get a 3 for 0 on the bot side. This felt like where the game really swung. It's all about the initial engage here. Duro and Chovy getting that pick in onto Faker, and then Ruler is there to follow up. The whole team is piling in. Faker can't really get much damage out, and then as Doran comes in, eyes on Doran here. He tries to follow onto Duro. Duro flashes away. Chovy instantaneously stuns him, prevents him from actually getting through onto that support and even getting a kill back. It was excellently played.
This is a really hard puzzle, Vestian. I don't know if I can solve it.
Quickly, the whole team was there to follow up, and Doran was stifled on his flank thanks to Chovy.
Even just the setup Because the moment Azir took that wave, was walking into the wave,
Ah,
and push mid,
dude, I just figured it out all on my own.
T1 has a ward that saw Annie
You see, because 1 plus 1 equals 2.
Yeah, and I do like what you said there.
Because that's what it says, the sky.
Wipeout in the early game.
Dude, I'm so smart. I can solve everything on my own, dude.
At least after Baron spawned, but also here I feel like they read the plan. They are a couple of steps ahead.
Exactly, they respond so well. I wanted to also look at this Baron attack.
I'm using a mouse.
When they were in a pretty difficult situation. We'd had this fight around the top side where we saw Guma get blast go down.
I still have the really shitty tiny mouse.
Soul is up for GenG, so
I haven't upgraded.
So we're gonna start
gotten
the Baron.
dirtier over time.
Up here to buy time for Guma to respawn. But GenG do not split their focus. They don't just try to keep someone over.
Oh my bad. Twitch said that right, that and Sebastian. I mean, I didn't think of that all on my own.
They send 5
my mistake.
They pick off Faker. So even though I think it was incredibly intelligent from T1 to buy time there for Guma, it's stifled because GenG know this team like the back of their hand.
And Guma was quite strong, I want to say, in the game at that point, but this guy here, and I feel like this is something we need to talk about a little bit, because if you'd ask anyone, yes, GenG is great, but is there anywhere where there might be a caveat? They would have probably said it could be bot. We also have an international rookie in Duro and paired up with Ruler, but this game, none of that.
This game, there was literally none of it. The fact that we got to see Ruler
dude, look at that damage. Holy shit.
Double kill off that play that we saw, the first replay. But for me,
GenG is so good.
Incredibly well around Grubs. They got the lead on that one. They played well around Jakes. I felt like this team, when they got the lead, they recognized, to your point, Azale, they recognized to play away from, or play around T1's trickery.
And this is that that bot lane fight, we had the goal difference over time there. You could see that it was actually swinging over towards their favor. It is fun to actually look at how much they were able to get out. I don't know what I did there, my mistake.
Who knows?
There, exactly, right at the 20 minutes, that was that bot lane fight. Ruler took over, and GenG never looked back.
No, they didn't, and this is that feeling that you get when usually it's GenG versus T1 domestically. We didn't get it in a best of 5 in the LCK, but for me, the fact that they don't seem to be bothered by the shenanigans, right, and can see the game plan is such a
They're playing it for fun. I mean, they have limited,
T1 on the back foot as we head into game 2.
I'll be right back. But it's getting better, my voice. What time is it? It's 9 AM. Damn. Alright, BRB.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this. Breathe.
Ah, yeah, baby. Oh, that's right. How you doing, Marcus?
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Dude, I got work after this.
Keeping them in the fight. Chovy on the flank. Ruler trying to find the angle. Bit of CC down on a Faker. The flash forward. He goes golden. Can they try to turn this one back? A multi-man push into the waiting arms of Guma. Guma free firing, but Chovy flashes forward. Finds the CC. Quick QSS. Ulti out. The fight is so damn close. Ruler, one more bullet into the ulti. And it might just be curtains for T1 because GenG. What a fight. The quadra for Ruler. Welcome back to MSI 2025. GenG finding.
Dude, GenG are so strong, man.
A bit of a red herring.
Dude, they haven't lost a series since April. They're like 21 series wins in a row, dude. That is so insane.
Every single year, and every single year I've been wrong, but maybe today is a different day.
And this is in Korea. It's not like they're like winning some piss region. They're dominating the best region possible.
Consistent. And I think in that game,
21 wins in a row
really
is
A
ridiculous.
very specific strategy that I think they have more to offer than just that, right? Like I think they played really.
Because that's including MSI.
We saw work against BLG, trying to kind of get GenG off their tempo, trying to go
beat
for the
T1 HLE.
GenG said that's not enough.
You know, they're to be AL.
Was just how well GenG knows this T1 core and kind of can expect the moves they are going to do, especially with a composition like this, and in particular that Baron fight that we just watched back.
I think GenG will win 3-1.
As soon as that comp from GenG caught on to someone, in that case it was Doran, right? They were able to just kind of go forward, pick off the targets.
Oh.
Wow!
That's a T1 fan, by the way. Telling you right now.
It is the circus. It's fair.
That's
we did see
great.
the Baron circus.
That's amazing.
Oh, I thought they're calling them
You bought the
clowns.
tickets to the circus. Not every team does. You know, you got to be ready to contest.
Hey, Ursa, how you doing, man?
It is definitely too early to say whether GenG owns the circuit. I think that's what this series
Young
is
man.
about.
Yeah, and you big up the crowd, I said, young man.
Read them very well, and going into MSI, these two members were the most criticized, Ruler and Duro. Duro, in definitely the most high-stakes games he's played so far, had an amazing Nico, right? Got the blind pick, which into carry really can sometimes backfire, and then Ruler, that gym performance was insane.
It was incredible, right? And even for a game that started with Doro giving up some sums, Ruler giving up some sums, the fact that they held on and managed to find their form in those crucial fights, in those picks, is big.
We'll see off draft, but I don't know.
The carry is no stranger to one of the big playmakers where carry off.
Oh, yeah, I did.
In the context of these two teams going toe-to-toe, one less.
So the doctor told me that
T1 on blue side, they
when I got sick, what was I doing? And I was like, oh, screaming and yelling. And they're like, yeah, you damaged your throat.
They have a lot more to offer. There's a lot more.
But like, you're not sick anymore, so your throat is healing. But you fucked it up because you shouldn't have done that.
It felt like it worked out in the early stages.
But right, it's on the healing process, so it's gonna get better and better.
Converted to that win.
I'm actually looking
The
at
T1 CFO series
again,
actually
like
fucked me up hard.
T1, like the platonic ideal of this T1 team is still if this bot is able to get a really early push and either unlock it so they can initiate swaps if they want to, or just generally unlock Kyria on
He gave me medicine and stuff, and he told me it'll be fixed within a few days. And it's already sounding a lot better. Like, I can talk much better than before.
On blue. And then the bar
It doesn't hurt to talk.
We all know why.
It's more like talking long sentences is harder,
telegraphed by T1 with that
but
banner. That's what,
just talking in general is not that bad. It doesn't hurt to talk.
Unless Keen has something else. The Ornn for Keen has not been great. He's had a couple of really rough games on it, even going back to last year. But it looks like GenG still not going to be bothered, and instead targeting Faker's champion pool. That does mean that the Talia this time around is open.
The game Azir, the Talia, that's crazy, dude.
GenG to potentially take that Rumble away, right? Because that is
a lot
also
better
still up in
things.
this draft for Keen.
it does mean that they basically have to pick Xin Zhao.
Yeah,
So
I mean, dude.
Rumble Xin Zhao is the big opener, giving over.
What the fuck is a convention calling pirate software, dude? What an asshole.
Can't do that.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Owner
Pirate.
is, I think, the best Xin Zhao in the entire world. Giving him that just gives him license to.
Dude, if he never met a League of Legends player,
in the game,
he would be so happy in life.
So we'll see if we end up getting that through from Canyon.
Why are you walking, bro?
A really nice early
Yamada Death is a psychopath.
They know it. We know it. Xin is the pick. If they don't pick it here, Owner will pick it. Is there something that Canyon wants to counter pick with? I don't think it's such a thing.
Sound like Hugh Herbert from Family Guy. People call me Patrick from SpongeBob.
The Rumble, the short range rise, we know how impactful the champion could be overall.
I don't know. I always thought it sounded like the aliens from Galaxy Quest. Especially when I kept going like the high-pitched voice. We love you and
when they get going early, such a big part of that is
that kind of shit.
Picks like the Lucian or aggressive junglers like the Xin Zhao.
Damn.
Also, Lucian something that they do not want to give over to Ruler specifically, but yeah, we have the Lucian Braum.
One game, two. I think GenG's draft is looking really fucking strong. No, this is Patrick.
Picks with the Xin Zhao if they want to.
Yeah, I was
the
looking
Canyon
towards the Skarner. Maybe that's
I thought he was smoking a cigarette for a second. I was like, what the fuck? I thought he had a cigarette in his mouth. That's a straw.
Obviously,
Oh man, dude.
Like Wukong, you're not really expecting that, but he has really stepped it up in terms of early effectiveness, and specifically with the Rumble, makes for some disgusting.
Dude, look at that.
Look at T1. They're all
Dude, that 1-2-3 by GenG looks so
getting toasted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad you brought up the early pressure, but it's also these team fights. So many clutch GenG team fight moments.
Smelling your mouth helps,
from Canyon being able to get some insane suppresses off onto the team, and then the Rumble ult coming on top, the Rise able to join whenever. Now we see the Xin taken off the board.
Makes perfect sense, and you highlight it, right? I think a lot of people look at this matchup recently, they know that GenG is the expected favorite, they see all the co-streamers, pretty much everyone put GenG at the top of the list. When you look back at the last one, it came down to GenG being clutch. It wasn't just total dominance. It was, but it's something that's important to remember is that players on the side of GenG can be clutch, and now we're seeing a lot of these picks limited. Bot lane going to be who suffers on the side of GenG. Jungle, of course, you see two bans taken away there, the Xin and the Trump.
Whoa, okay, that was crazy.
Wonder what the GenG bot lane is going to go towards. GenG have been picking with this exact pattern now. The Nico, one of the stronger picks, of course, taken away from Duo. There's a decent amount of engage you can still run into Braum. You just kind of have to accept it. In lane you can't do too much, but thus far,
dude, I can't imagine being intoxicated while playing games.
Of just that Skarner, unless obviously Chovy is able to get on top of someone. The Alistar is also going to get taken off the board. What does GenG want to go towards here, and what are the counter picks going to be? I'm leaning towards an Ornn for Doran here. That has been one of the more consistent counter picks into this Rumble. What is Owner?
Don't worry, if I choke on stream, it'll be content.
I think we have to look at with the core, the Talia. Pretty effective range of damage outside of that equalizer. Can keep these champions at arm's reach. So how did GenG shake that up? Skarner, one tool, but a bit telegraphed in his engages without a flash. Now, pairing it with that much more aggressive hard engage options in the Rel. But of course, into the Braum, it can be tricky.
Yeah, and they're going to wait to see what T1 end up locking in before they pick Ruler.
Dude, imagine playing that game at all, dude.
To go up against this super strong Lucian.
Ooh. Taking their time. And it's interesting because you mentioned how important the bot lane was for T1, and it seems like GenG respect that because they're consistently giving counterpick to Ruler for the second game in a row. Not something I'm really used to seeing in the context of this meta, but Mal, it looks like your dreams will be
wait, what?
Answered there, as we now have an insane wombo combo front to back dream from the side of T1. The Ornn and Braum together, the Jarvan to really kick things off.
Permanent markers.
For Ruler going way back. I think this is a lot more within the current meta. As long as you get an AD carry that has a way out of a Cataclysm.
Yeah, I feel like Zeri would actually be really good.
For, right? Even being able to not have to deal with the culling is a big win for Ruler here.
Yeah, and I think that's why they kind of wanted to.
I think Ezreal's really good.
Right, but Ezreal does.
It's just really hard to play.
That T1 kind of want to throw at the AD carry because he is so slippery.
Dude, Ezreal, look at this. Dude, they have like nothing, dude. T1 has nothing. There's no way they win off this.
Has a much better time in the 2v2.
Yeah, dude, I think it's gonna be GenG win. Dude, I think GenG wins, dude.
Targets on the enemy team. Both Rumble and Rise don't have an easy way out of EQ combos, so I'm gonna kind of see if Owner is going to look to have a very early impact here to try and throw GenG off their
When
game.
is Blue Panda gonna help cast?
As well. If
I want to
GenG
use
don't
him
fully
too
lose
for free
control of the
labor.
game, actually playing the game becomes so insanely hard.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at what goes on in mid, right? Because I think Faker really excels when he is on these picks, like Talia, that really showcase what a mind he has for the game and give him the ability to affect other lanes really easily. So in watching some of Owner's early
I just feel like T1's comp is like mega OP.
to go and potentially maybe affect his lanes early.
Or not for T1, GenG's comp.
Right, can have the early impact. Level 2, level 3 ganks, not uncommon. Often a champion that's deprioritized.
I see a little 3-camp gank. I'm always a fan. I'm always talking about this in LTA too, where it's like, can we please just see some early action, you know?
Look, we were around in Season 3. So was Faker. He's no stranger to a 3-camp gank. It's been a long time since we've had that meta. Let's see if the level 1 has any blood for us.
Like, I just don't know if T1 have enough damage.
Setups. We have
because Rise, Garner, and Rel are going to be really tough.
Not something we've seen more
really tough to like break through.
It makes a ton of sense because you are looking at a matchup where you're not really going to be threatened too much. Gumayushi going for the PTA, not the Electrocute as we have seen before in this tournament. Carrier obviously is a spellbook man.
Well, I have just been told that Lore is standing by with KMTlol. So you've heard from us. Let's hear what Mark has to say about this particular matchup.
I am indeed with the Rat King here once again. KMTlol, tell me about the atmosphere here at MSI. T1 versus any team is always different. How has it been so far?
The crowd is crazy. The noise
Went back
is
to old
insane. Yo, much love to the crowd. Thank you everyone for coming out.
Yo, I am.
What's your prediction for this series, KMTlol? Game 1 was for GenG, but what do you think?
Oh, what I'll be? Lord, ask me next.
They really need to win this game. They need to win this game early because they could run out of damage very quick. So I'm hoping T1 wins so we get 5 games.
Do you like the draft? What are we looking at in the early game?
You're going to look at Owner and you're going to look at if the Lucian Braum can take over the map. I think Rise having no flash is really important in this game.
Right, Rat King, thank you so much.
Yeah, also, I want to... Oh.
Well said, Mr. KMTlol, Mr. Rat
Dude,
King. Thank you.
fuck?
Well, of course,
I was right there.
Still there for both respective mid laners.
Why didn't she ask me a question?
These guys go really fast, despite not having boots. But for now, there's some trades, but no kills. No 3-camp gank yet.
Hey, it's fine.
They can still have it.
He's on his 3rd camp now.
Really invade though. Owner did go.
Everyone loves
level 1 for T1 is obviously way stronger, so there wasn't really too much that he could do. I am not sure when it comes to the pings whether they spotted this based on Canyon's pathing. I'm gonna say maybe not. We'll be able to pick up his chickens, but his red
unlucky.
his drugs are already gone. Yeah, he definitely doesn't know. So nice little sneak away here from Owner. Gonna be able to build up a pretty substantial CS lead.
And you see, yeah, Owner backing and already returning to his own side of the jungle, should be able to clear out those camps pretty easily. No, really nice.
He knows! He knows we're all watching! Okay! Well, and on the bright side, while we look away from Canyon Slight and
Just made a tweet. Please like, follow, and subscribe.
Passes perks for 5th all time. So shout out, much love
What
to
is your
Carrier.
tweet?
Obviously a ton of milestones. MSI, but always good to celebrate when a player has this much tenure. But might be celebrating something else here on the bottom side. As Doro's already going to be locked up, but Canyon's going in mid lane. That's the flash out for Faker, and he still finds the knockback into the wall. Faker cut down. First blood for GenG.
Faker down.
Mid lane, it's actually GenG that strike first, attacking Faker after Canyon got invaded, right? It was looking really
That is so funny. What the
from
fuck?
T1. Great response from Canyon.
It's a big mistake from Faker as Canyon. Still a moaning, by the way.
Look, he has a lot of emotions.
That is the only thing that he could do, right? Like, you can't, you're Skarner into J4, you can't invade. All you can do is look for a gank. So the fact that Faker dies, gives up his flash, is now down a TP, is a really, really big deal.
And we'll see Owner as he's pathing down towards this bot side. GenG's lane is actually backing, so
Their Vestin has the best tweets.
Should just be able to return to his own camps and clear those up.
Of course, difficult situation in the early game. Heard KMTlol already, but that flash being down makes things so much easier for any repeat ganks. Jarvan, of course, a lot more immediate target access. The Skarner normally a bit slower, but against a flashless champion, it can just be so easy.
Ooh, looking at the bot lane though, it looks like Guma and Carry have been able to at least continuously
Dude, when
generate
nobody
that power that
talks,
we wanted to see,
it's
right?
like absolute silence. It's so weird.
It's early in the draft. Faker knows that Doro is here.
They don't have any noise.
And so much attention paid to the mid lane in this game. Chovy kind of left on an island in the Annie game. This time around, they are not letting Faker play whatsoever. Really trying to capitalize and punish Faker in the earlier stages. The flick back doesn't quite hit, but Owners here to cover as well. And I think not surprising,
Things are looking
given
good.
how well Faker did in the first game. They don't want to give him any room to breathe here in the second.
Yeah, and setting Chovy up in a good position ahead on this rise is actually also going to be great for GenG. Accelerates kind of one of the scaling options in their composition, as we do see Ezreal now on that bot side. And T1 again, we talked about their early Drake prio. They're getting it off that bot lane.
Yep. Talked about the history of the matchup as well. You can see Chovy relatively favored, but it might not be
okay.
on the face of this
What
fight.
the fuck? Huge!
Guma and Faker finding the kill.
Oh my god, Canyon's dead.
In trouble. The Skarner was good early, but he hasn't been
able
still standing. Multiple members marked.
Damn! Oh, Kumba!
Instant feat of warfare for T1, but they're not done. Doran on the top side. Bonks him with the hammer, taking his sweet time, fishing for the knock, but he's not going to finish the job. Ruler uses the barrier, but holds on.
I'm pretty sure T1 kept that Drake damage the entire time during that fight as well. Massive value.
Yeah, that was really good by T1.
Coming out from Keria, able to deal with anything GenG.
They punished them so hard with that play.
T1, many team has fallen.
Like, look at this, dude. This is a 2v4.
Stays hidden
and they all just flash in and just blow the fuck out of him, dude.
Chovy doesn't really have that much damage, and then
How's that Rumble his ass?
Skarner just amongst all these people. Not too much that he can do, and GenG, I think, maybe bolstered a little bit too much by that early gank. Try and go for a hard contest against this comp.
Nice.
Popping off early.
Yeah, and Keen was also, even though he does get the equalizer down, he wasn't exactly in a position to kind of come in and really start roasting people as you'd want from an early Rumble.
Canyon, nice sidestep. May try to go through the wall here, but Keen is on the way down, so he might be happier about this fight than expected. Canyon not feeling the beat at all as Keen manages to find the kill. Canyon still manages to get out. The flash over the wall. They're absolutely bamboozled. Canyon needs a little bit more.
Oh my god, Canyon's still alive! Holy shit, that was such crazy Rise ult usage.
Q forward, shattering strike, buying a bit more time.
Oh, Roberto! They can't do it! GenG so good! Dude, these teams are just so fucking good, man. Holy fuck, T1.
That after the great start early on, Canyon overextended. Little did they know, it was all an elaborate trap as the sidesteps early on dodges the damage.
And the big thing is, Keen is here.
Dude, look at Canyon. Oh, he just gets in there.
His jungler, a solid Canyon, able to flash out, survive this entire thing, and then Doro coming in, locking down Owner, and then they're immediately on to Keria.
And what a bounce back. The previous fight was a disaster. They managed to hold on in that one. And one of the big criticisms levied against GenG, the reason why people might be skeptical. Jungle and support working together, not always on point, but there, Doro showing up just in the nick of time to save his jungler, to find that extra kill, and it's GenG right back in the driver's seat.
And right there, you see as well, Helper, excited about literally every play. Coach Kim, he's watching, he's taking notes.
Good cop, bad cop, you know?
I gotta make sure, you know, it can't just let T1 get away with it, and Helper, we have seen even in backstage, really big for the GenG mentor, and really every single clip. That's just how he is, even
man.
Yeah, you see GenG has a slight gold lead, but off of the reset. T1 actually were able to clean up those grubs, which is going to be really good for them, and they're actually only one objective away from claiming feats outright.
Would be an excellent boon to have at this point in the game. It has been neck and neck, only about a 900 gold lead, 800 now for GenG. Both sides would really love to complete that first item, because I think while we talked about damage potentially running out, we heard it from KMTlol earlier, right now neither side really has enough sustained damage outside of the Rumble to win out in these fights. So the
what the fuck? How do you get both?
Free firing is the Ezreal. Guma unfazed. Carry and now retreating, likely just to fall here. They'll get one. Ruler happy to have the kill.
And that's the playmaking Skarner we've come to expect from
Dude,
Canyon.
Skarner's so disgusting, man.
Dangerous on this champion, and Guma might be in trouble.
Owner spotted.
Dashing through, Mystic shot sidestepped. TP on the way down, Owner on the way in. Flash out from Guma is good. Shattering strike still hits, and down he goes. Owner's finally here.
It's too late.
Look at that TP, so slow.
There's no play left.
And that is a TP invested by Faker. That is Guma's flash now down. And that's the second game in a row where it feels like GenG is just straight up running away with this early game.
Oh, man.
Right? When we talk about GenG, we mentioned platonic ideals already. GenG are that precise team, right? But when it's time to step on the gas, when they know they have an advantage, when they need to push it, when he needs to find a gank, GenG can still do it. They find those plays on the bottom side, and T1 are the ones left wondering what the hell is happening.
Yeah, and the big thing is that Chovy is now in such a good position. Already 3, 1, and 2 on this rise. Should be able to lock that first item in soon off of this back. Yep, there we go. Roa, that's going to make him so much more difficult to kill now.
10 minutes, and Keen, with First Strike in particular, if you can get your early spikes, sitting on the biggest gold lead in the game, by the way, 1,000 for this Rumble, courtesy of his own early
GenG is just that good, dude.
So quickly, because it takes, right, part of the damage that you do, if you have a very early Leandris and you're just farming that again and again and again, and T1, they still have a lot of aggressive power when it comes towards this front to back, right? There's the Ornn, there is the Jarvan as well, and there is a lot of CC that can kind of play the way that GenG did in the previous game.
They can, but we'll see how GenG kind of want to set up potentially around this Drake. Because I am not sure if T1 are going to want to fight them. But T1's going to start it out.
T1 kicking things off. GenG not in a great spot. Do have the necessary vision to try and contest. Ruler off on the side seems to be the target.
Trying to get Duro. Oh my god, Duro's fucked.
Do anything. Excellent block on the ulti coming in from Ruler. Solid pick to start the fight for T1. And now GenG, they're starting to reconsider.
You kind of set that up, Dracos, with the pick potential, right? The Braum to Leah
Are they gonna
combo
try
coming in
to
clutch
steal it?
for T1.
Look at that TP.
Canyon.
Doran's on his way.
Ruler still standing.
Oh.
1500, it's going to be the flip. Chovy potentially locked up by the ramp.
Oh.
T1 already found one. They're looking for another. Chovy off on the side.
Chovy.
T1 descending. Keen trying to make the difference.
Oh my god, they're all so low. Can't get in there.
And GenG, they knew that was happening. They knew they were a member down. They knew that Keen's still at the base before he could TP because he was sitting on a monstrous amount of gold. He only had a Haunting, guys. Instead, they overcommit like they did in the first Drake fight. T1 take the gold lead back and 2 Drakes to 0.
And it started with getting that pick, right?
Yeah, I don't know why he wanted to fight through that giant.
Able to then make it at a numbers disadvantage. And here we go with the Keria ult combo on top of the Faker flick. Duro is dead for this, and that is the go button for T1, right? And I was kind of surprised that GenG continued to try to contest this instead of just soft contesting.
Especially with Chovy being Rise, right? Unless you flash, once they get on top of you, you're not going to be able to get an easy way out. There's way too much CC. Maybe looking for a quick exit, but if everyone on GenG is there, you're just going to get burned down. In the early game, a back and
Keria is so good.
T1, those 2 Drakes are going to be
Keria is like a beast, dude.
They certainly are, and you have to be so confident when you go for these fights against the Braum. Keria has been getting such insane passive value in every single fight because they've just been messy, they've been scrappy, and it's been a super back and forth game. The initial camp steals into the first gank from Canyon, the fight where GenG fumble a bit despite finding that kill. And then they immediately get a fight back, and here we have this just continuing this trend of trading fights, and at this point, neither side with a massive advantage. It is, to your point earlier, just those Drakes, the convenience of being able to set up around the threat of Soul Point as we see the red contestant.
This is pick T1. The moment they get a slight lead, they feel like they're ahead, they're going to be pushing into your jungle. They're going to be taking your camps, and they're going to be looking for chip damage on anyone they can find.
Yeah, that's what makes this T1 team so deadly, right? Is again, like either punishing mistakes or trying to find windows. As Owner is there to absolutely stuff this attempt from Canyon.
Ready to body block. Whatever that Scorpion's going to do, I will eat that damage so Guma can free fire. And again, this mid lane matchup is tough because neither side really has too much life
Chovy needs
so
more
gets the poke,
gold, dude.
Or the Mystic shots. That damage is going to stick before an objective.
Doesn't have enough
Chovy
gold.
is laning as just Roa with a couple of stacks
You
right.
drinking this?
Rooker, Ornn. Doran is completely unfazed, and for Doran, all he really cares about, the fact that he's behind Keen, it doesn't really matter. He wants to hit his levels, and in experience, isn't even behind, actually slightly ahead. Want to get to the level 13, 14 breakpoint where you can start giving out the items to the rest of your team.
And you can already see T1 rotating up, Faker using the TP on this top side, and Keria coming over to maybe look for something onto that Rumble as Guma chases out Duro, and this should be a nice setup directly before Herald.
Control over the top side going to T1 is big. Keen, no TP of his own. Chovy does have TP, hence being forced to lane in that bot side matchup where maybe he's not going to do too much damage. And T1 choking the vision out. They don't want to give GenG that easy access into the pit.
Yeah, they're contesting it pretty well.
Should be in time.
But
just after this
I don't know.
spawns, they should be able to get into position.
I don't even think GenG are strong right now.
To respond to the push in mid, respond to the push in
Like until Rise and Ezreal get their second item, I feel like it's really hard.
Already on it, pretty much at spawn.
GenG, though, still have the power of a very fed Rumble with the first strike and the Canyon on the Skarner, right? So the only thing I think T1 need to avoid at all costs is just walking into a big multi-man engage from Duro and from Canyon. That could be enough to turn the fight as the TP comes in.
TP from GenG, immediate response coming in from Doran. Chovy now trying to run more pout. He wants nothing to do with that fight. Lockup goes there on Duro.
Oh, they're kind of split.
On this side. Doran quick to follow up as well. Knocking him down. Canyon needs to get out. They'll find the retreat, but it's T1 who are first on pulling the trigger. T1 finding the angle of attack. Chovy, Ruler still standing. Double threats. Canyon there to potentially steal. It looks like the objective is already gone. Down goes the Herald. Retreat out from Duro. 4 members standing on the side of GenG, but T1 looking to let him down. Ruler. Knock up now connecting. Doran running out of health. The turn.
Huge 3-man.
Chovy needs the damage to finish the job.
The knock-up.
Is the Herald into the mid lane, and T1 get the fight.
And GenG did
T1
there, even though they were able to get off a beautiful CC combination from Duro and Canyon. T1 clean up the fight. They get the Herald and they get mid.
What is them fighting like?
Selection here. Coming into the fight, we talked about what can Keen do, and guess what? In this fight, basically nothing. Thanks to the engage from Doran with the flash ult into knock-up, saves that fight. If Keen gets even a little bit of damage from the equalizer, if you look at how close that fight ended up being, could have been the turning point. He is so insane.
Yeah, T1's playing really well.
What happens is he gets blown up, and then even though the GenG front line does a good job of layering the CC, softening up the targets, softening up for who? And for what? Because they don't have the damage to cut through these health bars.
And we talked about heroic ultis from Canyon, and this was
they're so close.
The game where Chovy can bear that damage burden alone.
So crazy.
Targets, right? The Braum, the front line, so difficult to get through. And GenG biting off more than they can chew. We'll see if they make the same mistake twice. Again, Keen, the player you need to keep your eyes on.
But they don't have any
He was the one who was
ults.
picked off. He's the one with the gold advantage and the power to change the fight. T1 know it as well. No reason to risk, but it is Soul Point. Faker poking, prodding on the side, contesting a bit of vision, making sure GenG feel threatened. But T1 not
I don't know if
hesitating to
GenG
risk
can
the
even
flip.
fight this, dude.
Canyon, they don't see him. Faker walled his zone off. Equalizer to start things off, keeping them in the fight. Canyon going over, but who's going to get it in the end? Eyes on the Drake.
Ruler.
Kuma continuing to free fire. Uncontested his door, just barely makes it.
Okay.
He will get cut down.
This might be a win. No. Guma Yushi.
Sure as hell have the damage. Another fight in their favor.
Canyon still in the area. Might look for a possible steal. Desperation play from the Skarner. He's not seen.
2.5K. Getting lower. Not spotted.
Doesn't know.
Doesn't know. Goes in, goes right back out. But now the chase. Skate. T1 want a little bit more. Canyon running. Flick back, flashed away. Oh, they get the flash as well, and that makes it that much more devastating.
And T1.
Yeah, they didn't have their ult combos.
The CC isn't layered with the equalizer, so it just doesn't do enough damage. And again, a crucial member of GenG gets blown up in the fight as Doran again hits the mark.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Doran and Faker combo coming out from this fight to immediately get onto Ruler, kind of take him out. And even though Keen is still doing a really solid amount of damage, there's still just not enough damage coming out of this team to clean up T1.
And that's Soul Point. That is 26 kill in 18 minutes. I was really excited to just have a nice chat with you guys. You know, our LCK games, sometimes we have the opportunity for that.
Not today, not today.
Not in this game.
Not with T1 in control of the tempo.
Definitely not. And one thing that I will say,
Oh.
Guma looking powerful, but maybe
Guma
area here to body block and try to cover. Guma doing as best he can, but they're moving their way around the unbreakable. Down goes the equalizer. Cut out of the fight.
Wait, who's that? Someone's cut out. Doran.
Coming through for GenG. They found the angle and they're taking it. Quick double for Ruler.
We talked about Ruler being taken out of the last
Dude,
fight.
this game is... Dude, even though T1 has like a 3K gold lead, It still feels really close.
From GenG.
That's crazy, dude.
To the two
Why are they
items
so
both
good?
Chovy and Ruler, tiers fully stacked. Once they get that, it's going to be a nice influx of power for the coming fight. We're still far away from Baron. It's a breakneck speed. You highlighted it beautifully, Mao, but Baron not on the table. Otacon 20 seconds away, though. Maybe the angle of attack for GenG.
Yeah, the big two things we have to watch out for are that Otacon and the fact that they need to contest T1 on this Hextech Soul. You do not want to give this team composition, especially Gumayushi Lucian, a Hextech Soul.
As stroke of irony, as it's Guma that kind of gets caught in a spot where Ruler often has been found. Really good immediate collapse, and you see T1 try and maybe salvage the fight, but the moment the Doran also gets slammed into the wall, the side the better of it is Ruler.
Nice.
They are not out of
Oh
this
my
game,
god,
so they're
Otacon
started
flip
up.
again.
Doran trying to get in, ready to blow the horn if he has to.
What
Owner
the
is so
fuck?
denying access to the pit. Doran getting chunked out, still 5K, they can't really afford. Instead, they're turning. GenG collapsing on the flanker of Doran, but here comes Faker laying down the wall.
Oh no.
Ulti, leverage. Only one member gonna get knocked
Oh,
out. They wanna burn through
Canyon.
Chovy. 4K on the objective, they're not gonna be able to finish it, but now the fight breaking out. Carrier.
Oh, that bit.
She's throwing down the calling, and all of GenG is starting to fall. Chovy and Keen on the run.
Oh.
They can burn whoever they want, but it's not enough to take the fight. Doran unfazed. Carrier stepping up. Faker to follow through.
Otacon throw, man.
But it belongs to T1.
The T1 not going to let a single pick stop them from doing what they love, which is fist fighting to the death. As the crowd goes crazy, Otacon goes the way of T1, and the odds of this series going to 1-1 are looking good right now.
And the crowd deafening, there's no way, there's no amount of white noise in the world that can stop GenG from hearing it. The sixth man for this T1 lineup. And again, the perfect world for Keen. You can see it. The 2K individual gold lead, but without him in a fight, it is a 6K relative deficit for GenG, and that's devastating.
It's devastating, and I actually thought Faker, being able to separate with the wall was kind of the setup for that fight, right? Because GenG were kind of stymied.
Dude, it's not over yet,
like,
dude.
Okay, where do we go? Who do we want to jump onto?
Hey, well, Chovy and Ruler both have 2 items now.
This game.
Except they're also down 5K
They
gold.
tried to look for Doran, but I think he took a path, and you could see Canyon going towards upper part of the brush, expecting Doran to walk back to his team, but he just walked down instead, and that means they couldn't get the pick onto Doran, which means that Canyon was overextended. And I think GenG with a desperation play there, and now again, the gold lead already rough, but T1 have 3 Drakes, and you cannot again. Of all Drakes, I think Hextech Soul is the most unplayable. There's just no way you get to play the game from any point onwards because the slow is so debilitating. They also have the ornaments, and the one lead that GenG had the flowers now mitigated as well.
Definitely are. The big thing, not a third completed item here for Guma or Faker yet, but they're on the way. So a brief window, or at least in terms of completed items, GenG are close. But this fight is going to be incredibly difficult. You can see they don't have control over mid. The range of the Ezreal, the ulti, not enough to give them that mid lane push in the face of Guma, who has that extra PF sword, that extra pickaxe.
And you see how T1 have done such a good job, right? We have this, we have the Ornn already TPing bot, and they've already pushed into this bot side jungle. It's a perfect setup to really put GenG in an advantageous position.
Well,
where they
if they're going to win, this is it.
Again, it has to be a combo. It has to be a combination of Canyon and Keen, maybe Duro, finding multi-man ultimates if GenG want to salvage this fight.
Ulti from Ruler only connecting on the carry. Off on the side.
Oh, Keen!
Once again, he buys an extra second, but it just does not matter. Down goes the Rumble. The equalizer decent, but the follow-up is just not there. Carry a body blocking, keeping Chovy out of the fight single-handedly. He's going to be able to realm warp to safety, but Canyon with a pullback. Can it be the face that turns? Faker stunned, not able to find the
Oh my god, they can't get that damage down. Ah, GG.
Just keep the ball rolling. GenG shell-shocked as T1 break into the mid lane.
It's a layered engage from T1.
Oh, you can't get 1 kill. It's crazy.
Followed up by Faker, followed up by Owner, followed up by Carrier. And T1 gonna get Hextech Soul and stamp out the remaining hopes, I think, of GenG in this game too.
Yeah, they're in such a good position. And that was such a beautiful Drake setup. GenG had no choice but to contest, especially after what I thought could have been a very early wall from Faker, and a bit costly, ended up corralling GenG into a point where immediately T1 is going to jump onto Keen.
Yeah, Keen here, what is he doing, man?
Here, he is taken out of the fight so early, and that's crucial because he's still so much of GenG's damage.
And while this is the priceless moment of the game, the cost for GenG making that misstep, for Keen, again, getting caught out, is Hextech. The soul you never want to see on the opposing side. And we know what happens when you fall behind this Braum composition. It's so easy for them to clean up these kills. There's nowhere for GenG to go once they start to lose a fight.
And we often talk about the lane when it comes to the Ornn into the Rumble, right? Because you're able, as Dorn with a smile on his face, I love to see it, as a double kill is happening. Guys, the Hextech soul's gone. I don't think that GenG really gets to do a whole lot, but what I want to highlight, it's also, in these fights, Keen needs to be on top of people. He doesn't really have a choice, right? He needs to do damage, he needs to actually get value from his kid. But the moment you get even remotely close, you are an immobile carry. Ornn can just, with any of his CC, any of his knock-up, especially with the follow-up that's there, between Braum passive, between Talia flick, between Owner following up, it's so easy to just find a target, an immobile carry on GenG, and blow them up.
Definitely is. And the range advantage right now for T1 just makes it so difficult for them to play out. You can see a world where Chovy's a little bit further ahead and you can just walk through that front line, obliterate those tanky members. But just now, getting that bit of magic penetration. Only level 14 to the 15 of Faker, despite having the Roa, a difficult position to find themselves in. Faker, again, the member that we looked at in terms of individual performance, who had a lackluster playoffs, a lot of deficits, even if he still had some clutch moments. But in this game, he has been a monster. 5, 2, and 18. 23 out of 24 kills for this Talia mid lane.
Yeah, and this is the exact pick I love to see him on, right? Like, he has such an incredible mind for the game. I love seeing him
I'm surprised they're doing really well with this draft.
Able to get into
I feel like King or someone's getting caught out before the fight even starts.
Kind of doing a very similar
They haven't been able to combo their abilities at all.
Setup, right? Like, they pushed out this bot
I mean, T1's comp is really good at catching people out.
Immediately on to the Baron. They have great vision set up.
TP from Dorn is coming in, but the Baron is going down.
Meantime, Dorn buying a bit more space. They're not in a position to contest. They can't even get Dorn as well. Now the horn has been blown, and it might be Keen who's been caught out. Dorn trying to find the disengagement. In the meantime, it's Keen getting cut down where he stands. Does not have time to go golden. It does not matter as Faker's on a rampage. And T1 are out for blood.
Dorn is but the jester. He's distracting them, TPing in their midst as GenG see the objective taken by T1. And now what surely will be the final push of this game too.
T1 pushing through, tearing GenG apart in these fights. GenG had that first kill, but kept giving these angles back to T1. Owner getting aggressive.
Holy shit, Owner does so much damage.
Ready to follow up. He has to go back under the tier 3 tower. Good sidestep keeps him standing. T1 maybe forced back for a moment, but as you highlight, Emily, Faker is here. And the Hextech Soul, that poke only continuing to add up. Ruler trying to get some push, but Carrier ready. Uses the unbreakable. GenG.
The damage. It's T1.
Lock up there. Flick back onto Canyon. Manages to find a few members, but again, GenG running, sent packing. GenG, when they had the lead, they choked T1 out, but T1 backbreakers in this game as Guma finds the double, looking for a few more kills, looking to tie up the series. GenG, whatever dominance they had domestically, it's a different story on the international stage. T1 won't go quietly, and GenG sent packing here in game 2.
I love the way we saw how both of these teams choke out their opponents. As we see T1 cleaning up the Nexus.
God damn, they're so good.
Slow things down. They're like, we're gonna force you to come to us. You're gonna have to make terrible decisions. T1 are like, you have to make terrible decisions, and we are going to punch you in the face.
And Doran in particular, that Ornn game, crazy.
Incredible stuff. Let's go back over to the analysts to talk about that crazy turn from T1.
Thank you so much. Wow, kind of like a mirror from the first game, but this time it was T1, and in that, another milestone hit for Faker. 1,000 kills he has. Internationally. That is insane.
That is more than so many amazing players have in their entire career. The GOAT is just different.
Oh man, he can throw some rocks too. Okay, let's talk about this game then, because T1 obviously on the back foot. And Azael, I was talking to you about kind of, it's kind of a gamble that they're going for here. They really need to get the damage off with their Lucian, maybe their Talia. They cannot fall behind. That's risky behavior, but they thread the needle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they knew that they needed to have a lot of early action, and this game was stuffed with it. It was a ridiculous combined kills per minute. It was just fight after fight after fight after fight.
By 28 minutes, 43 kills.
Holy!
Absurd. This is what I got used to in the LPL. The fact that we got to see is, and you mentioned it, you have like Talia, Ornn, J4. If you feel like you can win the fight, you will win the fight. And GenG was willing to respond. So T1 was putting the gauntlet down.
Because it was kind of touch and go for T1 in that early game, despite getting the early fight around Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Canyon played an incredible early game. This guy was involved in all of their early plays. He was everywhere. So it was not just smooth sailing here for T1. They did not just run over GenG. Canyon is involved in the first blood, and he is involved in everything that they do. Beautiful sidestep there on the engage. He's able to turn around so many plays, and it was 7 out of 7 KP to start the game.
Oh, man.
Mid do that for me.
Hang on, I'm going to clean out my cup.
Block towards the blue pit, and then also is able
I'll be right back.
towards the support.
All of this to not kill him there.
Insane. And all of this with the context of his early game, he was cooked. Like you saw in the level 1, Owner gets his blue buff, goes and takes his camps. So like the only play that he could go for is the gank. He ends up getting the gank towards mid lane and it works out. So like it was looking pretty good for GenG in the early portions of this game.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you take it in context, the fact that they have this 1,000 gold lead with a comp that outscales. You know, they needed to kind of sit back, but though T1 was low on damage, they were very heavy on ability to start fights, on ability to be proactive, and that's what kind of led to this big Otacon fight.
Yeah, the Otacon fight was insane because GenG really feeling like the pressure a little bit. They thought that they had the tempo. They were initially on it, and they also just zero in on Ornn. It's like, okay, maybe we can push him out of the fight and try and make it more difficult for them. But then I thought, specifically J4, played this fight as well as you possibly could.
I mean, he was just smurfing. Flash forward, 3-man ulti. He's able to EQ Flag and Drake for a triple knockup after the 3-man ulti. Gets out to safety. The team piles in. Doran was just kind of playing distraction duty there, creating space for Guma and Faker to get the work done.
And where in the LCK domestically, you sometimes would say they don't seem on the same page, specifically when it comes to these important skirmishes. It's so different, and this was only one game, right? But I think it's so dangerous because when you're GenG, you're starting to think about it, right? You're starting to think about, oh no, they're feeling comfortable now. Oh no, maybe they're just willing to slam a comp that isn't that good and just slam it on top of us, maybe.
Yeah, but Owner and, I mean, this generation of T1 are so willing to take skirmishes like this. They are fight hungry, so it's not something that is unexpected. What was unexpected for me was when GenG was like a little bit further behind. They were like, no, we're meeting you in these fights, and we think one fight is all it takes for us to get back into this. So it was just a slugfest.
Absolutely, and this brings me to the HyperX Reflex replay. This was the Herald fight earlier on, and it's this TP that's going to be coming in here from Chovy. The team is kind of split. You can see that T1 got push in mid lane here, so Ruler is a bit late to the fight. We can roll it out, and as soon as Chovy arrives, he realizes T1 are going to collapse on him. They're counter TPing. Ruler again behind the play, so Chovy has to realm warp out to this side. What this means is that the team is split. The carries are over here, so T1 immediately goes in. Doran R flash over the wall, catches the rumble here as they dive in on the 3-man squad from GenG. So T1 create this chaotic situation, force the hand of Ruler. He is late to respond, and you think from here, surely it's over, but GenG find an angle to look for a re-engage. Duro and Canyon rejoin their teammates through the Hex gates here, and then they're able to get in. Ruler is kiting back out. It's a great ulti that's going to be coming up here from Canyon. It's set up by Duro, 3-man ulti, and you're thinking, this could be problematic. But then the creativity here from Owner. All aboard the Herald. He is driving through all of the GenG members, knocks them all up, knocks down the tower. That's T1 magic, baby.
That's the fight I had to watch like 3 times in a row because I didn't catch the J4 part of it at the first time.
You're like, wait 1 second, can you do that? Is that allowed?
Is that an icon on that Herald?
T1 Circus, lovingly dubbed that way from the LCK fans, and we can see why. It is lovingly because it's just beautiful to see. You say it there, creativity in these moments, but we're all squared off. And if I know GenG, I know that the series isn't over that fast, of course. They will fight back, but as we highlighted Ruler in that last game, I'd like to also highlight Gumayushi in this one, but there was a lot of on his shoulders, right? And he had an expert team behind him, Ras, to make sure.
There's some broad shoulders.
that he was put in the position to be able to carry.
Yeah, especially if you're on Lucian. A lot of it's going to be like tough action that's going to be flying at you, especially if you're dealing with like the Skarner ulti. There was one fight that he kind of got chipped on it, but he had to recognize in the next few fights he needed to be playing a lot more smarter. And that one fight around Dragon, Dragon, I thought he played excellently, honestly. Like, sure, Dragon was just smacking him, but I think he was just
Show me the damage on kills here, Raz. I'm curious, because it feels like Lucian, so much of the damage he was putting out. Look at that.
Yeah.
Like, such a high percentage of both Faker as well as Guma's damage and Owners was all damage that was contributing to kills. It wasn't just like random poke damage. They were hard committing to fights, finding the angle, getting the kill, and that's how they did it.
It was a life-sized go button, and they hit it every single time, which means we are at 1-1 in this series in the match that will decide who gets their ticket to the grand final directly. We'll be back with Game 3.
Oh yeah, EWC. Ooh. It's gonna go on the same time as Asian Masters. Oh, it's a Gate 2.0? Yeah, basically. Oh, man.
All right, guys. I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
There's only a few more days.
Pay your way.
Oh, but the yeah. Oh, man.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. With LoL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane.
Hell yeah.
Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Dude, EWC format is so ass. It's like BO1 and BO, what's it called, 3s. What's the score? 1-1. Yeah. Oh.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around.
Yeah, I fucked up my sleep schedule so hard for MSI.
Great game today. Oh, Owner, you dropped this.
Damn. Well, unsurprisingly, T1 continued to aura farm, not just lore, but also in Game 2, GenG. And I think for both teams, we've seen they have the potential to just run away with the game, but for GenG, cracks in the armor. Made a lot of mistakes, and some of those mistakes they made twice, continuing to force some pretty awkward fights.
Owner, aura farming both out of game with the jacket and the pendant and everything. Also in game
Yeah,
with
they
the
had
Jarvan
2 scaling champions, but they
was
just
partially,
fought every
I think,
time.
Really good setup from T1, them also showing we are not just a Baron team. Really, we knew that, but it's good to see it in game as well. I feel like in game 1 they gravitated towards more. But secondly, the GenG decision making was not up to par, and I think that that's going to be a big fix going into game number 3.
Yeah, there are a lot of times, especially at that Drake fight, where it kind of really turned into T1's favor.
The first bad one, or the second bad one, or the third one?
Yeah,
Look,
Drakes were a bit close.
I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the second one.
There you go.
But it was basically like you don't necessarily have to contest, right? Like if you have uneven numbers, it's fine. Maybe soft, like poke at them a bit, back off. You have such great scaling on your team. Maybe don't contest it. They do end up contesting it. It does not go in their way. And then one thing I think T1 did do really well when they were able to separate these fights, when Doran was able to get in, right? Or when Faker was able to separate them with a wall, that they immediately identified early in mid-game that Keen was the one who could absolutely cook them, figuratively and kind of literally, because he was on the Rumble.
And it's credit to T1 that they also were very aware of that and the target selection in every fight. Like, I think partially Keen didn't have a great game, but also I don't think he got to play the game. Against Ornn and Jarvan in particular, it's just so hard to actually ever step up as, oh my god, Pantheon's open.
Yeah, as we enter Pixabans powered by Omen and HyperX.
Damn, Pantheon.
But it is no surprise to see it immediately locked in. We have to assume T1 wanted to trade it for something, and the answer is the Scion and some GenG signs, as we'll keep you updated on what happened there.
I'm thinking it could be one of the champions that was hovered. Yes, it is the Victor for Faker, which actually, we think of Faker, we think of, you know, the Azir, we think of the Orianna, we think of the Talia, we even think of like Akali, right, and some pop-off performances. Victor is actually his most played champion this year.
Ironic that Chovy has the highest high-profile clip of him at the end of the base in T1. But I think that this, again, we said it at the start of the series, and it will continue to be a theme. T1 is going to just grind comfort picks for Faker. They do it here with the Victor, and we do see Chovy going towards the Galio here. The Galio Pantheon combination in side lanes. Whew.
I was gonna say, this is already looking pretty scary coming out of GenG. The Keen Sante. Are we gonna see it?
GenG. This will be some pretty big guns coming out in game 3. Oh my gosh, Keen Sante, Pantheon, and the Galio.
I was kind of hoping for the Keen Camille Galio, you know, that's a classic for a reason.
True.
But the Keen Sante, also an incredible pick, and it is looking like...
Yeah, Camille, I don't know, I wish we could see more Camille.
Can at least deal with these front lines, right? Maybe a bit more on the towards the hyper carry end of the spectrum. We do still have the Varus, the Caitlyn Bandaway, which I think should come as no surprise.
It's tricky though, right? Because when you already have a Victor and a Sion, you're kind of set up for that front to back. Zin comes in though, and actually surprised to see it make it this far in the series. Was of course on the table in the previous match before second ban phase, but now Zin versus Panth, a matchup we've seen I feel like hundreds of times worldwide.
And again, mentioning it, it's worth mentioning again, Owner, I do think is the best Sinjao in the world. But I am looking at what GenG have, and I'm like, this is very scary. There's so many tools for them to be able to create side lane pressure and also just be able to join up for fights.
Thus far, it's both teams with draft that will make you go, oh my god, they got everything they wanted. Which I hope that as we get to the rounding out, that's going to remain the case. I think that's where we have seen a lot of teams struggle. T1 being on the red side could be looking towards a carrier counter pick. One of the big values, obviously, this player has is how crazy eclectic his champion pool is. As the looking at what will be banned, we do see the Kalista, or the Renata, which hopefully means that the Kalista won't be picked. I know that was a big topic going in. Is one of these teams going to blatantly disregard the stats? Thus far, there haven't been TF bans, so I'm not feeling too bad about them ignoring it.
No TF bans, although both these mid laners have played TF. Somewhat recently.
Don't wish that upon us.
They looked good.
And they did though. No, that's
I mean, so far, I think GenG's draft's kind of like... I don't know, I feel like they don't really have that much damage. I feel like T1's draft is better.
So Ziggs banned away.
Like the first 3 picks for T1 I feel like are really good.
Potential bot lane matchup, and now the final ban. Gotta limit carrier's pool. Wondering if Bard shows his face in this pick ban. Very good against T1. Doro, a guy who modeled a lot of his play after Carrier, maybe looking to bring out that pick as well.
Yeah.
After we see that going through, I fully expect them to pick Guma's champion here as we see the Corki ban coming out, and then really save that R5 for Carrier.
Yeah, it could be a Jinx.
Because of a lot of what we've talked about, right? Like, a counter pick in Carrier's hands can be so powerful. He has such a deep champ pool.
I don't think Jinx would be the best here.
He wants to wait to see
but he
what the
doesn't play
rest
Kai'Sa, right?
going to lock in before
Guma doesn't play
picking
Kai'Sa.
it. No hovers yet for Guma.
Varus is banned.
It's going to shape this composition. MF showing us more about the team fight combo. Not necessarily always about the front to back, but definitely wants to leverage the CC that the Zin, the Sion, the Victor can bring to bear.
I don't really like the
MF.
MF.
It's been fine, but pick hasn't really felt that
Don't
crazy.
pick Senna.
Really
what?
I think someone reliant on the opponent kind of overextend. This should be a no-brainer. Senna and Ali to come through here.
Oh, I don't know, man.
That GenG have
Yo, Alex, what's
the
up?
one thing they do need to be careful of, unless Chovy goes for the
Dude.
build. We saw Shanks go into him, the full AP Galio build. If they fall behind in mid-game, this comp lacks damage. Late game, you're obviously fine with
not
the
a fan of these kinds of comps.
Even the Cassandra at that
I
point
feel like it's so hard to play them.
No. It's fine. It's carry as baiting.
Yeah.
Guys, is he baiting? Mao?
He wouldn't. There we go.
The timer's up. Is it actually up? It's Bard. Okay.
Bard.
That's still hype. Everything is hype. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
what a roller coaster.
I know.
Every hover was good.
The Pike would have been kind of insane just because that was his pick,
I don't
right?
know if Bard is that good here.
On which he eliminated GenG from last year's Worlds, but it is the Bard coming through. This should be great. Once Carrier gets on the map with this Bard, he is phenomenal on it.
And we need to see Canyon run the early game. The side lane pressure from GenG needs to be great, because I think that when it comes to actual even number fights, I don't think they're going to have the best of time. I think there's a lot more power for T1. There is also the fact that both
Wait,
Senna
what? What are you
and the
talking
Pantheon
about?
can really struggle into the Bard because they don't have an easy way of getting out of that ultimate. And for T1, when it comes to particularly that Xin Zhao MF combo, your early skirmishes are so dangerous.
Early skirmishes, and again, one thing I really loved from T1's composition last time was that they did have that pushing bot lane, right? Bot lane being a source of power for
You're talking about Senna?
is a hallmark
Senna's not really immortal.
of this T1 team's success.
Yeah, I feel like that Sion's gonna be unkillable.
Control over this bot side wave with the MF and the Bard into Senna just feels pretty bad. Alistar, not the best.
I feel like T1's comp is better.
It's not going to be a fun lane. They need to get big though. Yeah, and I think the thing we have to track for Ruler now specifically is where does he get stacks? Because normally you really want to see a matchup where you can kind of free fire, you get those autos down. We've seen a lot of teams at this tournament struggle to find the right lane assignments to ensure that the Senna can stack up, scale up, because that range advantage as you go later in the game has the potential to be big, and you don't want to be approaching a late game situation where Faker on this Victor gets to play against so many short range champions.
That is where the Cassante can come in super handy, right? When we had proper lane swaps at level 1, Cassante actually deals with lane swaps super, super well. So obviously, Keen, phenomenal on this pick. We call it Keen Sante for a reason. He's 47 and 17 on it going into this game. But that is, I'm also super curious to see the lane assignments if the Senna ends up really falling behind, if GenG try to swap out of it.
The other big thing is punishing the Sion blind, right? You really want to be able to shut that pick down because so often we've seen aggressive top laning option, Sion comes out, and even though you get that early gold lead,
how's my voice?
It was a similar
it's getting better, but it still sucks.
It was the Rumble, absorbed the pressure on the Ornn for the side of Doran, is set up to kind of do the same thing here and just try to outvalue in team fights. As we do have a bit of a pause for a peripheral issue, and we'll keep you updated if there's any more news.
As far as rules go, that's one of the better issues.
I'm part of the Church of Chovy.
Easy fix. Hopefully we can get in the game soon. The decision-making of GenG in that game number 2 was below what they have shown domestically, right? This is a team that is very often, more so than any other team, given all the praise for their ability to identify, is this a good fight? No, we trade on the cross map. I think that in the previous game, T1 really pulled them into, if you want to phrase it that way, the circus, but just the T1 playstyle, right? Very high tempo, continuous fights. But it was also GenG opting into a lot of those that I felt like they really didn't need to take, right? Where they actually, if they would have just based, looked for the crossmap, it would have been fine. With this comp, I don't think you get to do that. I actually do think that both Canyon and Chovy need to look for these early plays. Pantheon and Galio as a 2v2 is disgustingly strong, right? The amount of CC you have, the upfront burst, very, very good tools. But if you don't use that, and as you're saying, I think botlane's going to struggle because your level 1 is rough. Your Senna Alistar into Bard MF.
It just feels so,
it's not good, which I think
having
means,
solo queue flashbacks.
I know,
sorry, guys.
it's rough. And I think that means that you can't try and get tempo on the swap, get Senna into Sion, and farm those stacks.
I'm cheering for GenG, but I think T1's going to win this game.
Focus around those Drakes, and when you have pushing lanes, it's really easy to see how that setup's going to work. The issue has now been resolved. Vancouver ready for game 3, 1-1. So far, winner here moving on to match point advantage in the series. GenG with a lot of tools.
Like, this GenG comp looks so pussy-o, dude. No? Like, I don't know.
This is a very heavily T1 crowd, I think. But we did hear the T1 fighting.
That's never happened. Nah. Underdogs, I think it's safe to say.
Still when it comes to the crowd, every time.
Yeah. He is aura farming. He dodged a Q. The crowd went wild. Of course, Keria. It's just a constant barrage of stats and record breaking when either of these teams play on stage.
Faker passing 1,000 kills at international events, though. That's just like no one's ever gonna
against Chovy.
You know how when you
see, dude, I like T1, I just don't like their fans, that's all.
What you're witnessing.
Like, I really like the T1 team. Their fans are just annoying, dude. Dude, they were like shitting on me for cheering for CFO. They're like, oh, CFO's so good, how come they lost to T1? T1's fucking amazing. Also, T1's so good, how come they went to 5 games against CFO?
I want to notice that Faker did go for Grasp, which we see a lot on Victor.
So crazy, dude.
Ensuring that he will be able to farm up as much as possible, and basically for free, of the Galio, who without having help in the lane, shouldn't really be able to do too much.
I just think it's weird. This is like...
Bard level 1, obviously notoriously oppressive, has access to the Cosmic Binding and the passive. Feels effectively like 2 skills early on. Doro Headbutt, very common, right? There's not a lot you can do. You just
But
punch
it's
away, you try to make
whatever.
the trades as favorable as possible. Ruler does have a bit of sustain, as does Doro, so can maybe weather the storm
this
here.
Polly,
Carry a pack
yeah.
is the initial spell on that summoner.
It's really, really rough.
And yeah, they should be able to easily take control over the lane. Basically, for Ruler, he is going to be at least trying to get XP, trying to get soul farming started as quickly as possible. But this lane is a very, very rough time for the Senna Alistar.
Yeah, he's sitting at 3 minions. And the stacks obviously not going well. Should be able to pick up at least a little, but also did feel like he just missed a lot. Not necessarily because of them crashing into the turret, but just early on. So not the best start there for the Senna. As we also, both junglers were spotted on their Raptors. So GenG bot lane, or the GenG bot lane knows that Owner is on
GenG
their
bot
way,
lane getting
they
dicked
won't
on
get
hard.
help, and T1 also knows
Dude,
that.
I
don't know
like
if they
GenG
spotted
a
each
lot.
other's
I think they're
wards.
so
That at
good.
least the GenG one, or one on GenG's Raptors was spotted. And Keen, getting Sion low is nice, but let's be real, you're not going to be able to actually threaten him unless Kenyon makes his way over. But even then, Sion notoriously hard to dive early.
Definitely can be. Chovy, the losing end of the early trades here. Victor, really solid against these melee options. Galio brings a lot to the team composition, but the early lane could be really tricky. Just the Q trading on the Scythe and power, giving you that additional shielding, that additional movement speed start as you get the upgrade. I mean, it's just miserable to play against.
And this is, again, everything a T1 composition wants, right? As we see this bot lane not letting up on their pressure onto Ruler and Duro, but this should give them the easiest first Drake access of any game they've played thus far in the series. And they've already done a great job of locking in that first Drake and making Drake.
No, I don't know. I just think GenG is really, really good.
And I think this is tough now for Canyon.
So it's just fun watching them play.
We want to see a lot of impact from the Pantheon. The ganks don't have to come pre-6, but it's nice if they do. However, with full pressure mid lane, full pressure bot lane as well, he's losing chunks of his jungle. He's going to be at risk if he moves into bot lane or bot side of the river blind without knowing where Owner is.
Laning phases outside of Keen. Not looking too hot for now is Guma.
Good. Guma locked up, forced to cleanse. Nice
wow,
trade there coming in from GenG. Lucaria, level 4, getting that extra Chime XP and really making the difference.
Big combo found there by Duro. Able to get the cleanse out. That's a big summoner, both with the Galio and with the Pantheon available. Makes it a lot easier later on to get a possible play onto Guma, as I think we do see the pings going down right now onto Krugs. So they do know that Zinzao is in that area, and Keen should be fine here, but still, Doran finding the counter pressure. Kind of both lanes going one way early, and then in the extended play, going the other. Never take that, but it's carry out a reward.
It's far enough away.
It's just support.
It's okay.
Right. Ooh, Faker with a nice wave position here.
Yeah.
Trying to get this one and might need a bit of support to come over from Canyon. The one thing that I will say is
Dude, mid lane's getting dicked on.
Early, but they have really
but I mean,
good
it is what you expect, right? It's Victor and Galio.
And you already see they have set up to at least track, right? They do have wards in addition to the T1 wards that were already placed to try to track to see if Owner does decide to go for this early Drake now that it has spawned. Faker just going to shove that wave all the way in and back.
Not something we talk about often, but Faker, obviously, I think this early matchup, 3-6 is
oh, what a hater, dude. Why do you hate the best player in the world?
Extremely dominant laning phase. Chovy having to base twice throughout that, one time without a teleport, leading to a pretty big disadvantage as Guma is sitting on the Fem Scepter right now. So
what do you mean he is?
From the Bard.
Who's better than Chovy right now?
As long as they don't get all in, shouldn't be too bad.
And you can see Ruler very ready to posture forward here, recognize that Owner has started the Drake, knows that he has a
fuck you, shut up, bitch.
Wants to get every soul he possibly can. It's T1 right on cue.
Fantastic. But look at Doran. He is level 6. He's already on his way.
Chovy, Justice Punch. Taunt now bringing him out. He's trying to zoom out to safety. Has access to the phase rush. And Canyon,
vision,
ready to try and flip it. Faker looking to zone him away. Canyon would have to commit the flash.
Yeah, no. They can't. And in fairness, yes, T1 get the first Drake. Yes, they once again start this early Drake stacking. I do like that GenG decided not to contest that.
Yeah, I don't think that was looking good. By any means, Keen wouldn't have been able to join that fight. Obviously,
what are you talking about?
Got a little bit out of it. I think was able to push in a wave towards top.
What the fuck,
Duro?
Duro?
When you're actually set up at an objective or finding out key targets, so they need to get some vision. As Canyon gonna get spotted.
Spotted, immediate pop. Carrier brings the entire team through that seeks off, but now Chovy's on the way, looking to find a taunt. So much damage, and T1 are trying to back away, but Owner caught in the thick of it, has to flash out. Still rooted over the wall, but they cannot finish the kill. Chovy, flash, Justice Punch, The taunt doesn't connect, but he gets the flash out of Guma. And Canyon, a blinking health bar, but managed to stand strong. Chovy locked up for a moment. It doesn't seem like they have the damage.
What
See
the
exchange on the
fuck?
bottom side.
And there's GenG trying to make use of both the ability from Pantheon to
Delight
stay
is
in
the best
fight
support,
and the
okay?
Galio ultimate.
Or
The first
Kale.
global, not working out for them.
Not working out, but it does give, in addition to the fact that T1 all had to rotate up for this Drake take, right? A tiny bit of reprieve in this bot side where Ruler will be able to go back.
There's also the owner, Guma, and Carrier Flash being invested. That's a lot of really big summoners. It might end up being big in the follow-up fight.
Just don't say that D word in my chat.
Ability to find a single target or even multiple, CC them and blow them up in seconds is what I think this comp is going to rely on. They need to contest for grubs though. I think if you're also giving up grubs with your at least
You're banned, get out of here. Shut up.
Maintain some side lane pressure. Will be quite rough. And T1 for free, I'm pretty sure. But Duro has been able to get to that pit.
You're killing me with barrel, man.
Nice little stun there from Carry. Of course, important to note the Ruler doing a relatively good
I'm
job
gonna
of
die.
stacking, all things considered. A bit behind as he has just now got back to lane, but 34 at 14 is kind of the average for the tournament.
Yeah, he is.
Now, so a little bit behind the clock at this moment, but should be able to get some back. The downside is,
oh my god, gang. Don't stop. Oh my god, dude.
They have tools to
I'm being bullied.
they want to punish individual members, but if T1 keep grouping,
First he mentions barrel, then gang.
There's no angle of attack, and it's just another.
Walk up there. Punch into the tower. Tower turned off. Guma caught out, stunned. He'll be able to run out thanks to the ball. A little bit awkward, but Doran waiting over the wall. Now the bomb coming in for Canyon. It's just a little bit weird on the top side, wasn't it?
All right. Well, I was going to talk about how it's another really nice objective take from T1. They're playing around these pushing lanes super, super well.
Party in the top lane.
Teams kind of tried to go in there, not really willing to make the full overcommitment, which is good.
Now I'm wondering whether GenG will call that worth, because they lost 3 grubs. They do get, obviously, a decent amount of tempo towards the top side of the map, but all they got was Keen just hammering away at the turret for a little bit. This is a Cassante, so it's not really going to do nearly as much. He does farm up a small lead. At the same time, I'm wondering, based on the positioning of T1, if Carrier hadn't had to save Guma there with that ultimate, I think they would have looked for a dive. Because they were actually posturing there with 4 people as Chovy 1v2ing.
Carrier.
Guma gets cut out.
He's not coming in a portal through the wall, and if Faker has full mana, like maybe you believe it, but he's just there to be annoying. Duro, on the other hand.
That was a really nice recognition of how he could punt Guma back, right? Like, and that actually changed that entire dive and stopped it from potentially being a really, really big success for T1.
Yeah, and that's the thing you have to be aware of, right? T1 we've seen in so many of the series they've played thus far. If they get a small advantage, they'll always try to reach for that little bit extra, and if you give it to them for free, you'll fall behind so damn quickly. Keen.
Damn, my grass procs getting off.
Has the sheen.
Oh.
There, but Doran happy to just trade back and survive. However, it's going to make his reset that much more difficult. May need to use the TP to come back to lane as we see Chovy and Faker
Dude, first blood, it's taking forever.
Also roaming over towards the top side. So if Doran doesn't ult there or somehow Keen gets in front of it, could have flashed but didn't choose to do so. Could have been a kill angle, but with Doran also having flash, maybe not wanting to risk it, does mean that Keen maybe is an angle to try and look for some damage on the turret as well.
Root there. Duro stepping up, but again, I think content to just farm. Ruler crossing the 20 stack threshold, grabbing what he can, but it's Cole for Guma. Clearly very aware that it might just
what
be
was the longest for first blood?
Want to highlight that Chovy also
no, I don't think it's 46 minutes.
Most of the gold, right? The lead is
it's usually around 20 something minutes, right?
Spectre's Cow, the trades haven't been nearly as Faker favored.
Like
TP topside, it is just
around Dragon Soul or Aaron.
Bard. Come on.
Is that what Bard sounds like? He doesn't have a voice.
I mean,
but
he doesn't have a voice, but if he did have a voice,
you could be the voice.
Tell
for Bard.
me that he wouldn't sound like that.
Yeah. It sounds like a wise, it sounds like a
wise
old
It is the vibe.
owl.
It needs to be infuriating.
It does need
That's
to be
what it needs to be
But
about.
also kind of tilting, yeah.
Yeah. We need to hit the wholesome version of the Korean Lysandra voice, you know?
Oh.
It needs to be very loud, needs to be omnipresent.
Still
Keen,
is. Yeah.
hoping his jungler's omnipresent, because he's going to be in trouble now. Portal through the wall. It becomes lightning, just barely sidestepped, and Keen forced to back away as T1 set up to grab at least 1 plate here. Might be able to get the TP out of Keen. Don't know if he's confident to step into this one. We'll have access to the path maker. Again, T1 quick to take that plate because of the earlier grubs, because of that early objective control.
Damn.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take
T1's
that.
playing this really well.
On this Drake on the bot side, Doran is going to kind of scout that out, but not really going to be able to do anything to contest. So good from GenG to recognize, again, this is a window to get onto that Drake, and also good use of their pressure from T1.
Was there a 34-minute first blood? What the fuck?
MF. The way I separate like good MF teams from bad MF teams is you need to use her and rotate her around to do turret damage, right? And that was a perfect example of how they used her pressure well.
That's a good point. So much flat AD, so much additional movement speed. Those are the areas where you are favored. To see if T1 also can back it up with the team fight setup is keen. Seems pretty unconcerned here on the top side of the map. Mountain Soul would be big for either lineup as it's 1-to-1 and Drake. So many tanky members.
And even though it wasn't used, I think a large part there was Chovy actually, as Keen TP'd back, he is a Cassandra.
Holy shit, you're right.
But both Duro as well as Chovy were already rotating towards top, and obviously if you overextend into a Galio, you just die.
That is
but then immediately,
crazy.
as soon as it was clear that
That is
Keen wasn't a
crazy,
threat,
dude.
he rotated towards the bot side to ensure that Canyon could also just take that dragon, not be threatened, because let's be real, Sion, he catches everyone off guard sometimes, okay? He has a Sunfire, that's a damage item. It's scary. You need to respect him.
Definitely do. Canyon luckily had completed the Sundered Sky already, so was relatively unperturbed, although Owner has now matched him on the reset. Both very close to finishing out the jungle item. And Duro continuing to roam around looking for these picks, has opted for the Swifties. Really wants to be able to get on top of those key targets. And you can understand why. Bard very annoying, despite the very cute voice that Mao gave him earlier. Flash, Ghost. He's got Locket now as well. It'll be a tough target to lock down as just continues to step up, and Cosmic Binding, for those of you who haven't played Bard, I think Azael described it as the dumbest hitbox in the game when I talked to him about it. This was 2 years ago, so maybe he feels differently now. But if you hit the first half, you're hitting the second half.
Also have Ruler sitting at 30 stacks. So even though he, I think, will be slightly behind the curve, right? We're always looking at around 60, around 20-minute mark. I think it will be a little bit below that. Given how rough it was, as it actually is 51.7 stacks average thus far at MSI. And I think he's on track to hit that.
That's what you want to be. It kind of feels like your insurance policy for a composition that would otherwise feel pretty mid-game focused when you have this Galio Pantheon.
Yeah.
Of course, Cassante can scale very well into the late game, even if it is sometimes difficult if he doesn't have that flanking angle. But having Ruler as an insurance policy feels pretty good based on what we saw at Game 1 on that Jhin.
Yeah, Ruler's farming pretty well, right?
Again, T1 have like the
I'm not sure, dude. They're not fighting, so he can't get stacks off players, only on minions.
The same
And that really
impact
sucks.
that they did around their pressure lanes earlier in the game. We'll see if they're going to go for this Rift Herald, though, which is about to spawn in about 20 seconds.
I do want to highlight as well, T1 have been doing a really good job of ensuring that they know where the globals are, right? So both Pantheon and Galio, if they ever walk anywhere near those wards for a decent amount of time, you'll know that at least on that side of the map, you can't really make a play. The vision towards the Herald, though, not looking too hot here.
Varzan, yeah.
Carrier now does get control of the area, and Pantheon maybe looking towards a play on bot Canyon.
I don't know why people buy
I
it.
think there's still a ward on Krugs.
I don't know why they just don't sell Bombi Cinder and just build something else.
Towards top.
Yep, they've already.
You still get the fire AoE thing. You don't need to complete it.
Side, but giving an opportunity now for GenG to move in and clear out some of the.
Yeah, you really don't, but I'm saying that if you want it that bad, then just at least build the fire item. You don't need to complete it.
We have a fun.
It's like if you need like healing reduction, just buy the Oblivion Orb. You don't have to buy anything else.
Crowd doing well?
Nice.
Maybe it wants some action,
good.
Which I do respect.
We might get some here at this Herald.
We're all sitting here. You might as well put monocles on us. We're all thinking, we're all enjoying. It's like a beautiful game of chess. You know, yes.
I think you two would both look great with monocles.
Well, thank you.
For the record.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
I'm gonna need a monocle.
You did the mustache last year, but you're
yeah,
unwilling to wear a monocle.
Duro wants blood. Never mind. No blood for Duro. Duro will back away. Okay, I might be a little bit eager for action. That was maybe a bit premature.
I don't think that was going to go anywhere.
He's going in. Okay, yeah, all right. It's going to be slower. It's a bit more calm, a bit more reserved. And again, I think if you're looking at the Pantheon Galio, you'd kind of want more, but at the same time, because you have Ruler sitting very comfortably.
Yeah, but also his ult, so...
T1 definitely isn't going to be sad about it either, though. Owner in team fights, I think, has been the standout. Both his ability to split up fights and create space for his carries, while simultaneously being a very big backline threat, something that T1 have relied on for a very long time, to the point where we saw specific counter picks come out just to try and mitigate the impact that this man had. Canyon pulling out things like from real league.
Damn, dude. This is the League of Farm.
Just to try and have something going. As still no action.
What the fuck, bro? That looks like you shut up.
T1 have agreed for a trade deal. They said you can have one thing, we'll take the other, as Dragon has now spawned, and T1 will be first on that objective. But GenG may have something to say about it.
Yeah, they have tools to get on this Drake if they want to.
Also, Keria, despite the capacity to take Smite, is still very bad at finishing objectives from...
That bar damage.
Guma really, I think...
Release stacks, 36.
Smite.
It's true. So...
Yes, 36 stacks.
Take a look at the total damage dealt to champions this game. You can see that it
is it 36? That feels so low.
The strongest jungler on the patch.
Wait, let me take a look.
Best in the world, as you said earlier, Emily. And what we've learned is that you don't always need to go fast with these picks.
Okay, surely now we'll have action.
Yeah, he has 37 stacks. What the fuck?
No, we're getting it. They're contesting.
They're fighting.
All thumbs up.
Ready to go. Eyes on Gumayusi on the side. Ulti from
I don't know, that's
also
crazy low.
To be big. No cleanse, but there's a barrier for Ruler. T1 have opted out. They are not interested. There will be no blood today.
I take back my earlier statement. That's
Take
my bad.
Oh, to Triforce out the top lane was crazy, dude.
The Drake, and I don't know, turrets can't really bleed. But Doran's going to get some nice damage on this top tier one, right?
They can crumble.
Yeah, exactly.
I think top lane's going to
get first turn for T1. Let's go!
It's the little things.
Crowd not impressed by the turret.
Yeah, come on. That Sion just took down that turret. He's doing great. He's pushing out this wave. I love minions and side waves. Come on, guys.
I think that this is one of those games where you can understand both teams in comms are like, we skill. We don't have to actually do anything. GenG, just because of who they are as a team, I think their team fighting has been something that they've relied on to always get them out of rough situations in late games. They have one of the best scaling hyper carries in the game.
Zero impact, yeah.
Auto everyone.
Dude, he's just been farming this whole time. Holy shit.
Stalwart,
Yo, good morning, Hauser.
And Canyon and Chovy, and on the flip side, we have Faker with this Victor, and then also the Sion, who obviously eventually in the late game just is a complete menace. It does mean, though, that because both teams feel like they cannot do anything, they're not doing anything.
It also means that whenever First Blood does happen, it will be the latest First Blood of the tournament. We've crossed the threshold.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
The build-up after all this.
The crowd is going to explode. Anticipation. This is how it works.
It's killing me.
This is great. I'm glad you guys are really getting the authentic LCK experience.
I was going to say something really inappropriate.
Well,
I'm not going to. I'm just going to let people imagine what it was.
Okay, all right.
If you have a good imagination, you'll be able to figure it out, guys.
Emily. All right, you're out of control. this is what it does.
We need action.
This is how
we're losing our mind.
Where is
All right, Keria, come on. I know you have a good ult in you.
All right.
Duro, they're not going to engage, right? Because we're waiting for, and also
first Doran.
Wet noodle. Don't be fooled by this.
The wet noodles are fighting.
No.
Yeah, but grass stacks.
Okay, I need a little
Dracos, it's not real.
I need a little bit of fighting.
Because of the globals, T1 also doesn't feel incentivized to go for fights unless they are actually 5v5ing.
Okay, so who is this better for?
Wow, no, that depends on
who gets the next Drake.
It honestly depends on the first fight.
Okay.
And also, like, the Drake stacking.
Senna's still
They're
pretty
still good.
We're only at 45, which is below average.
They put up the team fight UI as a optimistic.
Over the wall.
Blue buff. No.
Blue buff there. Chovy
looking for
Doran. Disrupt if he can, but they may have just been able to find the pick. That's a two-man, but the ulti's already
Oh, he doesn't die.
Double flash out.
No way.
Down he goes.
Hey. First blood in 20 minutes.
Mayhem for a blue buff. Not what I
Classic.
First blood found by GenG.
First blood for blue buff.
The Galio. As Vancouver goes wild, and now maybe this is the punch that GenG was looking for.
Herald dropped. Surely now that there's been some blood in the water, both teams ready to fight. Surely all of those cooldowns. No, it's just one kill. All right, here we are.
I am serious. Don't call me Shirley.
We got some damage on mid-tier 1.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is
Yeah, they had a hard time killing Zon. They did, dude.
That ward, and then Doran heading up. Chovy.
Dude, he's at half health. Look at this, dude. Look how much they used to just kill him.
The big thing is the MF ult doesn't actually reach to do all that much damage. And then, yeah.
And in a crazy twist of fate.
What did he hold back in?
the little bit of trading on the bottom
That was so weird.
Actually did. Yeah,
Yeah, he was half HP. He flashes out, ults back in and dies.
With this composition, it really depends when you're talking. I think if you're talking once Faker finishes like a death cap, right, once he has void stuff, like the free 4-item point,
yeah,
T1
yeah,
is going to be feeling great in these fights because they have a front line that's extremely hard
full
to get.
HP Sun is going to be crazy, dude.
With the Bard, and also with Owner being able to get into the back line. But if Ruler reaches like 100 plus 120 stacks, I think that Senna, with the comp that GenG has, just doesn't die.
Senna has 52 stacks.
How much CC, disengage, peel, and protection there is to set up the Senna to succeed.
It's definitely a threat, a force to be reckoned with.
It's a hypothetical.
What happens? You're like third, fourth item. Now he's on 2. Emily, what are we doing until then? Is it just as simple as objective contesting? Look, Otacon is up. We're a few minutes away from Baron. 45 seconds on the Drake. It would be soul point for GenG. Surely we have to
do
fist
Otacon,
fight.
and then we go 2 and 2 in Drakes.
Then you just trade.
Just trade.
This stalemate can go on for a very long time.
And you know what's going to happen? We're going to get one team fight. 35 minutes, game's done. I've seen both these teams do it. I've seen T1
CFO did it too.
Multiple international.
That's how he won LCP.
Like, ooh, I don't know about T1.
Yeah, game 5 we had a boring snooze fest.
GenG have a habit of this as well as TP comes in. Drake, 10 seconds away.
The later we go, the higher the stakes gets on these fights. You can see the vision beautifully highlighted by the observers. GenG trying to take mid-prio first, but T1 happy to play for that little bit of chip damage. Again, these small advantages before fights really can start to add up. The good news for GenG, Ruler is there, has that healing. Can't stop this poke from having much of an impact.
Ruler doesn't have his flash available.
Canyon
That's actually a big cooldown.
Potential flank, even though he will be spotted on vision very easily.
Okay, are they going to do Dragon?
Ready for the ulti if it does come down.
Yeah, Otacon's also up.
Carrier has to be a bit careful here. It does have Celestial opposition. Keen just barely not going to get hit by that decimating smash. And GenG really unafraid.
Taking control of the river.
Holy
they do actually need to fight this. If GenG goes for Otacon, you can trade, but you can't afford to give them soul point this early into the game. Ruler close to 60 stacks as well.
Also, just baseline individual mountain soul or mountain Drake value is so high for GenG.
It is.
And again, none of that poke sticking. You can see Ruler just keeping Chovy topped up. Nice back step.
Used by Doran.
Ready for the fight. T1 know how important this is. They're willing to give 500 gold in the back pocket of Doran, just have that extra little bit of power in the fight. Trying to take control, careful about walking into the choke point. Eyes on Kuma and the ulti here.
Okay, oh my god, dude.
From getting that taunted, and now they're stepping forward.
Oh, Bard, oh my god. GenG avoids it. Huge. Oh wait, they're all alive. Oh my god, nobody's dead, nobody's dead, nobody's dead. Oh, never mind, here goes the first one down. Oh shit! Oh! Carry almost died to the Galleon Q.
And on the back half of that fight, Durham with the Alistar coming up clutch, right? Really stymies Gumayushi, and he's unable to get that really fat MF across.
The bodyguards do their job. Because despite a
look at this, just as he ults in, the Bard ult. Oh! Faker died!
It's just
what the fuck? Faker died.
Not ready for it. That's
the Pantheon Galio combo.
I hate that I was right, but we're currently sitting at 3.4k gold lead. Soul point for GenG. Ruler has hit his stack break point, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get the next item soon as well.
You can see Canyon could have reset. He opted not to. He walks right in that bush because he's ready for the potential 25-minute instantaneous start of the objective. Admittedly, the T1 composition not the best at burning it down quickly. They don't have that attack speed 80 carry. They don't have the Azir as Duro. Maybe forced back, but GenG giving that respect and
yeah, I don't know.
Wow, I think you nailed it.
It was really bad coordination.
Put GenG in firm control of the game, and it's on T1 to try to outplay or find a unique angle to get out of this.
This game is kind of a microcosm for what we've seen all series, right? When one team is able to set the map in their favor, it then becomes, because they know each other so well, really difficult for the other team to be able to counter. We saw it in the last game where T1 were just attack, attack, attack anytime GenG would try to contest for anything. They really punished them hard for it. Now GenG have the potential to just really set up the map how they want, continue to get this Senna kind of scaling infinitely, and be able to force T1 to face check them when it comes to objectives.
Carry on the retreat.
Warmog would have high value. True. Warmog would be huge.
Starts to get a little bit stronger.
Then Doran can just walk in, tank a bunch of damage, walk out, heal.
Because he needs a form of shred, because otherwise you're not going to get through GenG already, but let alone when they're able to actually get this Mountain Soul. And I'm
I wonder how much health Keen has from
Keen. That's not something that's going to be fun to play
Hasp.
into. And
I feel like he's hitting a lot.
The fact that GenG have 2 semi-globals, I think, is such a big deterrent for T1. Not trying to go aggro in this game the way we've seen them do in basically any other game in the series, right? Even though it didn't work in game 1, they were still really aggressively trying to set that pace. I think they have the tool with the Bard and the Xin Zhao, but if you make one misstep into this Pantheon, into this Galio, as we could see, game becomes so hard to play.
And credit to Canyon finding that mid lane pick, playing well in the previous fight, right? The game from Pantheon in general was so quiet early on because of the lane prio that T1 had put together in draft, because of Gumayushi and Keria and Faker really all having that push out, but managed to weather that storm, managed to find the angle, to take a bit of time.
He's level 16, holy shit.
Very much favored in gold. You can see a little bit of vision in the Otacon pit, also making sure that they feel comfortable that T1 isn't going for some kind of crazy steal.
Dude, they're just farming non-stop.
This line of vision in the river. Kian has kind of been continuously pushing on
level
this
15.
bot side.
Holy shit, Can level 15.
Slowly been chipping away at that mid tier 1. I think they definitely like to get that down potentially before contesting this Otacon, but also Drake is going to be up in 2 minutes, and that's going to be massive because that's something that T1 have to contest them for.
I want to highlight with Ruler, as long as he has his flash, I think making plays becomes so hard. Unless he massively missteps. And on the Senna, obviously that's always going to be more punishing than with any other character. Now with the RFC, can just hit turrets. Right? You can see right there the siege.
He hit the tower of that boy aggro.
Looking for a possible play onto Guma, and this mid lane turret I don't think is going to be standing for much longer. King just showing his face.
Hey, Ruler has 71 stacks.
That's mid lane turret, first turret of the game, by the way. Finally falling here. And GenG, their only job is
I guess for this game state, it's okay.
If you do lose Ruler, this composition just doesn't have the damage to actually go toe-to-toe with T1. You're not going to be able to kill Owner. You're not going to be able to kill Doran. As long as Ruler lives, though, and T1's backline access isn't that great.
Yeah, it's true.
So you need a flank from, what, Owner or Doran to somehow get on top of this Senna.
T1 now posturing around Otacon at the very least. They've done their diligence on clearing vision out of the pit, even if there is that stray ward over the wall. GenG forced to stick around. Keen in bottom lane with TP. T1 may be happy to just get that teleport out. Again, playing for those small advantages, but also it's T1, so maybe instead they're willing to bet.
Oh, the giant flip Otacon.
TP coming in from Keen. Ulti from Keria. The combo potential, what we have to keep our eye on. But Keen doesn't want to give him the space to set up. Doran trying to respond. Flash out of the gravity field. Keria going back over the wall. Canyon trying to zone away as best he can.
Oh my god.
Gets that health bar chunked, but not too much effective damage yet. And again, it could be Ruler just continuing to heal, continuing to top up GenG in the extended fight. It looks like it might be the 50-50. Guma waiting over the wall, but Chovy there, ready to deny the MF ultimate. Owner in the midst of the pit. Canyon locked up. T1 don't have the first damage. It's Otacon down. A beautiful ult. Keria and Owner together securing the objective.
That shield.
Faker trying to make his way out. They got what they came for. He'll give his life, but will it cost them the Baron?
And
damn.
Look at the timer on Dragon.
Keria is so good.
So GenG,
I have no idea how Doran lived through that, dude. He's so unkillable. He's so unkillable.
T1 are already heading over there, right? Keria is already heading over to the Drake pit. Keen is kind of following, shadowing Owner down.
It's 2 global ults. They can make their way over in a second.
Ready to go. Baron down for the side of GenG. Next fight.
There we go.
Oh, that range is crazy in Galio.
Ulti coming in for Guma, though!
Oh!
He tries to knock him down, but he goes Canyon right in the nick of time! Descending from the skies, denying T1.
Dude. I don't know, man. Dude, both these teams are so fucking good. It's absolutely crazy.
Into that backline, that is Mountain Soul now. It is a Baron.
Yeah, I don't like the MF pick.
Really tough for T1.
And
I think it's not good.
That fight towards Otacon, the play with Keria taking out the enemy jungler, Owner being able to secure the smite, the stalling from GenG was the big factor there. The fact that Senna kept them top, and that even though the objective went down, I think GenG are going to take that trade any day of the week.
GenG, the masters of these wars of attrition. playing for those little sums. Obviously not ideal to give up the autocon, but recognize that those health bars are low, that the advantage is theirs, and push it to the fullest extent. 8K gold lead, Baron power play. Yeah, Carrier can stop it back here, but there's no threat. Can't even do that. Can't even get through the mountain shield.
Mountain shield blocking it there. And GenG's patience is second to none, as the priceless moment of the game is GenG have already gotten themselves a fight lead, were able to take down the enemy jungler at the beginning here. There's no faker. They just don't have the necessary damage. And with that soul, I think GenG is about to go up to match point here in game number 3.
Yeah, and there you saw, again, Canyon really recognizing, okay, the one damage dealer that can potentially cause us problems is Guma. Jumps immediately onto him in the backline. And that's what we talked about with this composition. The backline access coming out from this Galio Pantheon combo in tandem with the Cassante.
I feel like
with the Alistar. Pretty much every
Victor would cause more
in this
trouble,
composition has the ability to
but I don't know.
either Faker or Guma on the backline of a fight.
Area. Set up a portal there. GenG ready to maybe take it. We'll let cooler heads prevail as they just continue the siege on tier 2s, and this is where it gets difficult. I think just 5 minutes ago, Chronicler, you mentioned the ability for Ruler
5K gold advantage from Baron.
The entire team
Holy
there to back
shit.
them up. Only 50 seconds left on the Baron. So just this wave and the next, but T1 need to hold on. Lockdown onto Keen. Exhaust there, he's unstoppable. Just a use of the Pathmaker. Decent damage, but again, the ulti over the top from Ruler.
They just don't have the damage. Even getting through the mountain shield alone took them a bunch of cooldowns.
Canyon goes in, quick ulti out, and now the response coming in. Good damage, follow-up, Keen, knocked up! Owner finds the angle, ulti over the top coming in from Faker. Ulti not going to connect from Carry, but it might not matter. Chovy trying to keep this one going, though. Massive damage going in for the Galio. Canyon living for an extra moment, but Owner finds another in the clutch. Chovy going back in for Guma, though, and Ruler's still alive.
How are they winning this?
T1 need to take down Ruler, but they're out of cooldown.
Oh my god, Galio's so strong.
In this game 3.
What the fuck?
Faker barely living on the back half of that, but you're absolutely right,
Dude,
Jacob.
what the
Ruler.
fuck?
He is the main carry that you need to take out. Oh, Chovy gonna clear out that ward. Doesn't end up finding Faker.
He doesn't know. Doesn't actually get it.
Dude, I don't know how the fuck they're winning that fight.
Games right there in that earlier spot.
Okay, yeah, but like still, dude.
Decide, not today. They did get the flash onto Ruler. This was a big overextension from GenG, and this is, I think, with T1, another reminder, cannot underestimate them, cannot give them an opening. The damage is still there. Death cap is about to be done for Faker. Guma's sitting on free items.
I don't know. I mean, like, Owner's so far behind in terms of gold.
Give them an opportunity like
I was just like confused that like,
if GenG can,
because like we're getting to the point where like the gold lead is less and less significant, right?
4 people again. Might be an angle for T1. I don't think they should be allowed to leave the base, though.
I don't think so either. But again, you highlight the death cap. Guma starting to really hurt in the context of these fights. Carry with the Bard ult is the perfect setup. While everyone on the team on the side of GenG
almost has 100
to try and disrupt T1.
Yep, he has 101 stacks.
By that ulti, and anyone on T1 is in a position to follow. He is very, very squishy, very vulnerable. The locket will not be enough, nor will the barrier.
And those are the kind of picks that T1 are going to have to look at, because if they take out Ruler, then Faker takes over, right? Then Guma takes over. We just saw how much damage can come out of these carries when they are able to actually get any sort of access.
Over the wall. Again, don't want to give them the chance to breathe. Canyon stepping pretty far forward, but Carrier still has access to his ultimate.
We do have Chovy rather also finishing his death cap himself, so isn't just Faker that's sitting on that item right now.
EP Galio.
This is the real issue for T1.
He's so tanky, what the fuck?
Pretty telegraphed, Owner jumping in, Doran going in, even as a sound cue is desperately trying to hold on.
TP in from Doran. Owner kicking things off. Third auto primed and ready to go. We'll just back away. T1 want to hold on to as much of their base as they can. As long as that inhibitor doesn't fall, they're in an okay spot to potentially contest the next objective. Owner trading blows, tries to make his way out of the taunt. Duro on the way to the mid lane. Finds the lockup, and Owner in trouble now. Forced to flash back into safety. Keen immediately into the back.
Oh my god, Keen!
Has a decent angle to get things kicked off, but it might not matter. Keen doing so much work. 2v1 against the T1 carries. Doran dies in the blink of an eye, and GenG go for the throat.
And that's the exact backline access we were talking about.
Dude,
with
what
this
the fuck?
This should be the backbreaker. This should be game. After this, GenG are going to be on match point.
Slow, steady suffocation from GenG.
Yeah, I don't know why T1 just AFK'd for like 30 minutes.
This game into not a lot of opportunities for T1. The T1
Oh.
gonna have to watch their Nexus falls as GenG go
Senna's so
2-1.
strong.
Knocked down, GenG slow,
The
controlled,
fuck?
confident, move on to match point.
Love the little cheeky Samsung flash from Ruler at the Nexus. That was fun.
2017, yeah.
Oh man.
Well, at the end of the day,
That
we
is
talked a lot, we shouted a
crazy.
lot. We spent some quiet time in the middle there. Let's
Quality
see what
time.
the
Yeah,
quality
we had a
quiet
great- we had a
time.
great
Let's see
time.
what the desk has to say about that game 3.
Oh.
Will gladly take over for a bit. Immaculate job, of course, and from GenG, the same. Fantastic control once they did get it firmly. I feel like, I don't know, with 30 stacks, Ruler does more than I do in any game ever. Like, I think we're often when Senna's in a game, you are so hyper-focused on how important that is for the power spike of that team, but GenG didn't really care.
It's a force multiplier on the stacks. Ruler stats at 100.
Yeah. I mean, the juxtaposition between the last game was well above a kill a minute into this one that was just like, yeah, we're just not fighting you at all. It was pretty funny from T1's perspective. They're like, okay, first Dragon's for free. We had push from both bot lane and mid lane. Second and third Dragon, we're not touching you.
Yeah, I mean, these were just such different games. Keen gets on the Keen Sante, one of his signature picks, and he was looking good on it. He is known for this pick, has played so many games
dude.
Sante over the year. It's always something that
But,
they look towards.
you know, the drill gotta take another fucking break because, I feel like shit.
Really, really good. He was up in CS, was putting on pressure. And like you said,
DRB guys.
9 kills per minute from game 2 to game 3, it was a complete flip. Like last game was just non-stop fighting, non-stop fighting, non-stop fighting. This game we had very few kills and the latest first blood of all MSI, and I think that was T1 trying to play to what they believe was their win condition. They had the Victor, they had kind of more consistent damage for the late game, and Senna, you're kind of thinking, can they actually punch through this Sion in the later stages? But GenG clearly was confident.
And they didn't even get to the later stages because of GenG slamming the door, right? What is your read on what went wrong then for the skirmishes for T1 in most of these skirmishes? Because at some points they should be stronger in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, the first blood that came through in the blue side jungle, that was another situation where both teams could have just backed away 0 for 0. But Doran also just ulted right back in. He thought he was going to be fine. That was where kind of the goal started to like amount for GenG side.
And to me, a lot of it came down to the fact that, okay, great, you have the MF, you have the Victor, but GenG marked their targets so incredibly well and put so much pressure, especially on Guma. Guma was never really able to find that big bullet time that is changing a fight. They're always putting pressure on him. And you saw GenG take control in the mid lane here. It was about 20-40 into the game. And they really dominated this fight, and largely, Guma just couldn't get involved.
He couldn't. Like, this was an interesting fight because, yes, GenG stand their ground and they push them right off. For me, my focus is when T1 starts to fight forward, just take a look at the Alistar. Dura does a great job of just walking in, canceling the MF ulti immediately. And so a fight that looked pretty good from T1 on the onset, they could have actually killed the Senna if the combination from, like, Sion ulting in on top of the Bard, because the Bard ulti looked pretty hot. That would have been great for T1, but no, stopped in his tracks.
It's interesting about the Bard because the Bard has been very, very successful. This MSI currently a 5-2. If they would have won, it would be 6-1. But Azale, you were talking about how Bard isn't always is not the same champion every game. In some games, it's used more defensively with the ult, and you thought actually that in this or against this composition, that would be the play, but it seemed like they got antsy. They wanted to use it proactively, and they didn't see in their rear view mirror that GenG also knew exactly what they were doing.
No, it's totally true. You know, when I saw this get picked in the draft, I was thinking, okay, maybe their vision is that Pantheon Galio ult in on Guma, we throw down this defensive Bard ult, we reset the fight, you know, Victor and Sion create that space to then be able to get the later bullet time, but it never really happened that way. T1 were kind of on the front foot. They were the ones starting the fight, and we saw this again. Once they had fallen far behind, T1 says what they always say, we're going to go to the objective, we're going to force you to answer us here at the Otacon, where they were the ones starting this up.
And they had a bit of an impossible choice later on. We're going to see the role here where GenG get all the objectives, because at one point they lost the Baron, then they want to go to Dragon, but it's all too late.
Exactly. So Faker joins. Keen forces his flash out early. I want to keep your eyes here on the enemy jungler here. You know, T1 clearly clearly eyes on Canyon. They see that, all right, Canyon is not going to allow this to reset. He's going to try to knock this down. So what we're going to see here from Carry is a beautiful Bard ult, targets onto Canyon, locks him up here in the Bard ult, and then they burst it down. But eyes on Ruler. Look at what Ruler is doing in this fight. Look at what Guma is doing in this fight. Ruler has been auto-attacking non-stop the entire fight. Guma was sectioned off from the rest of the squad. He barely got an auto-attack off the whole fight, where Ruler is doing maximum damage the whole time. And when Guma's not involved, guess what the other GenG members do? They chase down Faker. They put the pressure on him the entire time, so that even though T1 have these extra threats, they could never be involved.
Completely agree. And I mean, even just the idea from T1 trying to then force Dragon, because that would have been soul from the side of GenG. Probably the worst soul you can ever deal with if you're dealing with a very bulky front line. Mountain Soul, they're like, we can't allow them to have this, and they ended up getting caught. The same thing about happening in game one. GenG anticipating the plays from T1, they caught them in the action, they cleaned this game up.
They did. They find themselves at match point first. They are now 1 game away from booking their ticket to the final on Saturday directly, which would definitely be a welcome gift for GenG.
Whoa!
Whoa!
I don't know, it's fine. This tool is... It is what it is. The one that I wanted to actually point out was that fight that happened around mid lane. Yeah, that's what I was looking. They're trying to do that mid game. For me, was going to be that play that happened mid lane, because that was the game that fight that actually broke them open. So that sucks, especially if you're willing to give up the last 2 Drakes for exactly that fight, because you're trying to get kills and gold on both MF and Sign. You need to make it work.
Yeah, GenG, they played it out perfectly. Once they did get the advantage, they didn't give it away, and this is now coming into the territory where T1 are with their backs against the wall. With that, they decide to move to the blue side and take that side to kind of draft their way out of it.
That Faker is under pressure?
He is.
In an international event.
He is.
That the GOAT may have to come up with a big play here.
Yeah.
To get his team back into it.
Don't do it.
Telling me.
Is there enough pressure? It's a winner's match. I don't know. Maybe he's like, let me. No. Obviously, he will be, and all of T1 will be wanting to make changes. I think also, yeah, the Cassante, you know, if you wouldn't have seen the game, you would have thought 99% sure they would have won that game because of how strong Keen is on it.
The Keen Sante,
He won't have it anymore. And with that, maybe I want to parlay it into, we talked so much about Doran at the beginning of the show, right? Has he really been able to make his mark yet on this? They're going to blue, so there's no R5 counter pick, but...
I don't think he's taken over, but I think he has been really strong. I think he's performing well. I don't think you can be looking at Doran and blaming him for this series.
100%,
That's not what I said, to be clear.
No,
I was asking a question.
I know.
Stop attacking him.
Blue side.
Okay, but we're coming back after the break with Game 4 and see if GenG can close this out.
I wonder if my voice will be deeper when it heals up, you know? I would like to go through second puberty. Yeah, if I had a more mature voice, maybe that would help me get the ladies.
Okay, I get it now.
传奇该如何铸就？
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done, I'm hoping it never ends.
Damn. Look at my shirt. My shirt says wrestling champion. Stroke it. Good old dick twist. Yeah, dude.
Until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now, they hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping.
You still believe in T1?
I'm here for greatness.
Yeah, but dude, I don't know. GenG are just so good, man.
Nothing can hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
I think T1's gonna have to change their draft up. I don't know, dude. Like, they gotta give Faker something that he can carry on. Or like, what can you give Kuma? That misfortune was not it.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then dark and light.
Baron down for the side of GenG. Next fight. Doro ready for the follow-up. Carrier trying to go in. Ulti coming in for Kuma though! He lines him up and he tries to knock him down, but in goes Canyon right in the neck.
Draft shortly? Yeah, draft is about to begin soon.
From the skies, denying T1. GenG go for the throat.
Yeah, like, dude, Fearless BP is so difficult.
Comes alive as we get ready for the next game in the series. Match point.
I don't even know what team is good at that.
And T1
like
rally.
GenG, I just feel like have good players, so they're able to just like win no matter what. But like, I don't really feel like, you know, Game 5, their like draft is really good.
Step up where they were not able to.
T1 definitely gonna try. I'm not the, as any LCK fan will know, the biggest believer in, you know, our impact as casters on the game.
Sure, sure.
But yeah. I do want to highlight, outside of GenG getting a free one against G2, only at free twos. You've only gone the distance.
Yeah, so we've only had Silver Scrapes and you've been casting.
Well, except again, GenG D2.
I mean, same.
Which means that the sample size, but it's free to one.
It's a one series.
So if that has any value to you, that's a big
Would
deal.
I be any kind of League of Legends fan if I wasn't a fan of confirmation bias? That sounds like we're getting 5 games.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so.
Same.
Because I think that this was the
I love
most
confirmation bias.
that we have ever seen, and I think
Anything to prove me right.
People talk about and meme about this. Even for GenG, this was slow.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
After this, I have
I've
work.
seen GenG take comps like this and really snowball for the Pantheon Gala. They didn't do so
So
whatsoever.
that's gonna be
It was
fun.
like,
I don't know how I'm gonna talk with this voice.
and he did carry.
Hopefully I don't have to talk too much
really
today, but we'll see.
For T1
That's a
to
great fan
think.
sign.
Again, these fan signs are like absolutely kicking butt here in Vancouver. They've been amazing. It was so difficult because the threat of those globals is almost as powerful as the globals themselves, right? And you saw, even though T1 were able to get Prio, and I thought they played around that Prio really, really well early, it got to a point where they felt really hesitant to try to contest GenG, especially if GenG were able to get something off of a reset or get a small trade on the opposite side of the map. You'll be happy to know, Dracos, that the TF has been eliminated
We found the answer.
Who the
It didn't
fuck
show up
bans
earlier in the season,
TF?
but now that we're into game 4 and 30 champions are off the board, 36 now that we've exited the first phase of bans. T1 will finally hit the bench as an instant quirky pickup here. Wanting more power early on. Maybe playing for a prio bot lane, perhaps a flex option.
Yeah, could be mid for Faker as well. He has played it a little bit more recently than a few of our other mid laners.
Yeah, I feel like Corky mid just hasn't really hit me. Hasn't felt good. Back when it was one of the strongest lane bullies.
No.
T1 fans are, I'm pretty sure, cheering for this one, as there was, as it locked in.
0 and 9, you can read it on the bottom of your screen.
I'm going out on a limb here. There was a large period of time, I'm talking years, where no matter what the state of this champion was, against Ruler, it was bad. It didn't matter if GenG didn't look great at that point in time. Didn't matter if she wasn't in the meta. But this champion was permat against this man for a very, very long time.
Ooh, Poppy, okay.
Insanely strong and a flex pick.
Incredibly clutch champion. We saw it used in a lot of different series, whether by Canyon or Keen, to find those incredible knockbacks, to find those clutch fight angles. But you said it yourself, right? I think all the Kalista mains of the world praying that Ruler can show us. Just one, somebody prove why this champion
just one more Kalista
is
game.
A prio, just one more Kalista game. Maybe that's the difference.
Gosh.
And while the Poppy is there, the Nocturne coming in, of course, Poppy doesn't really interact super well with the Nocturne. The Spell Shield can block the slam into the wall or the ulti, and the W, the Steadfast Presence, will not stop his ulti. Now paired alongside Faker's Orianna, some powerful picks for T1.
And hopefully that cheer for Faker's Orianna came across. Again, this is one of his absolute signature picks, something he's super comfortable on, something we've seen him have success with at this very tournament already.
Ben, oh, Lucian's gone, never mind, I'm stupid.
To partner with the Kalista. And that is a nice response, right? If you're trying to dive in potentially with this Nocturne Orianna combo.
Caitlyn banned.
Deals with that very,
Oh, Caitlyn's already banned.
And we get
Elise banned.
Elise being banned away obviously has dropped in prio, but still very strong in the 2v2, does well into the...
Yeah, it could be Corky bot lane, I guess.
We're going to see like Akali, Sylas, those type of champions banned.
Maybe you ban...
If you can get to 6, you ever get an Ian Orianna, he just does get blown up. Makes
you
it really
ban a
hard
Karma?
to play the game. The other option is if
already
GenG
gone.
is willing to be a bit more creative. There is already so much dive on the enemy team. They basically are gonna have to go in. You can look towards things like the Swain is a champion.
Corky
Even
bot
in this
with...
we have seen actually used into these style of compositions as the Lee from Canyon. If you watched him play this tournament, you know.
Yep. Shout out to that baby!
Woo! I'm glad that baby has headphones in this crowd.
That's good parenting. Shout out to you guys, parents of said child. That was a big Simba moment for us here in Vancouver.
The Pyke respect ban coming out from GenG. They do not want to deal with Keria on that pick. Again, Keria he not only has such a wide champion pool, but he excels on these things where he can get out on the map and really cause havoc as well as place down vision. The Aurora ban coming through against Chovy.
Just limiting some of the tools he has to kick fights off. Don't want to give something with that much mobility against the Nocturne too. Good timing obviously can mitigate so much of that upfront CC, even if the damage is hard to deal with. Now the debate from the side of GenG. They need solo lanes. This feels like a logical place to go.
Chovy's Yone. Or Chovy's Akali. I'm not going to be mad either way. This is the matchup we see more often.
Ahri? All right.
Going to be the Ahri instead. Pick has really been struggling. Even some of the players known for their impact on it, not able to quite hit the mark. It is good with the Poppy, but it is, I think, not quite what we were expecting. I was really looking at that Akali. Again, the pre-6 is really rough, but Nocturne doesn't have the biggest ganking pressure. And once you get to a first item, you can really take over inside.
It seemed like GenG want another pressure point on the map in the earlier stages of the game, maybe afraid about the Kalista Renata being targeted too much.
Karma, yeah.
Be locked in. So you've mentioned it so many times already today, Emily, but just highlighting it again. Bot lane prio, clearly #1 priority for T1, alongside getting Faker something he's comfortable on.
Yeah, T1, I always like them better when they are contesting over that bot lane prio. Again, to get Keria out on the map early, and Gragas for Doran will be that last pick up for T1.
Well, what a big top lane now.
Going to be for Kane here. If he wants to go for a more oppressive matchup. A lot of the tanks already taken out of the equation here.
Zambesa thing?
For something maybe like the Gnar. Could be a setup here.
Okay.
There is still flex potential. Obviously, this Poppy can go towards the top
Poppy
lane.
top.
Are we gonna
Oh, it is Poppy top. Whoa! Canyon Zed.
He's not phased. We are though.
He's unfazed. Of course we would be phased because it's Zed on an
Oh,
international stage
dude.
at match point. And the Poppy, fantastic into the Gragas. Gragas, remember, last year was kind of the breakout pick of the tournament. It was Zeus bringing it out.
Hey, shit, it's looking good.
And now the Poppy back versus the Gragas, but most importantly, it's that jungle matchup. All eyes are going to be on Canyon.
And game number 3 was an LCK Classic. It was an acquired taste. I loved it, but you know, if you like action, maybe not. This game is going to be a fist fight, right? We have a jungle matchup that is heavily snowballing. We're going to have Canyon trying to farm up a storm. We have an incredibly strong pick composition from GenG with crazy all-in power. But when it comes to the laning phase, I think T1 are going to be feeling greater, particularly towards bot, as well as towards the impact of Faker on Orianna.
Yeah, that bot prio lane is still sticking out in my mind as it always kind of does, but like because it's T1, right? Especially if you are able to get carry on the map, especially if you are able to dictate the pace of those lane assignments, if you want to end up swapping for prio over objectives. But then where I really think the game is going to explode is in the early to mid game, right? We get both of these junglers to 6, we get the Orianna shockwave up, we get just, there's so much explosive potential in both of these team comps in these early to mid skirmishes.
And whichever team gets ahead first is going to have a wonderful time.
Oh, yeah.
Fall behind with either of these compositions, and you, outside of like maybe Keen on that Poppy, not going to have a great time, right? Like all these champions are short range, they're very reliant on being able to just stat check the opponents. We do see that.
Can we talk about explosive mid games, explosive early games? No. Explosive level 1.
Observers.
Yeah, this should be a good one. I kind of like both teams' draft.
You have the passive if you proc it on.
I think both teams has a pretty good draft, but I'm gonna lean toward. I don't know. Do I lean towards GenG? They do have Kalista Renata, which kind of seems.
And this Gragas for Doran, a pick that was to this very day is a very hot topic of discussion. Did Doran deserve a finals MVP in spring 2023 for his performance on this champion specifically?
To this day? That was so long ago.
No. I'm serious. Every single time when it's, you know, we're done with an LCK final, goes back to this discussion because he was unexpected in that series. That is where the Doran beat Zeus myth started as T1.
Chovy.
Oh.
Flash out from Chovy, but a nice advantage to start. Charm to fall. And shake back. And they go. Massive damage on
First blood.
It's first blood for Ruler.
Kalista, first blood. Ruler's Kalista getting first blood. That's massive for GenG.
And it's again Keen, I think, and GenG
Keen had to start
T1. Because why is Poppy still there? It's because they had a sinking suspicion that T1 was going to try something, and they did.
And that was a gambit. If they had gotten nothing, Poppy would have burned TP to go back to lane for nothing. But the fact that they got that kill means the gamble has paid off. Ruler hasn't been able to spend that gold yet, but he's happy to just try to start asserting dominance on the bottom side of the map, knowing he has control of the wave.
So he's going to get fucked level 1.
Early on.
And you know, whenever these teams face each other, it's always going to be an amazing time, right? But I've loved watching how in tune they are with what their opponents are going to do. A play like that doesn't happen if GenG haven't played this T1 team so many times.
So that's jungle clear, absolutely ludicrous, particularly against a Nocturne. Any camp you can steal is a big deal. Nocturne is so gated by his early power spike, hitting that level 6 when you truly become a champion. And Canyon is not only going to get the blue buff, but with the speed
he's gonna get
that he
red
has on the
buff.
clear, I think, especially if
Or Gromp, I mean.
He's going to get Gromp as well.
And you're getting the advantage here. Big early item spikes, early XP advantages. You talked about it. Any early edge is just a massive advantage for either one of these junglers, and Canyon happy to steal a few camps away. Downside is Chovy suffering a bit in the mid lane. Expected early on against the Orianna, but doing his best.
I mean, he got he level 1, so.
And the problem for Owner, I might look for the invade, but his bot lane does not have prio. Because of the level 1, they were set pretty far behind, so he's going to go in. Mid lane can't roam, but bot lane definitely could.
Canyon, ready to defend here.
Oh, Canyon doesn't have smite.
Owner.
No smite.
But it'll be tough. Without smite to contest. Owner's uncertain though. I don't think he has the information. Faker on the way first. Resetting though, taking time.
Chovy's
Ruler
TPing in. They have to let this go.
GenG bot lane going to concede some of the control they had over their lane just to make sure that Canyon can grab another camp, that he can 3-buff Owner in this early game.
Yeah, and that is an extension, again, of the level 1, the Kalista and the Renata being able to get Cryo over this lane, and it's just fantastic for Canyon, right? Because you are looking at him to be a major damage dealer. You're looking at him
He's
to be
cleaning
a
the
major
camp so
playmaker
fast.
in a lot of these team fights.
And I'm willing to give a champion a lot of benefit of the doubt. Okay, Kalista.
Oh, is Owner gonna get
but in this game,
Scuttle Crab? That's actually not bad for him.
In the first minute, and it's
He does have smite.
Ruler specifically on this champion.
Yeah,
this is
okay.
the final test case.
And the thing I want to call back to, Azael showed at the start of the day a quote from an interview with Ashley Kang and Horizon talking about how Chovy was comfortable playing against T1, and I think we have seen that across this entire series. No surprise Barons, the level 1 they were prepared for, and it does feel like this lineup is just so well equipped to go toe-to-toe with a T1 that most other teams in the world can't seem to find the performance against.
And Chovy is the only member on the roster that has stayed the same since that started happening, right? Since we go back to 2022 summer, when Ruler won his first title, with a completely different roster back then. And we do see that domestically, Chovy has just been incredible in this matchup.
But the big thing I'm looking at now, especially with GenG,
Yeah, but that's just one series that GenG lost to. He won.
Like, they have not won a series against T1 internationally, right? This would be the first time that that would happen.
Would be big. Again, easier said than done. A positive start to the game isn't enough to close it out. T1, a team that always seems to find a way back in. Ruler and Duro doing what they can to hold on to mid lane, excuse me, bot lane control.
Yeah, like the sample size is one.
Oof.
Flashes traded. Keenan Doran fishing for any angle that they can find, and now it's Canyon on the bottom side. Guma so low. Guma so low. Zed in. Can't quite get the auto off. Crucially, Guma quick to walk his way out.
Oh.
Can't get it. Bit of a fumble there from the side of GenG. Guma stone cold.
Not even going to use a summoner. Holding on to Flash and Cleanse. Big win there for the T1 bot lane. Now that does mean that GenG going to be looking towards taking the
close hand, dude.
I want to say one of the first time we've seen a Kalista comp actually get an early dragon. Will be starting off the snowball for GenG, and I do think again I want to highlight.
Champion
I
that
think
both these teams have been prowling
once you start falling
heavily
behind,
up until this
Karma
point
feels really
has
rough.
been
Nocturne can
Xin
feel really
All right,
rough.
so Xin Zhao
T1
first
need
pick.
to make
I wonder
sure
if
if you want to get
Tarzan's
to
going
game
to
5
go
that this game
Wukong
doesn't
angle or
snowball
Poppy
further.
angle.
Yeah,
Normally I
that
prefer
is
like
actually
Poppy
the
angle.
first time that
I would
GenG's
like
been
to
able
see
to
them
clean
lean
that
into
first
things like
rate
maybe
in this
Poppy
series,
Azir
right?
because I feel like
Because
CFO
of
actually
T1's
wants
bot lane
Azir.
pressure,
I called
because
the
they were
Xin Zhao
putting
and the Poppy
so much
Azir.
focus
Now the
on
question
Drake
is how does
stacking, and in
Anki want to
particular
respond to this?
getting
'Cause
that first
Talia
rate
is up. Talia is
fairly
normally
early
something
on
that
in the
people
game.
like to pick into
And so
Azir.
that's a big, like, not big momentum shift for
Hanku
GenG,
could
but
go
it's a little bit of a
Talia.
shift from the series that
All
we've
right.
already seen.
Like,
with
it's just
them
starting to
up
look a little
1
scripted at
kill
this point.
and
I wonder
the
if at this
objective
point Flandre will lean
under
into
7
something like
minutes.
Yorick, because I feel like this is a lane that he'd probably get through pretty easily. I mean, the other things you play, bro, am I him? Bro,
Chovey's
am
behind
I
the mid
him?
lane play, needs to be careful.
One
Forced
champion
to
that both
ulti, but Canyon still stepping forward, unafraid. Has access to
Hey,
that
friends.
smite for Owner to steal the camp away. And again, as good as Canyon is doing, as active as he has been on the map, as good as bot lane is doing, Chovy the one giving up more and more, and Duro and Canyon trying to make up for it.
Okay. Oh, Chovy.
Decent damage going through. Follow-up shockwave only connecting onto one, and that's going to be big because it's Canyon to the
Okay. Canyon? They're going in on Chovy. Chovy has the fucking thing. Oh, he can't get it. Oh my god, good my she's in the pit. Oh my god, they're in there. Oh, dude, this game looks so bad.
Everything they need in that
Oh.
And it starts off with a lot of whiffs, but in a
Dude.
longer fight, that is where the Kalista Renata wants to play. Get value of the bailout, get value of the
Holy
spares.
fuck.
And despite Chovy's flash drum not
That
working
was so
out,
close.
Canyon wreaking havoc in the back line.
That's so devastating. The Nocturne
The Canyon Zed. Holy
should
fuck.
have been able to bail you out of the deficit you were in.
Why does he make it look so easy? Yeah, Chovy flash E went
Like you
wide.
said, Chovy doesn't actually work out, but the shockwave only lands onto Chovy, and that gives Canyon complete access to this backline, even with the Nocturne ult coming out. Owner barely stays out. Doran could be in trouble.
Body slam back. Bomba to try to walk away. Needs to still be clean on the footwork. GenG not going to overpush. Again, only a 600, 700 gold lead, but not the kind of lead you want to give away to the Ahri, Kalista, Zed composition.
Only upside there is that Owner was able to pick up a stack on that Ultimate Hunter, so he's going to reduce his cooldown, but Canyon snowballing early on, definitely a big deal. Really, the only reliable CC you have onto the Zed is Doran, right? You're talking about the body slam, you're talking about the cast. outside of that, who actually deals with this set? Unless he W's into, you know, Shockwave, Karma needs a leash, Owner needs a leash on the Nocturne. I don't think Canyon is really going to give you those opportunities. So if he does get too far ahead, we've already seen GenG play towards him pretty heavily, pick up an early kill, it could become an unanswerable issue for T1. Still have the global pressure of this Nocturne though, and maybe Owner can use that to turn this game around.
Might have to be the angle. Long cooldown on level 1 of that ultimate. As Ruler and Doro make their home on the top side of the map. Ruler was a bit behind there in experience for a moment, but not a big enough lead for Guma quite yet. The early Sheen will help things out. As Keria makes his way up to the top side, needs to get some more value out of this Karma pick. Good news for T1. So resets coming through means they have more members on the top side of the map. Ropes for now uncontested is.
Yeah, I don't think you could test that. Oh, Faker! Faker may be in trouble. Here, Deathmark comes in for Ryu. Look at the plays. Look at the moves.
Trying to get something back onto Chovy. Owner still going forward.
Oh.
And they're desperate to kill Chovy, but Chovy still manages to live for an extra moment. Bomb.
Damn.
Done. And T1 fire back.
Good counterpunch, but look at the top side.
Yeah, Kalista is going to get free push onto this turret. Both Ruler and Canyon are going to be accelerated, and Keen is getting damage on this bot side.
Wow,
as well.
dude.
Also,
I don't even know if that was worth this 1-for-1, but they at least top and bot
Canyon should be able to clean up, this grub, which also stops. T1 will get the feet, but they GenG will stop the might.
Glad to have a little bit back there. 1K gold lead for GenG. Not a great sign for T1 in this
Holy shit, your voice is so much better. Let's go. Yeah, I went to the doctor. It took yesterday off from talking, and it helped a lot.
Canyon in range to just be able to ult on top of him as soon as he hits the W. Faker steps a little bit too far up, and then this is nicely done here by Doran. They really need
because like Asia Masters is gonna start again soon, so I'm gonna need my voice back for that.
Doran still makes his way over, doesn't actually get that kill. The play is just a disaster.
But the doctor said it should be fixed within a few more days. If it doesn't, then I'll have to go back and check.
As long as he has his.
He said I overused it.
Relatively safe. But that might be the type of play we're looking towards. Doran splitting up a fight, getting someone in position so that the rest of T1 can wombo combo their way to a teamfight win.
And now that this bot lane is down here, we're going to see Canyon, after he cleans up the Scuttle Crab, potentially going to get that second Drake, kind of start their proper Drake stacking here. Owner is just around the corner.
Doro has his ultimate as well.
Debating if they can contest. Not enough information, but GenG don't want to risk anything. Know the power of this combo. 5 seconds away on Owner's ultimate.
Doran's there.
Oh, dude, Scumps. I feel like GenG are gonna win 3-1.
Both junglers see each other. Owner now losing that vision. Chovy ready to go in at a moment's notice. Attacking the Orianna would make the combo that much harder, but
like, dude, GenG looks so good.
5v5. Both Keen and Doran are here. T1 want to try and not give GenG opportunity, just keep stacking these Drakes, but see if they can turn onto Keen.
Looking to find the angle onto Keen, hoping to find another two members. An opportunity for GenG to go crazy. Chovy immediately also get things kicked off. Dashing in. Back into the lineup. But Doro with the beautiful ultimate buys a huge
Doran.
Ready now to go in as Owner pops the ulti. Darkness on the side of GenG. They know they
holy shit.
Won't push for any more.
Faker Doran, dude.
What a combination coming through from the Gragas and the Orianna to really set up that fight. Now T1 are going to have Faker TPing in, and I don't think GenG should contest.
Still have the ulti on Canyon, but you're completely correct. It's just so
damn.
hard to get into the pit without giving.
Dude, I don't even have like a team I'm cheering for. It's just like, oh my god, dude. Both these teams are so good.
T1. They stop a Drake that
The fuck? What the fuck?
That fight is salvageable.
Okay, that was weird.
Must-win moment for T1. They get the combo. GenG isn't allowed to just further snowball, and with how explosive these two combos are, I think we're going to see a lot of fights like that. Find one target, blow them up, go from there.
And as tanky as Keen will be, the rest of the lineup so squishy. if that shockwave connects, and it is hard to connect, but if it does, easy to see the angle in which they win the fight. Canyon on the way forward, shockwave there from Faker. Just gets the chunk. Not really approaching an objective, so we'll just force Duro back. Thought that they might be able to grab a little bit more. Owner was just a few seconds away from the ultimate to maybe try and finish the kill.
When we talk about the lack of CC on T1, I have to do the same for GenG. There is Charm, there is Handshake, and Poppy. That's it. There's not a whole lot for them. Obviously, they do have a lot of damage, so maybe they're going for the angle of the best CC is just taking down your opponent. But that disengage from T1 might be a big thorn in their side.
Yeah, that was a good pick by T1.
Drake.
Oh, so good.
Quite as much. Both these comps are so burst heavy. I don't think there's a lot of scenarios where you really get a lot of value unless you're really looking towards late game stalemates, which I think with these comps, I don't think we're going to get there.
It's also really interesting because whoever goes in first, depending on how many members of the opposing team are there, they have the tools to deal with it, right? Like Gragas is a great disengage. Orianna Shockwave can have a great disengage. You then have the Ahri Charm, right? The Kalista ult, the Renata ult, the Poppy. There's so much on both of these teams to be able to deal with whoever dives in first. So if it is really close, it's going to be heavily dependent on bursting down those key targets.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Zed. Oh, Owner.
Punish there because what they see is Canyon using his W to try and harass Keria. Keria's like, I'm Karma, I don't care. And the moment that Owner sees him use that ability, gets the ult off, Fear Tether hits, it's a big win for T1.
Yeah, they're going to end up getting Herald. They're also going to be able to reset this map with Gragas already kind of pushing into the Ahri and Faker going up to cover that topside wave. This game is going to be so close.
Absolutely is, and I just shout out to Carey. I think good adaptation coming in here, picking up the Shurelya's, that extra movement speed. We mentioned it, both teams lacking that engage option, the ability to push that button, either follow up and chase, or just walk away. If GenG whiff, fumble, make a misstep is a big boon for the side of GenG. T1. T1 now.
Dude, I mean, the next play they can look for is obviously Dragon, right? But
very confident this game, and again, it's not the full tanky Gragas, it's AP. He is going to hit hard. Chovy has to be careful.
Chovy also not finishing his first item. 16 minutes in. He's been playing a lot more for these really aggressive plays on the Ahri, but thus far hasn't really been able to get too much.
I mean, I don't know. Dude, I don't know how good this Kalista pick is.
A big part there, and with these Drakes, we'll see if either team is happy to just give it up and maybe look for some damage towards the turret. Looking at the spikes, I think a second item spike for Canyon in particular is a big deal. Keen.
Trying to get a few more cooldowns out of Keen. Ulti there, just barely able to escape Keen.
Oh, but that's top tower going down.
Doesn't have a blue trinket, or maybe he does, but he has Herald, so can't actually get vision.
Never mind. I thought Oreo was gonna push top.
Be able to jump in. And that might give GenG a little bit of reprieve as they're going to try to make a play on the
the charm onto the minion.
Damn takey there as he takes a drink. Double TPs. One from each side. Trying to match. So Dorn able to walk away. Flash the major cooldown.
Oh, Chovy!
Bob, and this time it's the real Deathmark. Canyon falling. One more auto blinking. More ticking Deathmark procs. It's just not enough damage.
Might be enough though. Faker just TP'd in. So they might have a numbers advantage looking towards that second dragon. I don't know if T1...
I don't know, Chovy's flash eating, but I don't know, something kind of feel like ass. It feels kind of like bad to do.
Before that fight started, or even during that fight, I didn't quite catch it. So that shield really doing a great job keeping him alive as GenG now feel like they need to force this objective. Have an advantage briefly as Faker sprints back onto the map, but they're not starting it. So that advantage is going to fade. Herald used. GenG returning back to mid lane to try and cover here.
They use a lot of summoners.
Right? Like heralding to get that mid prio. They have the Nocturne Orianna comp up. Or they're not going to go mid.
Keria.
Huh?
I don't think he meant to get in the Herald, and he knew that if he hit that tower, he would die. So I think that was the...
Or he's aura farming. We don't simply know. As the Dragon is going to go to T1, full control of the river, and particularly with an Ocean Rift, trying to regain control when you lost it as the GenG comp is very, very tough. Lot of really good flank angles for this Gragas, and that's now the second Drake going over to T1, and even though the early game looked to go GenG's way, T1 slowly
another T1 Drake.
Yeah, T1 should be able to, again, reset, set this map up how they want. Like you mentioned, it's so hard to check into all of these extra brushes, and T1, they already have some nice control on this bot side, even though GenG have those wards in there. And now they're moving up into this top side with Keria and Faker.
1 minute until the Otacon. Only 500 gold between the two teams. It's been damn close the entire game, but it is the early lead for GenG dissipating as T1 just continue to find favorable exchanges. Doran comfortable on the bottom side, only 8 stacks on the row, but has also picked up the Seekers. He is really set up to make a lot of plays in this game.
And with that Drake take as well, T1 have grabbed the objective feat, so now it's basically whoever takes down first turret is going to end up getting the Feast of Strength.
We have Canyon spotted towards the bottom half of the map. Chovy just now finishes his roll, only or just takes over to the second stack, but still not going to be feeling great, especially with that electrocute Ari. Wonder what the next item is going to be. This is the type of game where he has a decent amount of damage, but with Keen going for a more bruisery build, but still, I think Ari has already struggled a lot. A lot of these.
God damn, Otacon spawning. Are we going to see a 20-minute Otacon again?
Look for the stun on the wall, doesn't quite find it, and both teams. I think looking towards the Otacon summoners that are.
I feel like both teams is trying to rush it.
For Doran, that is a big one that is still down. TP for both top laners basically on the same timer. Faker is a little ahead of Chovy, but I don't know if that'll matter because both of them are already in that top side lane, making sure that the enemy team can't go for an Otacon play.
We talked about
how much gold does Keen have?
Really significant.
I feel like his items are so shit.
With a little bit of an advantage.
He must be sitting on a lot of gold, no?
Double Seekers. Mid and top solo lanes for T1, well equipped, limiting the amount of options for Canyon to attack Guma, the most vulnerable member, but has Keria standing beside him. This next fight, it feels like similar to the previous game, even though we've had a lot of blood, it's all building up to this one crucial team fight.
How's your throat feeling today? Better, but still, you can kind of tell, still kind of fucked.
Not an easy task.
Definitely not. You can see here, Canyon getting a lot of gold in the Coinbase gold grind.
Yeah, like it doesn't. Talking is not a problem. It's like, if I try to make a long sentence, I feel like I run out of breath before I can finish the sentence. Like you see, it goes up a little bit towards the end, but overall, I feel like my voice is fine.
Seem like an option is Faker's just walking up and hitting this tower completely unafraid.
Owner might be looking to dive this, potentially, but now won't with Canyon in the area.
First tower still hasn't gone down. What the fuck?
At first didn't see Duro, but obviously Duro, even if he handshakes in.
Dude, they're still looking for that first tower. I feel like top tower is about to go down.
Hasn't finished his. Not ready yet. Finished his boots first instead. And neither team wanting to be the first one because there is so much damage available. The lack of resistances can be so insanely big of a deterrent because if you do get shredded, if Zed gets like one big E, you're just gone.
Yeah, both of these teams can have so much burst, as we already called out, kind of the Seekers is going to make things a bit more difficult for GenG, and if they do get any sort of advantage in these fights, that's where I am looking at Ruler's Kalista to be able to do more sustained damage over time with her Ren stacks.
Tension, because if GenG get like Otacon, win a fight, that might be all they need to just break this game down, again, get into that controlling position we saw them get into. T1 already wanting to bring us to a game number 5. Silver scrapes between these two. I don't think anyone is going to be complaining about that.
Okay.
GenG.
Not the...
Love the game.
What is it called? Wimble? That's something like that?
They've played a lot of game 5s.
This is true.
That's true. T1.
You got the tank mana item.
Complete a man disadvantage is GenG. Try to vie for control here. Ruler taking a bit of poke, but has sustain. Courtesy of the Blade of the Rune King. Is Joey trying to get things kicked off. Flash and the ulti used, but does manage to get Flash out of Faker. Meantime, Greg is still just pushing on the top side. Chovy going in.
Oh, Chovy! Dude, he's missing like every single Ari charm.
Just keeps walking.
What the fuck?
Also not phased. Doran is just pushing.
Oh, top tower.
We'll be getting the first turret there.
Thimble Winter, that's what it's called. Yeah, thank you.
Nicely done from T1, just kind of dragging that out, right? As they were both posturing, poking around. Doran ends up taking that top tier 1, and now he's TPing into the bot
23 minutes first tower goes down.
But also potentially
Holy
he can
shit.
look for a flank here.
Definitely can for now, marked by Chovy, but Chovy ultless in the fight to come. Guma stepping up big damage onto Toro. And T1 are just chipping away at GenG's cooldowns. They got the tower. Doran. They got the ulti, and now Doran hungry for a little bit more.
Wow, T1 might win this, dude.
Started sole point for T1 in their eyes.
We see them posturing, maybe looking towards a play for that other comp, but it's on vision. Owner very easily can get access. Carrier and Faker already making their way over, and T1 kind of doing to GenG what GenG did to them in game number 3, just slowly choking them out of the game.
Yeah, and the threat for the picks that can come through from T1, but in addition, the poke damage coming out of this Corki has actually been really crucial. That's what kind of pushed GenG, pressured them off of that mid-wave, allowed T1 to immediately go in. Now
so
they're
he
on
doesn't
point.
gives a fuck about the spelling.
GenG were not able to trade a tier 1 up
here,
man. Right? They didn't leave the Poppy there to take that down. So really nice map play from T1. Kind of whittling down these health bars enough that they could go in and take control.
Completely agree, and it's so frustrating if you're Ruler. You draft this, knowing the Corki is already there, expecting probably that it goes into bot lane, although it was technically a flex. You get the early advantages. You find the early kill. You have better pressure, but it just has not mattered after we've gotten out of that.
Yeah, Callista, man. Good idea. It's really strong.
Now GenG want to up the pace of the game. They've started the Otacon. Carry a quick control ward over the wall to spot what's happening there.
Dude, another Otacon flip.
Off, but perhaps baiting the trap. T1 don't have perfect information. The ward doesn't spot far enough. Now Doran will see what's happening. Chovy waiting over the wall. Flash it from the Gragas.
Okay. Holy shit, what's going on here? Okay, they get the Otacon.
He starts to run rampant. Throws Duro back into the mix in
the
entire exchange. Ruler ready to take over.
Ruler.
Ruler goes down, buys a couple extra seconds. They need to finish up.
Oh, they kill him. He's alive. He's alive.
It worked.
Holy shit. Run, motherfucker, run. Oh, Keen's dead.
Keen off on the side, gets feared up, locked up. Owner finding the kill. The charm on the Faker is big, but it's not enough damage to finish the job.
GenG read the engage to come through from Doran. And the counter punch is lethal.
And the most important thing is that Faker wasn't there for that fight, right? His TP hadn't come up, so he had to end up walking all the way up to Otacon where T1 were contesting. He was a little bit late there, so they didn't have that kind of shockwave to be able to add on. As you see, Faker is still down here on the map, and it's going to take him a while to get in.
A little bit of extra damage, a shockwave there as Doran finds that engage. That could have been the game winner. That could have just been it. They get Otacon, they're able to make the play work. Instead, they are able to knock away the Nocturne. Orianna isn't in any point in this fight, and the build, I want you to look at the timing right there. That stopwatch almost ends up winning the fight for T1, but instead Ruler gets the reset. He stays alive. Keen happily gives his life because now Otacon goes the way of GenG, but it's not a device, enough of a win, a decisive fight win for GenG.
Dude, these fights are so close, dude.
You're right, it's not decisive enough, and in fact, it's scary, because even when Faker wasn't there and you knock Owner out of the fight entirely...
Honestly, dude, I don't know who's gonna win, dude. I have no idea who's gonna win.
In the context of champion v champion, you did get the objective, and that is something for GenG, but it's not getting easier.
Yeah, I think it gets really scary, and as we see, even though Canyon had kind of a good start, right? Owner has pretty much like stayed even or almost ahead. He actually did hit 2 items first. He'll be able to contest really, really well, especially when he's able to shut off the lights and kind of create chaos. So GenG won't be able to necessarily find the target selection that they want, right? So after a pretty good start for this Zed and Callista, it's looking really scary for GenG.
I want to highlight as well, Chovy just continually going for these plays. It really reminds me of what Faker did on the Silas, right? The amount of ease and chains he missed didn't end up mattering. He was still able to make big impact, and Chovy has been very vocal. These two players have just been at the heart of so much of the LCK's narrative, right? The back and forth. Chovy wants to have the same level of consistent clutch. As we said at the top of the day, it's the most clutch player of all time versus the current best player in Chovy. Thus far, the charms haven't been hitting, but he has been fishing. And how fitting would it be if T1 are then able to just respond in a way that Chovy still can't find what he's looking for.
And Faker is going to be able to clean up this bot tier 1 as well while they're posturing around mid, right? They're getting poke damage down. Guma and Carry are starting to look really scary, and they've been able
40 seconds until Ocean.
While Faker just takes a free turret on the bot.
GenG have to fight this.
Keeping the siege going in mid lane as well. Really just unafraid of what GenG have. Other than the charm, all of their engage so very telegraphed.
Dude, Doran is so tanky.
Right? And we've seen Faker expected to be beaten out in mid lane, potentially handedly by Chovy if he was in peak form, but they've just kept putting him on these control mages, and despite
Or does like 0 damage, one or the other.
Have not been able to break this mid lane open. Is now the initial start to the fight, but there's no follow-up. Doran can't get past the minion line. Doesn't have flash.
With Terminus, he's strong, but sitting on only half health.
A lot of poke damage onto Ruler. Should be able to get that.
Wait.
You're
giving Soul?
This top side and onto this Baron.
Wait, why don't you just take the Soul trade?
That sliver of health might be the difference. Canyon waiting over the wall. Duro needs a good ulti here.
Oh, huge. Oh, they were not as huge. Wait, what?
Crucial. AK on the Baron, and it's dropping. T1 want to keep this fight going. They don't want to risk the 50-50. They shouldn't have to. 5K, eyes on the prize for GenG.
Oh my God.
Chovy starts to dive into the back line. 2K on the objective. Doran in the midst of everything.
Oh! Oh, they got it.
The Baron goes to the side of GenG. They found their moment, and they took it.
That looked so dicey for GenG. Initially, they're able to get Owner out, damage him enough that they could stay on that Baron.
Ooh, the Red Bull Baron power play there for GenG. Can they use it to get back to the Drake in time? Because getting Drake, but giving over Soul, giving over Soul, I don't think is worth.
Dude, wait, why did T1 fight that? Why didn't they just get Baron and just take Ocean Soul?
Counterpunch this deep into the game.
Yeah, you see they're pinging on
I don't understand.
Able to clear up this tier 1.
Like, wasn't it just better just to give Baron and just take Soul?
They really need
because it's Ocean Soul and you have so much
poke. On the board though, and Owner's ult is almost back up.
3 seconds and counting. Shockwave there as well. Flash ability for Owner if he wants to go over the wall, but 50-50 doesn't seem a likely story with Kalista in the game. Instead, GenG take down the Drake. Get themselves to 2. T1 still at Soul Point, but they'll also knock down the mid lane tower, and this is where the Red Bull Baron power play really can start to open up the goal lead for the side of GenG.
Canyon now fully online as well, has the Serpent's Fang available as we take another look.
Yeah, but why are they in this position? Why not just take
trigger on the combo too early?
Ocean?
Because yes, they get on top with perfect timing of Ruler, but look at the ult that
Dude, look at that Renata ult. Oh, and Poppy ult.
They turn onto Owner in a split second, and Ruler is just spearing up behind all of this.
Yeah, the Kalista is able to get all those Ren stacks in, and also importantly, the Poppy punted out Faker. So they did get the combo off, but then again, he had to walk back in to continuously do damage in this fight, and that ends up being a massive difference maker.
A little bit of frustration. Joy from Helper, unsurprisingly.
But I think Helper cam.
That was the shortest response of Joy I've ever seen. He was immediately back locked in.
But I think a little bit of story time for GenG, because it was game 4 last year semifinals. Keen, completely monstrous. It was Canyon on Nidalee, a similar champ that we don't always expect to see, finding a way back, finding these fights, and it was little missteps that ended up costing in that game. Now here, in a much better, much more comfortable position, match point belonging to them. See now if they can close it out, or if T1 can weather the storm.
T1 re-engage is still there. And after respect, Faker sitting on his actual Zhonya's, but Doran has just been stuck on components for a while.
And Poppy isn't here, so
damn.
4v5 with the 5
That's that damage.
T1. While Ruler is going to end up joining Keen in that mid lane, they're going to try to...
don't fuck up this Baron push, come on, man.
Tier 2 turrets down.
Unfortunately for GenG, even with Nash, their siege isn't great, right? Like, we have
short range.
It's very, very short range.
Yeah, but you just need cannon minions.
They can get through it quickly.
You don't even have to defend them.
Have a ton of range wave clear.
Oh, I guess Baron's buff's over. Never mind.
Looking for a pick, but T1, they're not going to fall for that.
Important. Gotta do your due diligence. Charm gonna hit.
Oh!
Rooted up at a good response. Ulti coming in from
Never not all.
There's nothing that GenG can do to try and finish that kill.
Oh my god, dude, they're so close.
Connecting onto Duro. Decent poke damage. Keen from behind. Manages to drag us out of the picture. Owner might be in trouble, but Keen not able to get down the follow-up. We'll just back away.
Keen is so tanky, holy shit.
Yeah, there is no Baron buff. Chovy goes in again.
Charm connects, but no follow-up. You can tell how eager GenG are to just get a little bit more of an advantage so they can start to break open more towers, but they cannot find it.
And without the Baron buff, they just can't siege. So it's either diving, which obviously, even with, if he got 2 people, not just Doran, I think they can look for the dive. But they can't They have to just reset, and that means that T1 just gets another opportunity at a straight 5v5 towards this next dragon.
The fuck?
Yeah, really nice base defense from T1, and they're actually still ahead in turrets to GenG, even after that attempted siege.
Okay, Renata got redemption.
I do believe that Chovy should be able to push in this top wave and probably get that top tier 1 down soon. It is pretty damaged, but you can see kind of how when these compositions go up against each other in that situation, it's so hard for GenG to actually take down structures. They need a fight. They need to take someone out.
100%. And I think the struggle for them is the opposite is not necessarily true for T1. The threat of the long-range non-committal engage from the Gragas, the poke from an Orianna and a Corki means that if T1 find themselves in a similar position, it'll be pretty impossible for GenG to hold on without just going all in at the first opportunity.
Even the barrels from Doran, right? Like you pretty much have poke coming out of every single one of these champions here. Whoa.
Hold that up. It's okay. If we didn't do a Raz, they couldn't see when we accidentally alt-tabbed out of the draw.
It's fine. I've been drawing too much anyway. It's all good.
Right
anyway, a lot of poke.
Item finishes, therefore, really the entire roster. Ruler just now finishing his Jack Show, so he's actually very beefy. Serpent's Fang for Canyon. Look at Chovy now also having his arm guard available. A flanking ward to come through it. Chovy behind him.
Chovy ready to go.
Oh!
Instantaneous reaction speed. Keen now going to look for some form of
okay, that's a pretty good Renata ulti.
Coming in from Doro, but it doesn't do too much. Chovy ready to go over the wall one more time, but he's warded out this time. T1 are ready. Ulti for ulti. Try the flash in.
Oh!
To make the difference, but it
okay. Huge flash, huge plays.
Chovy taking down Doran.
Oh, Owner. Damn.
GenG still standing strong. Only Doran deleted.
The threat of these Chovy charms is huge, and you saw even there where Doran kind of tried to get in, tried to separate. GenG had the perfect response. That Renata ult was also
dude, this is tense as fuck, dude.
Ultimate. I think this dragon is definitely going to be gone, but T1 wouldn't be T1 if they're not going to try and at least contest. There is still a ward in the pit. I'm shocked that GenG haven't cleared that.
No ulti, no flash.
Oh,
seems like they're just not worried.
Fast enough.
Baron also in their sights. Big moment. Tied up soul point to soul point.
Oh, and Doran. That play onto Ruler, if there is slightly earlier follow-up and Ruler doesn't get the flash,
dude, this game is crazy.
They're able to get Soul, they're probably able to get Baron off of that as well.
Dude, it feels really close.
And GenG looking at another Baron.
5 seconds on Doran. Has TP available, but no flash. Guma with flash. Faker with flash. They have tools. They can just find the angle. But GenG not going to overcommit here. Want to get their resets.
Oh, Canyon.
Reclaim a bit of control over the Baron pit, although really taking their time. They know that a single pick at this point could just end the game in the favor of GenG.
This is so tense.
Still, Siva's my champ. Yes. Me too, dude.
I think it's okay.
It's the mounting
pressure. No, it's fun. It's a good kind of tense, right? Because like any of these team fights can just be really explosive.
It's also a good reminder we can take a breath. You know, it's just one of the few opportunities.
Breathing sometimes overrated, bro.
We're gonna stay tense because I imagine the players are feeling the same way. Baron is up now. T1 most likely screaming in comms to try and find some opportunity there. Don't forget that disengage is still great with the Gragas and the threat, the zone control of the Orianna. They can just start up that objective, try and bring us to a game 5 in that classic T1 fashion. But it feels like GenG at this point have just read that play too many times, and I think that's why T1 are hesitant to go for it. There are so many beefy targets on GenG, right? Even with the build he's gone for.
I'm still stroking it to GenG. Hell yeah, dude.
Arguably even Ruler if he gets a stack up.
Oh yeah, dude.
Can be a tough target to take down.
Yeah, CFO's so close.
Posturing, fishing again. The potential with their
I think CFO is better than FlyQuest or BLG.
Vision.
Chovy's gonna show on this top wave.
Chovy
oh, Doran fucked up.
Goes in. Now Ruler's uncontested. Look at the damage coming out of this.
Okay.
Owner forced to
oh my god.
Out, but he goes right back.
Oh, wait, Owner's like in no man's land. Ah, that ran out. Oh, it's so bad. Oh my god, they're missing everything. Holy shit.
T1 hurt, but not out of it.
Close.
No one has died. Doran can TP in fresh.
Chovy the last dash out. Shockwave gone, ulti's gone across the board, the Poppy ult, Keen. Eyes on him, can he make the difference? 5K, objective getting lower. Ulti there, spell shield there.
Oh my god, they missed the fucking Poppy ult.
Continuing to walk up, Canyon secures it with the smite.
Ruler, okay, holy shit.
Doran.
T1 still looking.
Faker.
But they're still gonna fight this?
Does not want to give them the chance to back to reset.
Combo's almost available again.
Wants to keep the fight going. GenG. Ruler wants to push the wave on the side.
Canyon.
T1, if they bet wrong here with the wave already pushing, it could cost them the game.
Now Vision.
Canyon threatening. Shadows out. Now the ulti. But they take their time, they're waiting on the retreat. They saw the W used, they're gonna force the flash as well. Keen continues to go in. Big damage, Shockwave.
Oh, Keen dies.
Eager and shut down. T1 playing on the edge. Ruler diving forward with the Pierce.
Dude, that Auckland's so short.
So much of the Baron buff now. Wasted as they're not able to push for more.
Chovy wasn't there. The only upside for GenG is that this is most likely going to lead into them getting prio on this dragon. They're at sore point already. We're 40 minutes in. 6 dragons have been taken. GenG, with how drawn out these fights are, I take back what I said about the Ocean Soul. That is going to do some serious work because these fights have been so long. How many people actually, like 2 throughout the entire sequence?
We keep expecting it to be this pick into kills for the side of GenG or this perfect combo for T1, but because these ultis aren't connecting on 5 people, the fight is always drawn out. It's always about the smallest margins, and Ocean Soul can make all the difference.
Ruler now has a GA as well, so he'll have that locked in for the next fight.
Wow, okay. Dude, I feel like Kalista, having completed items, should not be this weak. It feels like Kalista's so weak.
Allow you to go way deeper into the backline, and T1 do not have vision control.
Dude, I don't know, man.
Their own jungle, as we
Full build Kalista just does nothing.
Observers,
Or it just feels like it does nothing.
Thank you. Nothing is what T1 see. Dorn has to be careful to step forward here. And again,
5 seconds.
It's T1 with their backs against the wall. They do not want to give up this Ocean Soul. It is match point for GenG, but they know any bad fight they take could end it. Still poking, still prodding.
Ooh. Canyon, that's a lot of damage. They are not using the Baron buff though. There is no threat towards the turrets. They're not side laning, not wanting to run a risk in the Nocturne.
Keen acting as that bouncer to the back line. Does not want to let anyone in from the side of T1, but the combo from the Nocturne Orianna will always be lethal. Ruler starting the objective. It won't be a 50-50 on the smite. It's going to take a miracle. Ocean Soul secured. And now Chovy goes
again.
In. The Zhonya's out immediately, and Owner's going to try to fire it back, but he can't get anything else done. Canyon posturing on the side, and T1 uncertain of where they can go, but
Cannon's getting caught out.
The angle clearly.
He dies.
Flawlessly timed as Guma now gets the shutdown. Keen looking for the
Ruler, it's your time to shine. Never not ulti, I don't know. Holy fuck, nobody will die. Wait, Faker's in trouble. But so's Chovy. Chovy's dead. They gotta back out. Dude, if they lose this fight, this is game.
They stand strong. Doran going in, Doran not able to fight.
Oh my god, dude. Kalista can't kill anyone.
If they keep this fight going, they can put the pressure on. They can try to close it.
The health bars though, the healing from this Ocean Soul is so big.
TP back in.
TP in though.
Faker on the way. Keen needs to find a way out. Fear there. Knockback.
Keen.
Right into the midst of the team, and now Doro and Ruler have to make all the difference. But Honor finds the reset. He's into the back line. It's him versus Ruler. But Ruler just takes it. They have to keep him running. They have to take him out of the equation. T1 should just finish it here. He's gliding. Flash. Pierce. He just continues.
What's going on? Yes, GA. He can't end, but holy fuck.
Look at the death timers! 60 seconds on Ruler!
What the fuck?
King still down as well!
Oh my god, maybe they can end. Canyon gotta clear the wave, dude.
Oh my gosh.
Vancouver hungry for more from T1
up as well.
For game 5.
Dude, get rid of that! I want to do the death timers!
For GenG as long as they stay in this
oh my god, how close is it?
A brief moment to take it.
He can't end? Wow.
Have to be happy with just the inhibitor, not willing to bet it, not willing to risk the lower bracket on a single push.
What a crazy extended fight. And in this, I want everyone to be watching the Guma damage, right? The damage coming out of this Corki.
Yeah, Guma's doing so much damage compared to Ruler, dude. Ruler's like invisible, dude.
Separated, it ends up looking pretty all right for GenG. They're like, okay, we can wait this out. Never mind, Canyon gets caught on the back line.
The fact that it's Doran that does it as well. The previous play on Taruna not working out.
Yeah, that not always kind of ass.
Members of the team. And then I think here GenG could have probably looked to exit Just take 3 members, let it be, but they choose not to. Instead, opting into this fight, and T1 slow playing it beautifully.
Yeah, they slow play it, and again, when they get separated, right, they're able to take down Chovy in the MasterCard priceless moment of the game. Faker is going to end up teleporting and rejoining. Again, just so well done from T1 to kind of wait out. Whenever GenG split up, it ended up being disastrous for GenG.
Dude.
Definitely is.
We're probably gonna go to game 5.
Ruler a bit frustrated. Maybe thought he could dance his way out of that one and was damn close.
I don't know, dude. Like, Kalista actually feels worthless.
Always going for the chains, always fishing for the angle, but in this game, it's been Doran fishing. And when it's worked beautifully. Both top laners so crucial to their team's success, even if their scoreline not spectacular. The Poppy ult,
only Doran has anti-healing.
Might make the difference. He's been caught out.
Oh.
The safety. Faker knocked entirely out of the fight. Canyon wants to follow, but Doran is there with the body slam to deny him access.
Disengage is there. Faker, or sorry, Chovy rather, keeps looking for these plays, but now Pryo on Baron for GenG. And the ultimate is gone.
Shockwave.
Yeah, that's huge. Shockwave is
from
still
Faker
up.
can be big. Taking his time, waiting for the angle as GenG just descend on the objective.
Yeah, Ari does no damage to Doran either.
For the weak, the passive for the Zed. The E from the Kalista should finish it. Zed is Keen picked off. Eyes on Faker again with the shockwave. GenG desperate to burst through the objective. 6K, lower and lower. It should be impossible for Owner, but he might be, but no. GenG get it, and Ruler's running rampant. Doran, they can't get to the backside. Ruler untouched. Double kill for T1. Objective down in GenG's favor, but again.
Oh, Ruler's dead. Oh, triple kill.
Stands tall. Doran on the chase. Chovy golden, but headed to
Quadra kill.
the Quadra.
What?
Quadra kill for Gumayushi. This Corgi is massive. The hero of this is Doran. This Gragas has been instrumental in these T1 fights. He's shown up in playoffs to get them here. He's showing up massively again in this game.
T1 will not be denied again.
T1.
Once more into the fray we go again.
Once more to 5 as GenG not able to win with the soul. T1 see
Dude. Yeah, Kalista feels so useless, dude.
And what better way to hit the record 7 silver scrapes than with GenG and T1. Back to you over at the desk.
T1, some said they took a risk on Doran, but he paid them back tenfold. T1 are inevitable. We are in a game 5, despite there being not many chances for T1 to turn this game around, but they do it every single time.
It is just insane, T1. From the position that they're in, it is nothing else but magic. They're able to find these opportunities, find these windows to claw back a victory out of the jaws of defeat.
It's wild. That game should have been completely in GenG's favor.
Yeah, because it's still winless. But like, look.
That's what happened.
I meant before that, actually.
He has no flash, so they're able to find him, and then they're going to go for the fight.
Like, this is a full build Kalista. Like, Corgi feels like he's like 1v9. Look at Ruler, he's like gliding like crazy. He can't kill anyone.
The bailout is there. Doran had found some fantastic engages to punish.
And also, I don't know, Ari also felt like it did negative damage too.
The flash body slam happened there, but in prior fights that I'm sure we're going to be going over, Doran keeps finding picks on Zed. Canyon cannot play the game in these late game fights. The pick that happened much earlier on,
damn,
we're
dude,
going to be seeing
so good.
Caused the tumbling.
I was gonna say the one that I called for, although it was my bad that I queued up the other one, is in the mid lane. That long extended fight. And I do want to say before we see this, there were so many fights that were so, there were so many intricacies that I feel like you have to watch them a million times over to see everything that happened. So I'd love to see the big fight that actually solidified that T1 could even come back in this game, because it was this one or they lost.
Yeah, I mean, that's why my eyes were on specifically Doran, because he was able to find Zed, who was just right behind the Baron, the Dragon Pit. And just being able to see this happen again for a player that has been questioned internationally means so much. Even seeing the player reaction, seeing him again finding these picks and seeing his face like light up, it's you have to cheer for the guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane here. You know, T1
Yeah,
able
dude.
to claw back,
I don't know.
even
That
losing the
Kalista
Ocean
was
Soul
like
there was
non-existent.
And GenG went with a very risky draft. I mean, they came out with Ahri, Kalista, and Renata, who all have been struggling so hard, to say the least, here at MSI. Kalista, 0 wins at MSI. Renata, 0 wins at MSI. And now I believe the updated win-loss for Ahri is also 2-8, I think now. These picks have been struggling, and even Ruler, one of, if not the best Kalista player
Let's get ready for Game 5, baby. Silver Scrapes.
Bro, it sucks, flatly put, because
I need to go pee again.
Yeah, this one.
And you can just watch it through.
When do I take my medication?
It's back and forth.
Nah, it's fine. I'll take it later.
Nice, and they chase him
Right,
down.
be right back.
So it's wonderful.
And this was after already getting those initial 2 kills. And T1 knew, we lost Soul, we have to get more.
All right.
So Faker was able to base, he TP's back in at full health, and everyone else's job on T1 is just keep GenG around, do not let them base there.
Even
and these are the records,
cannot
man.
help it. The Kalista win rate, it's in the dumpster, it's in the garbage. 0-10, and Renata, by the way, by his side, can also not win a game.
I mean, if Ruler can't win with First Blood, getting gifted to him that early on, this pick is trash.
Yeah.
You
Get it out of there.
You can see how tough it was when they had Baron, they had push, they had a huge lead, and they couldn't siege.
Yeah.
They tried to angle for a dive on bot lane, they couldn't do it. They tried to siege on bot lane or try and get something on mid, it couldn't happen. So they just kept having to play for major objectives and pulling T1 over.
Honestly, I mean, it kind of would have been a robbery if GenG won with this comp, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think T1 had heavily outdrafted them. We did have a Baron fight, if we can look back at that. I'm not sure if we do have that clip ready, where things kind of went wrong for T1.
Yeah.
And to me, this was interesting because I do think T1 showed us kind of 2 sides of how the composition works here. Even if we don't have that clip, I can kind of just talk about it. But here is the one. So in my mind, what T1 has to do is slow play these fights. You have Karma, you have Corki poke, you have the poke from the Orianna, as well as potential Gragas poke. When you full send it, this is, I think, really the only way GenG can realistically win a fight.
Yes.
Because that's where the bailout comes through. You send all your damage on one target. There's the bailout. There's the hostile takeover. There's the turnaround. Because that buys space for Chovy and Canyon to work their magic when everything is already spent on the Kalista. When they slow play the fights, the options are so incredibly limited for GenG. And I think once T1 got a little bit more comfortable with that, we saw them do that even with Soul being given over. They played it more slowly. They looked for poke. They waited for great engages when people were already low, and that allowed them to do it. And I think we just have to talk about this Chovy quote that we had at the start of the day here. Chovy talking about how he's played against Faker so many times. Because I've faced Faker so many times, I know how to play against him. And when you look at the
2023.
Exactly, August 11, 2023, and now we can pull up the record since then between these two players. Almost a 90% win rate in series. The only series that T1 won against them since then was International. Last year, World Semifinals, 3-1 T1 take it. They are now on the precipice of once again being able to knock them down. It's the International magic.
Yes, because can I remind people what we thought about T1 before that World Championship last year? They're not going to recover. They won't be as good. They definitely can't beat GenG. They won the whole thing, Raz. And I feel like these are the kind of things that probably start popping up in your brain if you're on the other side, if you're Chovy, if you're GenG, right? Even though this is the winner's match, no one goes home. But I feel like in the coach reactions, you see how much this means to these teams.
Because they will feel like this is the finals to them, right? They feel like everything, this means everything. And like, if you already talked about the last time they played against each other at Worlds, the excuses you can make at that time was like, you know, Lehens at the time wasn't having a good tournament.
Look at the Corki damage, oh my
Huge,
God.
Ridiculous. And going back to your point, Azel, just like how they should have been playing these comps and how they rushed it at the Baron. They also rushed it. There was one time in mid lane where they thought they could flash Gragas take a pick on Kalista and completely flashed out. And you went right into GenG's trap of being able to play fights like these now that Kalista can start hitting.
Yeah, I mean, Guma playing it really well, utilizing that range advantage, you know, was constantly landing poke. But, you know, the end of the day, GenG are going to feel the pressure because you're facing the final boss. You're facing Faker. This guy, you always have to be able to get past him if you want to win something.
Yeah, every time Ruler is like walking into a semi-dangerous situation, he's like, why do I hear boss music? what the hell's going on? And I think
you gotta check your closet for Faker every morning. Make sure.
But I do think those are the kind of things that play, and even if you have a long and storied career, and we can go down the line of a couple. We already touched on Doran. He was instrumental in bringing them to Game 5. We talked about Faker versus Chovy, but on the other side, Ruler has had a stellar series. He just had to pick the Kalista.
Yeah, I think Ruler and Canyon have barely stepped a foot wrong this entire series. They have been incredible, but Raz, it's game 5. You said you wouldn't flip, but can I interest you in this man?
Not right now. I got to stay by my word, and I trust GenG. I think they were doing quite well with an impossible comp, it felt like. So I'm sticking to my guns.
Think? Does T1 have it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
It is electric in here every time T1 win a fight, but GenG aren't gonna let it bother them. They have their eye on the prize, but honestly, it's anyone's game. Once and again, is T1 really that inevitable, or will Chovy shut the door and make his way to the grand finals?
Why are you stronger? Why are you stronger? What is this? Give me.
Yo, let's go. Oh, this suffers crepes. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, see, GenG draft, even GenG fucks up draft. So it's like, how the fuck do you perfect game by peerless BO5s? Okay, so we'll probably be done by 1, then I have to get going. Office. No, no, no. Woo whoop. Dee woo whoop. Whoop dee doop.
GenG just descend on the objective. They know they have the advantage if it comes down to it. Contempt for the weak, the passive for the Zed. The E from the Kalista should finish it, but instead is Keen picked off. Eyes on Faker again with the shockwave. GenG desperate to burst through the objective. 6K, lower and lower. It should be impossible for Owner, but he might be able to make it happen. No, GenG get it, and Ruler's running rampant. Or they can't get to the backside. Ruler on dodge. Double kill.
Yeah, Kalista.
Objective down in GenG's favor, but again, the cost is too high. Guma stands tall. Doran on the chase. Chovy golden, but headed to silver, and it's the Quadra.
And welcome back to Vancouver, ahead of Game 5 between GenG and T1. The atmosphere is absolutely electric here in the venue, and I want to know what the fans think. Why do you think GenG is gonna win?
Because I believe in the Church of Chovy.
Yeah, Church of Chovy.
Why do you think T1 is gonna win?
Because Faker is the goal.
Faker is the GOAT.
To you for this game 5.
The Church of Chovy.
Both things can be true, and that's what's scary. And here we are, game 5. I will say though, as much as I do still think that regardless of what happens in this series, Chovy's the best individual player in the world, I cannot think of anyone I would want to match up against in a game 5 less than Faker.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really, everything
Yep.
that we've seen thus far, I think there's been so much so going into the series. What was going to be the matchups that were going to be big? What was going to be the matchups that were underperforming going in? I really don't think any of it has mattered.
Dude, if Ruler can't win,
instead is so many fights that were on the
if Ruler can't win with Kalista, that champ is dog shit.
Losing the game outright. And what we saw in the game number 4 was
especially the way he was playing it, dude.
And I'm sure everyone's with me on this one. Get me. It doesn't have to be as good as game 4. Just get me half of that in game 5 because we've had I've been there. We had a lot of game 5 oopsies.
Yeah, I was going to say Game 5 and Fearless. I know a lot of people are seeing it now at MSI, but you and I have seen it watching LCK and LPL. Sometimes things got a little funky in draft, you know, in Game 5, and when one team composition gets ahead, they just kind of end up steamrolling. So I, too, would also not want to see that because, again, these two teams know each other so well. You can tell how familiar they are with each other. It's been punch after counterpunch after counterpunch. It's just been so entertaining, so please give us that as well in Game 5.
100%. But now there's so much pressure on the players and the coaching staff as we get closer to picks and bans powered by Omen and HyperX to dig deep into those champion pools, to not be caught, to not get blindsided by a niche option or counter.
Last draft.
This is what's terrifying about Fearless.
Game 5 Fearless.
Game 5 as you did for every other one. And you're right, so often it does come down to that little draft gap, a composition that's much more easily executed or stronger on paper.
Renekton, still available. Going to be one of the picks that I'm going to be looking toward with so many of its counters. Hard or soft, you know, the Ornn, the Gragas already taken off the board. The Yorick taken off as well. And I'm going to go back as well to that mid lane matchup because Faker, for all of his clutch moments, has been reliant in his recent era on a lot of different champions. And a lot of those champions are now gone. We are going to game 5. Chovy has been known to have a very eclectic champion. Well, he's been leaning into it a lot more since Fearless has come around. But then you can say the same about players like Keria, particularly on R5.
The big thing for me, 80 mid laners, AP junglers. Jungle pool also heavily pinched. We haven't seen Yone. We haven't seen Tristana. And a lot of the AP jungle options, stuff that Canyon and Owner are willing to pull out in the right circumstances. But Yone obviously not necessarily the first pick that comes to mind when you talk about Faker. So see where the prio is going to be.
Yone, but then also I'm looking at an Akali or a Sylas, right? That kind of matchup. These two are super, super comfortable with. We see the Maokai, Vi, and Varus taken off the table by T1. The TF remains out of this series. You got your wish, Dracos. Congratulations.
Well, to be fair, the Kalista haters are the real winners in this series. I think.
Honestly,
okay, that game was not on Kalista though. Let's be real
here
now.
But did she win?
No, she did not win.
That's it.
I don't think it was
results-based analysis, Emily. I love it. I love
related.
it. Aurora.
Okay.
Still on the board, banned in previous games, but we'll make it through here. And this is the nature of Game 5, right? A lot of these champions where you would want a little bit more info, you're very readily willing to just blind pick, to throw down, knowing how small that pool is.
Yeah.
Oh, what would they pick?
I'm 99% sure that's going to be mid. For Chovy, it's actually his 5th most played across all of 2025. And including Fearless, so that's pretty high up there in the prio. When we are looking at both of these mids, Owner just
okay, Owner. Pulling out that Lee thing.
You see Faker have a more concentrated pool in his signature picks, and then Chovy having the more diverse pool and more spread across 23 picks to Faker's 18. But as you pointed out, that R5 for Keria goes so hard. And here we see the Sylas locked in for Faker.
And again, speaking of clutch players, not wanting to play Faker, Sylas, Game 5, it just hits different. And Chovy is a terrifying Aurora, but if they can't shut Faker down, we know what he's capable of.
We'll see, because as Emily highlighted, GenG have been willing to flex this Aurora towards top. Keen, a player with yet another deep champion pool. It also makes me wonder what is going to be the pick for Canyon. And if we get Owner Lee versus Canyon, nearly game 5.
My gosh!
Oh my.
And
Let's freaking go.
Okay, the thing is, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You talked about how close some of these games could be, how they could be balanced on a knife's edge. There's a Nidalee and a Lee Sin, now potentially Renekton. This game will come down to early skirmishes. Yeah. If one team finds a lead, they will run over the opposition.
Wow, okay.
And there we see the blind pick Renekton for Keen, although
are they going to counter pick here or go for AD?
It was exactly this setup.
Yeah.
Actually, the GenG flex, we'll see if it happens again. Keen mentioning that one in draft. We'll see if T1 also, with how many top laners are already gone, I think you have to pick something here. The Gnar to come through for Doran.
Mbessa instead.
Oh.
And this man on Mbessa had one of the craziest 1v2s that we saw in their series at the Road to MSI. Popped off in an insane
You gotta
manner.
ban Jinx. You gotta ban Jinx.
Are already gone. Leona gonna get taken.
There's no way you don't ban Jinx here.
Again, the support pool gets smaller. You highlighted Emily Carrier, red 5 counter pick. What does he got for us? What is he cooking up?
You ban Jinx ever?
Super volatile composition, honestly, from both sides.
Yeah, and he can play
Nautilus.
anything. As we see, the Nautilus removed, was kind of expecting that. Wasn't sure which team was going to end up taking it out, but he remains on the ban list. So those two kind of remaining engaged supports taken out.
And we're out of engaged supports now. So last game where we saw how little CC options there were, how scrappy the fight
well, we have
we're set up
Shen.
to see the same again because there's not really a lot of point-and-click reliable lockdown left.
They're going to ban Blitz. Oh, there we go. And then they're going to ban Pyke. I really don't think that with the comp that is here for T1, you want to give Keria the opportunity to play aggressively for the map. But no, it's the Ziggs
being
instead.
Taken out. So the Pyke is still up for Keria. A hallmark of, again, the series that T1 beat GenG with, or in, last Worlds. Let's see what Guma, most likely Guma is going to end up picking here.
Oh, what are they picking?
R5 for Keria.
What's the angle for Guma? Still a decent amount of 80 carries left on the pool. A lot of utility options gone. Ashe, something that was really successful last year. Aggressive, though, is the
Wow. Draven.
We can't go any more all in. They find a way to do it.
And a pick that goes back all the way to when Guma debuted way back in the qualification series. Pretty sure in 2020 against GenG. Didn't end up winning back then. Has since obviously transformed into a completely different, as we can, Ruler Jinx. On the flip side, might be Jinx Lulu, which to me,
yeah,
would also
Draven
set up
Pyke
for that Pyke on carry out Fiverr.
Yep.
And those two comps.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, if it's a Jinx Enchanter, especially the Lulu, I definitely see the R5.
We talked about the importance of bot lane Prio. We know how important it'll be to shut down Guma. As long as he's stacking up Adoration, it will be a bigger threat to Tom Kench.
More safety. Trying to keep Ruler safe. Late
Okay,
game
okay.
insurance, right there.
They see how committed T1 are to the early to mid game, and they say,
know,
we can weather the storm.
Let's see it.
He's debating, still considering. Fantastic to the shields from Tom Kench.
And again, I can't talk about this bot lane enough.
Okay.
In terms of how they like to play, how they like to pressure their opponents. He's gonna walk in Pyke. Yes!
Pyke it is!
Damn, okay, let's go, dude. Dude, this is a crazy draft.
And this is already
I'm so excited.
A banger.
Oh, it's Renekton Nidalee for GenG. Chovy on a pick that should be able to generate pressure in lane. And while obviously Ruler and Duro need to get for early game, the range advantage, if they can play around the Pyke, can maybe get them through. And then on the flip side, T1, it is basically full melee. If they can get Guma ahead early, what does GenG actually do? Because taken down...
Dude, I don't know which draft I like more.
So much other threats on the map, not going to be easy. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not feeling great about it not being a one-sided game, because either of these two compositions, if the Nidalee gets ahead, if the Renekton gets ahead, versus if Pyke
yeah, it feels like whoever gets ahead early games is going to win the whole
We've seen
game.
it before. Again, Carrier's Pyke, legendary on that international stage, but against Canyon's Nidalee. I mean, the thing about two teams like this, two teams who have so much history, is that it's always set up for these iconic picks. Now, Vancouver, listen up as we go into game. We're going to take something from our friends at the LCK. Chronicler and Emily are going to lead you through team chants. It's very simple. They're going to say a team name. They're going to say 1, 2, 3 in Korea. You shout that team name, fighting. Everyone ready? A lot of people here, LCK fans, I think already know the deal. But we really need to hit this. We need to let the players on stage know they're at home here in Vancouver.
Yeah, comfort pick Carrier.
GenG! 하나, 둘, 셋!
T1! 하나, 둘, 셋! T1 fighting!
Great job, Vancouver. You nailed it. Woo! Keep that energy high. It's game 5, baby. Oh, and fighting wasn't enough. We need the T1 chance too. A reminder.
Yeah, damn.
Vancouver is rooting for, and again, this is the only moment of reprieve you will have.
Watch this be somehow another 18-minute first blood.
Mao, I swear.
There's no way.
No.
We got the
They
pike.
can find.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
They can find a way.
That is a Halo Blades pike.
Yeah.
He goes hard, or he goes to a different, or he goes to a different lane. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll find a way.
Duro does have the exhaust, at least,
Level
to
1.
try and.
T1, obviously very strong with the pike, with Lee.
Oh.
Silas as well. Gonna take control again and invade Canyon's jungle.
Yeah, good invade from T1. If they're able to turn this into a vertical map, again, really works well with the pressure that Guma and Keria should be able to provide in this bot lane.
And we end up with an interesting position on the map where it's on, so it goes a little bit wide there. The respective lanes under this split map to survive. Pressure on Ruler and Duro to weather that storm. Pressure on the top side for Doran to weather that storm. If that's where Canyon wants to go. For now, though, it seems he's more content to fight for these early camps. Doesn't have a red buff, but seems unconcerned. Power the Nidalee early on enough to get out of the jungle, especially as Canyon has pushed in the mid lane already.
Yeah, a nice response from Canyon, right? Owner, again, they still will have bot prio, but he wouldn't be able to technically loop around and kind of do a super cheeky gank. So Canyon will be able to get those Raptors head up. We'll see if he wants to do any sort of invade of his own, because he does have prio in this mid lane and on this top side. He will get spotted out by this ward.
Important to see what the response is from Owner. It seems like he's pretty content to just keep clearing. Again, without mid prio, it's tough to contest in the 1v1. Canyon
Dude,
can just
both teams, man.
Waste a lot of time as Duro's hooked up. Immediate exhaust. Already has them low. And they know Canyon's topside, which just allows Keria and Gumayusi to get so aggressive in the bottom lane.
And it's a big deal. Even if Keria doesn't actually roam over, Chovy has to play a lot safer as Canyon. He's a
little hit. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. The red buff is there too. Canyon trying to finish the objective to hope he get level 3 himself, but the autos are just not going to
do much of anything. He can't do it.
He'll go
Owner!
First blood!
And in the hands of another player, this
Damn.
might have seemed like just a pick away, right? You want to deny Canyon, one of his all-time best champions. But we know, in case of Owner, he himself is a demon on this champion.
Dude, T1 Black Magic is real, dude. What in the fuck?
Canyon dying early on in this game. A big lead in the jungle, and a rough start for GenG.
And if he gets ahead on this Lee Sin, Owner is so, I mean, both of these junglers, but Owner's Lee Sin is known. It's so good at setting up picks, right? At setting up plays for this Pike to go in, for this Draven to follow up, later on for the Mbessa to go in. Like, he has so many dive buddies as well. Getting ahead early on this could be huge for T1.
Would be devastating. Although T1 and GenG both have managed to
Oh,
find their
Pike
way
is
out
here.
of these early game deficits. But Keria is in the mid lane to flap through the Q. It's flawless. It's not enough to find the kill, but it might be if they can get a bit more. Chovy, beautiful punish. The weird and keeps him standing.
Can be a flash for flash trade.
What the fuck, Keria?
Chovy's low.
Chovy's low, and most importantly, Doran TP'd to this bot side almost as soon as he could, right? Keria is unleashed on the map. That's what this bot lane prio gives you, already being a menace towards Chovy in that mid lane.
Credit to Keria. E-flash, channeling the Q as the E comes through. It's actually perfect. Can be tricky to pull off, but Chovy, again, has to burn the flash, but hold on to his life.
Yeah, his Ari.
However, that is the start of what could be a difficult situation for GenG, especially as Doran seems unafraid to walk up in the 2v1, might lose a little bit more health, but Ruler early on as the Jinx hasn't spent any money, hasn't bought anything, and so is just a bit weaker. Doesn't have the damage to really threaten.
is also Jinx. Unfortunately for Ruler, not quite the damage that a Draven will be finding early, and T1 just snowballing these lanes.
Oh, Doran.
These small moments, they can feel like a snowball in a game number 5 like this. As the turtle port comes through here from Keen, will be able to make his way back to this wave, but not going to have the most fun. As because of that cancel, I think, Keen felt obliged to teleport to top to just get some of this. And we see now Ruler alone with a Cole walking towards a level 6 Doran, and Lee's in the bot side as well.
T1 so far paid off for investing so heavily in their early
Dude, T1 has a really good early game.
To leave their options
they have
open,
a really good control over this map.
The Jinx, but it just
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Where it gets to impact, where it gets to do anything, and T1 are taking full advantage of that.
And once again, we see them start that Drake stacking early.
And you're level 4. They're a member down.
Aurora ult stolen.
Pike on the way as well. They can't contest this.
Okay. Should just get taken out. Canyon might throw a cheeky spear, but it just won't matter. Drake over to the side of T1 on top of the gold lead they've already amassed. They're running the early game.
And for GenG, it now becomes how much can they weather, right? Like how much can they give up to T1 in this early game to potentially be able to get this Jinx online?
Looks like Doran did use the ult to go all in there.
Yeah, I was about to say, Ruler walking up like that, I'm like, whew,
yeah,
that is scary, even with the sum still up, only sitting on a Colt. There might still be a dive towards bot lane.
Ulti. Wants to get the
Owner
poke down, wants to get the reset. Owner waiting in the darkness. Barely not hitting. Sonic Wave won't find its mark as Ruler just continues to on the bottom side, stacking the coal, taking time, and he's going to need a lot of that time, especially as Guma is also stacking the Draven passive. If he cashes this out, it's going to be such a massive gold lead.
And that is the insurance policy for GenG, is obviously Ruler on this Jinx. And I do think that Jinx in this composition gets to be online a little bit earlier than you might think because of the resets and the amount of upfront damage that's available. But if every lane just starts falling behind, I don't know how much impact Ruler is really going to be able to have, because he just won't be able to get through the health bars of these members. As Duro,
dude, this is a really tense King 5, man.
For everyone,
it's like, what the fuck?
Growing early, Drake found by them as well, and they're going to be feeling great about this early game. It's the
team it looks like T1's going to get all the objectives early on again.
Still make a big counterpunch, particularly the Renekton, the Aurora, and the Nidalee in an early skirmish have so much power. But then again, you look at the people on the other end of the map, it's no different.
Keen finds the initial CC, carry with a quick pullback. Slice brings Keen in, Dice will take him right out, and T1 continue the pressure on the top side. And this is, you pointed out well, in that skirmish. But T1 have
yeah, they didn't get Grubs, dude. Got Dragon and Grubs.
Uncontested, GenG cannot find that early skirmish.
And even if Canyon looks for something on the spot side, he is going to get spotted out by that ward on the invade. They have TK.
Split dives, two sides of the map. Owner ready with the setup. They want to go all in on this Renekton. Doran trying to style the exhaust already there. Ulting back through to get into the tower, but now he's face first with Canyon. Down for the catch up. On the top side, the feat of warfare is claimed. A massive influx of gold.
Keria goes down, but it does not matter. T1 wins on both sides of the map, and Owner's going to be able to clean up these grubs.
Yeah, GG, dude.
He's just chilling. He's vibing. Alone against free. Duro goes down. Canyon doesn't get the gold he so desperately needs, and Doran just watches them leave. Flash in hand. And 1.7k gold lead now for T1. The snowball.
Damn, dude.
With their composition as a prerequisite is fully coming through.
Guma getting so much money on that cash out. 870 looks like it. Of course, at this point in the game, you have to feel for the members of GenG. You have to stay strong in a game like this. You have to hold on to the mental. And how many times have we seen Chovy in these clutch moments watch the map fall apart around him?
Recently, though, GenG have been brought to a number of Game 5s and able to persevere. We saw it domestically. We saw it even last year at MSI against TES.
Yeah.
Actually, that matchup going the full distance as well. But as everyone knows, if you watch any League of Legends, T1 are a different beast, particularly with Doran playing the way that he has been. The early snowball for Guma and Keria. It might not be done.
Keria waiting. Ooh, Keen.
Oh.
Played the dodge out.
Dude, why are they not swapping back?
Dirk. be curious to see what he goes for.
This is really bad for like Jinx.
Again, big damage. Keen consistently forced to use that dive, the slice and dice, just to backstep, just to stay strong in this lane.
Like I feel like they're just losing with this swap.
To kind of be able to get Ruler online with this Jinx, right? This Renekton has now had no prio, is getting set behind, where Doran turned around his dive into a kill for himself, and is just kind of vibing in bot, right? Like, and yes, this Jinx could be in a better position than if she had faced off against the Pyke, against the Draven, right? But this also costs GenG a lot to be able to swap out of that natural prio that they would have had with this Renekton.
It's also big that when you look at the setup, Duro tried to go for a W because what else do they have? Like, you need to set up for Nidalee Spear. The CC isn't actually there. Ruler tried with the traps, but it wasn't enough.
I think the frustrating thing here for Keen is you've held on, you've weathered the storm. Who TP's up to the top side? It's Doran. He's up on XP. He has a fully completed item. So whatever advantage you had earlier on, despite everything you tried to do, just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, he's about half a level, and now Owner is potentially going to be looking for another dive.
Oh, Faker's on his way as well.
Trying to hold on. Dominus use Q into the wall.
Oh.
Good combo. Keen can't push a single button.
Dude, it's just over, man.
Side waves exploding for GenG. The T1 take whatever they want on the map. I don't even know if GenG can really contest for this dragon here. Looks like they also don't think so. MSI, a matchup that is supposed to eventually do well. You know,
dude, Team 5s, man, are so one-sided. It's crazy.
And 12 minutes in.
Well, again, that's what happens when you don't stick it in the Renekton lane. They don't have the prio. Canyon hasn't been able to make any plays on this Nidalee with either the Renekton or the Aurora in this attempt to kind of bridge the gap for this Jinx to even get into the game.
Oh! Ruler stole it.
It doesn't change the gold difference.
It's fine.
But GenG needed that. They needed that bit of hope. Carrier. Again, fishing for the angle. Q ready to go. Ulti stolen. Won't find the connection onto Chovy. Good steal from Ruler. Crucial. But again, tough for him to walk out without Duro beside him.
That ends up being a pretty big steal because it does stop this Drake stacking where T1 could potentially force GenG to kind of have to
Dude,
fight
he still doesn't have his first item.
If they're still in a really rough spot, give up next Drake. Try to
so far behind
as they push in. Let's see the steal again.
Actually crazy.
Yeah.
That is insane, especially against Lee, right? The fact that he's able to get that is such a big deal. There's not enough damage.
Top jungle versus top jungle. Fight contested, spear won't hit. Nice side step from Owner as Carrier just continues to poke his head in mid lane.
I do want to reiterate again, this Mbessa is 1K up.
Yep,
on
pretty
the
strong. Carrier and Duro trading blows. It doesn't mean much.
Bad.
You're pretty happy with that as Guma's just going to go all in on Ruler here under the tower. Tom Kench might try to come in. Good traps from Ruler. That's crucial. He doesn't have the rocket though. 3 seconds. Guma, global of his own, trying to sidestep. Ruler might
it's going on again.
It's Storm versus Keen going all in. Level 10 to level 10. Ulti not going to hit. Every single lane explosive. No kills coming through.
And GenG, they're just
holy
trying to hold
shit.
on. The promised land where maybe Ruler can do something. Canyon
Oh man.
better on Nidalee in team fights than any player we know, but I think his early pick was what really started the snowball here, right? Because Owner was ahead on tempo from the very beginning. Being ahead on tempo meant that the Pyke alone might not be able to get a kill, but if you add the Lee as well, it is free pickings. But the one thing we always talk about with Pyke is he needs to generate these leads, because the moment we get to 5v5s, which again, I think T1 should be able to firmly keep this great.
Dude, what is happening?
Just in case. Shut down onto Doran. Guma overstepping a little bit. Pyke going down. The game is not won, even though T1 is obviously in a very advantageous position.
I've also seen too many Jinx comebacks.
Yeah.
If she's able to survive in a lot of these fights, get excited, get those resets in, she can completely take over the game.
It's also Ruler's Jinx, right? This is a player who, when push comes to shove, always seems to find that form in those clutch moments. So, and again, I think credit to T1. We talked so much about how GenG had that experience playing against T1, weren't caught off guard by the rapid Barons, but it's very clear that T1 were
Dude,
ready
they're down 2.3k gold. Oh my god.
Tracking, shutting Canyon down. has made this early game pretty smooth sailing. As GenG look for angles of attack, try to find a way to come back. First item's completed across the board. Potentially a decent time for GenG to try and fight.
There are just so many threats. You need to take care of Doran, who's obviously sitting on a huge lead in case he TP's in. There's Gumayushi that you can't afford to ignore.
And Canyon.
That's something.
Okay.
That one away, but now it's Herald started.
Yeah, they get it. Rift Herald. What the fuck, man? Oh, dude, it's so tense.
Yeah.
It really just feels like T1's just gonna slowly choke him out.
GenG's kind of fanning out.
I don't think they can contest. With everyone there, not really an opportunity. Ruler did cash out his cult. The Jinx trying to stay relevant, but this mid lane turret sure to fall. And this is what Pyke loves, right? And yes, the gold lead has, I think, been mitigated a little bit. And maybe if the Drakes end up mattering, it could be that one steal from Ruler that gets him back in. But Pyke, as well as Lee, as well as Silas, as well as Doran on this Mbessa, if you ever walk into a brush, you just die. There's not that much you can do about it.
Yeah, as soon as they open up the map, most likely with this Herald, especially with Drake spawning soon, to get that nice, easy mid lane prio is set up, right? All
Dude, I don't know how
down with a Pyke
GenG are gonna come back.
So dangerous, and that is the true potential of where T1 can really snowball their lead.
And you can see Keria just appearing out of fog, ready to fight for a bit of control around this vision. Of course, no one else is on the map, as we can see from our POV, so won't overpush there. And Doran just continues to be powerful in the context of these side lanes. Tough for Chovy to match him, but Canyon coming in with a quick heal. Q over the wall. Doran, excuse me, Owner ready to follow up. Keria now going to follow as well. Duro forced to use that ultimate.
Oh.
And it's 6 seconds before the Drake.
It's level 1 on the ultimate as well, so that means that cooldown is not going to be available. One of the possible angles to deal with a T1 engage. I think this dragon is, like, you're talking about contesting the third Drake, or the fourth Drake rather. Yep. I don't think you should be getting anywhere near them. Just catch your waves. Try and
the dragon just give.
This deficit as it is now. Don't overstep.
Yeah, because look at how T1 have set this map too, right? Top's pushing in, bot was pushing in. They have complete vision here. Ruler trying to steal it again, doesn't get it this time. But that initial steal means that they don't have to contest, despite the fact that T1 have set the map so heavily in their favor.
Yeah, again, Ruler, I mean, able to find that angle. Canyon, good back step. Ooh, dodges both.
Ooh.
Look, and the Sonic Wave is starting to walk up. Owner might have to just retreat here. Red buff in his sights, T1.
Oh, this is risky.
Oh.
He's on his way. GenG should spot him on mid-wave as well, and I think they're going to abandon his red buff. I don't think they can contest.
Chovy. Looking for the angle to Keria. Alti. Still on the side of the wall and will be fine. Faker seemingly ready for a dive. T1 putting down so much pressure. GenG want this red buff. They don't want to just concede it. Keria looking for the angle on the hook.
Keen on his way.
Going for a little bit more there this time. Able to secure it. Guma grabbing it as well, and GenG are really struggling to hold on to these little advantages. But again, you have it as well. Ruler stealing the Drake, buys them extra time, buys them another few minutes, but I don't think it'll stop T1 from breaking this tower.
Yeah, and it's just so tough.
In. Ruler caught out. They know
okay, Duro has flash.
In on the play. Just tier 1 down though. T1 don't need to overstay. And now the Herald out to safety. Doran 2-0. Taking a quick lap around the rift to celebrate.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting Doran to go in there. That will be very Doran. Flash out immediately.
Just not in the lane that you expect. Keen. Oh,
oh.
Short. Oh, Keen had to be sweating there.
Holy shit.
Doran also had his driver's license revoked.
That was really good driving. What are you talking about?
He didn't calculate his distance.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Like you've never run out of gas before, okay?
I have not ran out of gas, because when the gas tells me that I need to fill up, I do.
Oh.
I don't know what to tell you. You've never been desperate enough for the last 20 miles.
I pushed my car a lot.
There you go. You know.
It was good to me, but I pushed my car a lot.
We can't fault Doran. Faker though, continuing, and again for GenG, this was supposed to be the story of the Renekton Nidalee against this Draven bot side. Who could find the bigger advantages? But the answer was very clearly Guma, Keria, this Draven, the setups owner, shutting down Canyon early, and now it's just all eyes on Ruler to survive and scale.
And more broadly for GenG, this was
I mean, the gold gap's
their
kind of
right?
staying the same, like 2K-ish.
Down only 2.3, 2.2K, but T1 has set up the map really, really heavily in their favor. It feels like they're just on the precipice of snowballing this to a point where
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna catch someone out of position.
And this was supposed to be, again, their tournament. They're coming off, you know, the big undefeated splash in the LCK. Everyone was saying it's going to be GenG. And T1 were the unexpected team to be here, which feels like we enter every international saying that, but it doesn't make it any less true, which makes their like, performances in these clutch games that much more impressive.
This is it. I don't think they can give out a con, and I think T1 not wanting to risk it.
They're happy to just try and get the fight. I don't think they're interested in the 50-50. Lost out a surprise Drake once already. T1 backing away as Carrier does what he can to keep control of vision, and Doran just pushes his wave in. Again, just denying more and more resources, taking a page out of the GenG.
I don't know, I'm like speechless. It's just like...
I was really, when
they're
saw
trying
the
to,
early kill,
the dancing on Otacon.
I was expecting this goal
Oh,
to
man.
really balloon. Obviously, the game state is still very bad for GenG. All your eyes are in the ruler basket, and T1 have a lot of ways, very good ways to get.
Is this good for GenG? Like just to farm and scale?
We are slowly.
I feel like they kind of outscale
T1.
T1.
Do note that the soul point is going to be given to T1 in about a minute. But then they have 5 more minutes. At that point, a 2K gold lead, not going to be the end of the world.
And it's a relatively short-range composition. We've seen how hard it can be to play games out in these sort of situations. Jinx long range, Canyon can start to throw poke with the spears. As long as GenG hold on, they've got a pretty good angle to play out these fights. Chovy finds Doran waiting in the brush. Quick Q2 backstep on the Sundering Strike, and Chovy will just walk away, but
Here comes Carrier.
His old teammate in the area. Not going to find him, though.
Hoping to catch him on the next wave, but Chovy diligent on the recall. And this is big again, can't afford to give away any kills. Doran trying to keep the pressure here, but may just result in GenG conceding a bot lane tier 1.
And as we look at the vision, we do see a ton of aggressive vision being set up here by T1. But literally, again, because of that steal from Ruler, GenG can now opt out of this. I don't know if they will. Based on the posturing, I'm going to say that they might be looking to actually contest. But especially with a Ocean Rift, so much vision is denied here. And I wouldn't be surprised if GenG just say, okay, we'll try and get a turret, maybe in mid. Let the objective go as Faker, still pushing inside, but does have TP.
Sonic Wave connects, GenG staying.
Can you even get past this dragon? I don't even know, dude.
Where the fight starts off, we're going to give them...
I feel like GenG might lose off this dragon play.
To play around. So Owner and Canyon just exchanging skill shots. TP behind, TP coming in. Doran on the flank, GenG know it. Ruler, eyes on the prize here. Keen, powerful as well. GenG, good retreat, calm, collected. Trying to keep Prio, using range advantage in mid. Owner, pull back onto Keen is good. But you can see how hard it is for T1 without an angle of attack to kick these fights off. All eyes on Doran, the Ambessa wants to keep things going. Quick flash out, Ruler still standing.
Okay, Duro. Wait, they went in? Oh my god. Okay.
Keeping it going as Keen wants to go.
Ruler gets a reset. Is that even enough? Oh, Owner's dead!
But it's the reset for Ruler. Ruler, 1.5 items, it does not matter. He's still managing to make
Faker!
2v1, 3v1, 4v1, they continue to descend. GenG have found
Holy fuck, dude. This is intense.
Could not find the fight. GenG happy to take it, to deny yet another Drake.
What brilliant posturing from GenG.
Holy
making sure
fuck,
that
dude.
members of T1
Yo, that's
were
crazy.
And the most important things are Chovy going in and out, constantly dealing damage, and then Ruler firing off the back line. He is going to be back into this game, and now this composition is so much more likely of coming online.
But this too is
They went on Duro. Look how much time and energy they waste on this fucker.
I don't think they can contest. But that ult right there is what starts off the fight. The exhaust comes through, the damage is there, and once Jinx starts going, as she's excited, you can see T1, no, we can't go for this fight. We don't have a line.
But when does this happen? When does the 1.5 item Jinx, who should be
the spear almost hits too.
Damage, show up in a fight like this? And again, it's credit to GenG for finding that needle in the haystack, that one angle to get a fight.
Stomp.
Yeah.
Look at that goal. It's closer.
The stomp.
493 international kills for Ruler. Also passes deft for 9th.
Congrats.
Oh,
the
congrats.
other kind of unsung hero in that a bit was also Keen, right?
Yep.
We talked about how this Renekton is essentially the front line for this team, alongside the Kench for safety.
GenG has tempo. Owner spotted.
Doran's so far away. Are they willing to bet on the 50-50? Wait for the Sonic Wave to expire. Must be the call. Traps are there too. They've caught out Owner. Owner
Oh.
the kickback, trying to retreat now.
Owner! Oh! Faker! What did he do that for? What the fuck, Faker?
For GenG's 80 carry.
Oh my god, they can go for Nash!
GenG in the blink of an eye in a single fight in the mid lane, and now on the top
Dude, that's
side.
fucked up. But did you see what the fuck happened?
T1, but T1 refused to go quietly, knocking down the tier 2. They want to try and
nobody's gonna go back?
to get more. Baron falling for GenG. Inhib Tower falling for T1, but now it's T1 on the back foot. They need to survive this buff as Chovy just takes more.
Skibidi of T1.
Oh my gosh, what a back and forth game. Rulers
The fuck does that even mean, dude?
in it. GenG now with a 2K gold lead. That entire swing starts right here at Otacon.
It's Ruler that sets it up. Owner gets caught in
Look
the
at what
trap,
Faker
and even with
does.
the kick,
Like he
the
ults
damage comes
in
down.
and
The rest
jumps
of the
himself
team on
onto the
GenG does
trap.
So much
What the
damage. There's
fuck? But he
nothing
ult and stun
that
himself.
Owner gets to do, and
He
because
stunned himself on the fucking Jinx
Turning the
traps,
tempo
dude.
topside for GenG, allowed him to go for Otacon, and as we highlighted, this comp for T1, if you are on the back foot, if you're trying to desperately gain access, if your Pyke is not in position already, this comp doesn't look good.
And look at this now, between our
Draven has
team
470 stacks.
Teamfight UI is going to troll me a little bit there.
Oh my.
3 items.
But Ruler is now ahead.
Wildly far ahead, despite the cash out for Guma. 480 stacks still, he can turn things back, but we know this is where Ruler really takes over the range.
And it was fights that brought T1 back to a game 5 from the deficit despite the soul in the previous game. It's gonna have to be fights, it's gonna have to be a crazy pick from Owner, but now the rest of GenG is online as well. Like 3 items from Chovy, Canyon sitting on 2, they can't just go for Ruler.
Dude, my asshole's so clenched.
Possible. They'll have to do it again because GenG are more powerful. GenG weathered the storm of T1's composition.
Oh my god, oh shit, dude, Jinx hurts.
Now that they've taken hold.
Boom, 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 boom.
How much was that Drake steal from Ruler, unironically setting them in a position where they could sit back, where they could just catch waves, despite losing their outer ring of turrets. That actually ended up being a massive point in this game for GenG.
GenG, from the start of this game,
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema.
Advantage, 2-2 on the Drakes. And they are terrifying around those objectives. An additional BF sword as well for Ruler. He hits like a truck. And there's not a really tanky member to eat damage for Ruler.
Chovy!
Chovy himself is vulnerable as well. Initial lockdown is good. Hook to pull him back, but he hits into the wall.
Oh, Chovy.
Buying an extra second. The weirding as he tries to retreat. He will
Oh,
and that gold lead looking a hell of a lot closer after
holy fuck, how much gold was that?
But then you see GenG immediately responding. They still have Baron buff minions.
Cancel resets.
Oh! Faker almost killed himself.
Oh, he tried to be the hero and in the end.
Yeah, so he lives, so it's fine. He has TP, can make his way back, but that back cancel, I think, gives enough time to GenG to just stall. They were able to get the bot side inhib, and even with that pick on the Chovy, that alone is not going to be enough. The main character is Ruler, but if Owner, if Doran can find Ruler with a kick or an ultimate, that could be what brings T1 to the victory, despite how hard fought their lead was in the early game. Right now it's GenG. It's a TP flank. There he is.
TP.
Fake Faker's coming in. I think they spotted him.
GenG now on the retreat. Duro staying right
on the way.
next.
Oh,
they marked him.
Oh, in mid lane, so many memories in this mid lane. So many series decided by these two players. Ruler and Faker, toe-to-toe again. T1, desperation starting to show as GenG keep it composed. No, they can't afford to give them an angle.
Ruler. The cannon saves him.
Ulti in, managing to get immediate exhaust. Duro's already used the ulti, and Faker probably gonna try to look to follow up. Doran on the retreat though, and Chovy.
Oh my god! Guma!
Ruler now allowed to free fire, but they haven't found the reset yet. Guma so but he's still standing. Crucially, healing now coming in, massive damage from the Draven, but
holy shit!
One reset for Ruler. may just end it here.
There a flash Q.
Canyon chasing as well. Doran splitting from the rest of his team for a hope at another shot, at another fight, because it's falling apart for T1.
Super Minions are in the base. They're going up from that bot lane. T1 have to back to respond.
That's going to be, I was going to say a soul point, but it looks like GenG instead want to push for mid. One inhib is nice, two inhibs is actually debilitating.
Oh, they're not even
so much harder to get outside of your base.
GenG continuing to push up. T1, the last desperate stand.
Are they
they're gonna go for an end here?
25 seconds.
GenG looking to close it. So much hope domestically. Looking
to carry out. What did he do that for? Oh my God, Ruler's still alive. Ruler's still alive. Ruler. Oh my God, he's unkillable. That's it. GenG. Holy shit.
Down T1 and advance to the finals.
And the main
wow.
GenG, let there be no doubt, is that man on your screen right there. He came back after a lackluster year.
That's crazy.
What an amazing moment for Ruler, getting that clutch Drake steal, coming back on one of his signature picks in the Jinx.
Whoa, dude.
Being like, I don't
that
know.
was crazy fun.
Shaky in the road to MSI. He was the difference maker in this game 5. Take him out,
GenG.
Incredible stuff.
That was crazy. Dude, I really thought GenG lost that. How the fuck did he come back from that?
But in that game 5, promising start, they ended the game grasping at straws.
We got a game 5. It was back and forth, but once that Dragon Steel came in, hope started, but I really didn't think that they were actually going to be able to do it, right? T1 had so much control, but it's, as GenG have so often done, they turtle up. And the opportunities just didn't seem to really come.
Dude, that's crazy good. Okay.
GenG can take the
I gotta go to work,
initial swap
so I'm gonna end stream a little bit early today, but hopefully, dude, tomorrow's gonna be BLG versus AL. Oh, I don't know, man. I think AL's gonna win that. My pick'ems are fucked. Yeah, dude, my pick'ems are way fucked.
This was the payoff, right?
My pick'ems are mega fucked. But yeah, yo, thanks for stopping by. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully my voice, I mean, it's getting better, right? So hopefully by tomorrow or the day after, it will like fully heal. Because we're gonna have Asia Masters coming up. Yeah, wow. 1, 2, 3. The next 3 days, so hype. Alright, anyways guys, take care, go fuck yourself. That was a lot of fun, dude. Great series, what a banger. I'll see you guys in tomorrow. Peace, peace. Bye bye.
That makes this T1 matchup